We're back. Week number 9 of the college football schedule. We have got 54 games, I believe, this week, 53 games for college football. And of course, we're going to go over every single one like we've been doing all year long, ranging from COSA action on Tuesday up until the best games, obviously, in the SEC on Saturday. We've got 2 big ones this week. College game days in Nashville, Tennessee for the Vanderbilt Commodores as they're going to be taking on the Missouri Tigers, and also A&M LSU, another big game in the SEC this weekend. Again, every single game will be covered here in this video. Don't know how long it's going to be as of recording right now, but obviously you can see right now. Regardless, though, let's do it. Again, 53 games this week for college football. And folks, before we get into the video, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below. Again, for more, that's all I ask you do on these videos. Just hit that subscribe button for more weekly college football predictions here on the channel. This Friday, we're going to have our 10 best bets, money lines, and spreads for this week 9 slate. So you're not going to want to miss that as well, because again, we just go over every single game here. Then on Friday, I give you my favorite bets of the week. Let's do it. First of 53 games. But first, folks, make sure to go check out our daily MLB best bets here on the channel, alongside, starting on Tuesday, tomorrow, our daily NBA best bets. We're going to be doing that every single day of the NBA season here in 2026, or 2025 and 2026. So you're not going to miss that. Also, this week, NFL predictions also out tomorrow. And also, this week on Greedo Plays MMA, our UFC 321 predictions. Tom Aspinall takes on Cyril Gane for the heavyweight championship over in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Okay, here we go. First of 53 games, we kick things off with Tuesday night CUSA action. Let's go, man. I mean, doesn't get much better than this. We kick things off with the Tuesday nighter between the Florida International Panthers and the Kennesaw State Owls. I'm going with FIU. Taking Florida International at home. Guys, I feel pretty good about FIU after their big victory on Tuesday night last week against the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. That's a big game, man. Really good victory for that team. They got a really good night running the football-wise out of Keon Owens. Owens had 150-something yards in that game rushing-wise. Keon Jenkins, obviously starting quarterback of this team. He hasn't played exceptionally well, but it's really that run game that's going to give you fits if you're playing FIU. And the defense settled in last week. They picked off Maverick 3 times last week in a game that was played in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It's a game that I thought Florida International had no chance to win. They found a way to do it, and now they are 3-3. Victories over Bethune-Cookman, FAU, and then WKU so far this season, with losses to Penn State, Delaware, and the Yukon Huskies. They're playing Kennesaw State this week. The Kennesaw State Owls are 4-2 this season, losing their first 2 games against Power 4 schools in Wake Forest, and then getting blown out, obviously, by the number 2 team now in the country, should be number 1, but the Indiana Hoosiers. Since then, Kennesaw's won 4 in a row, all competitive games except for their last, beating Merrimack only by 14 points, beating the Arkansas State Red Wolves by 7, Middle Tennessee by 8, and then beating La Tech in their last game by 28 points. Kennesaw State now is 4-2 this year, but 2-0 in the CUSA, first place in the standings, and 1 of 2 undefeated CUSA teams left, at least in the conference, them and the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. Now, Kennesaw State, last game had to go back to quarterback Dexter Williams. Amari Odom was injured, if I'm not mistaken, so they went to Dexter Williams. Williams played really well, and it was the best game I thought Kennesaw State played all year long against a very good defense in La Tech, and who was starting, again, the former IU product, Dexter Williams. 290 yards passing with 4 touchdowns. Everything got going for Kennesaw State, yet they're going back to Odom. That game against La Tech was a week from Thursday, so on the 9th of October. They're going back to Amari Odom as the starting quarterback, which, I get it, he's your starter, he's your guy, but I don't know. I feel like you should probably start Dexter Williams, who didn't play well in week 1. They sat him after he played poorly against Wake Forest, and that's why they went to Amari Odom, but I don't know. I feel like you should probably go with the guy who just won your best game of the year against a good La Tech team. We've talked at length this season about how good that La Tech defense is, and Dexter Williams shreds them for 290 yards, 4 tutties. Kennesaw blows him out, and yet you're going back to Amari Odom, the sophomore out of Inglewood, California. I'm taking FIU in the spot, man. They're at home. You're switching quarterbacks again from Kennesaw State. And oh, by the way, Kennesaw is yet to win a game on the road this year. They dropped their first 2 road games to Wake and to IU, winning 4 straight home games, but going on the road for the first time in CUSA action against an FIU team that is gaining steam right now after their big monumental victory over the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers, and the defense has finally settled in as well. Again, going on the road and doing that to a good team in WKU, That has to be applauded, man. Alex Perry had a big game as well for FIU in that win over Western Kentucky. I believe the Florida International Panthers are going to pick up the win here on Tuesday night. I've coined it Cuckshin, not like Cuck-shin, but like, CUSA action. So you call them, Maction, Mac action, Maction, CUSA action, Cuckshin. That doesn't really flow off the tongue like Maction does, doesn't it? Whatever. Give me FIU to win the game outright. Keep your points. We're going to go plus 110 for FIU at home at Pitbull Stadium in Miami, Florida. Hopefully they're wearing those cool Vice City uniforms. Give me FIU at home on ESPN2. On to our other game on Tuesday, and here is the aforementioned, both of these teams, Western Kentucky and the La Tech Bulldogs. La Tech, obviously, we've talked about their great defense throughout this season. They've been really good defensively. This is a team that turns over Braylon Braxton and Southern Miss multiple times when they play earlier in the year. That rare Sunbelt CUSA matchup. Actually, that's not all that rare. They played quite a bit. Regardless, La Tech won a big 3-game winning streak last Thursday, though, against Kennesaw State. Very unlike what we've seen all year long at La Tech. It was a bad performance. Evan Bullock ends up getting most of the snaps at quarterback for Louisiana Tech. And the offense was a problem, sure, but at the same time, their defense completely folded. La Tech goes up 7-0 in the first quarter. They have a big first drive in that game. They go 13 plays, 70 yards to kick it off. And then Kennesaw continues to go on and scored 35 consecutive points on them, again, with Dexter Williams at quarterback. And sure, that game's in Kennesaw, Georgia, but a bad loss for La Tech, a team that had been putting together a string of victories. New Mexico State win, Southern Miss win, a win at UTEP against whatever that joke of a team is. I know they won last week. Oh, whoop, whoop, go Miners, I guess. Like UTEP Miners. Make that clear. Western Kentucky, though, lost to FIU last week after they looked so good going on the road back-to-back weeks against Missouri State and in Delaware. Again, the Delaware victory for Western Kentucky was huge. They go on the road, beat Nick Mingiugi and the Delaware Blue Hens. Maverick McVlure played a good game, and they come back and they score 6 points against FIU. If that defense is shutting you down, I can only imagine what this defense is going to do to you. And ultimately, that's what this comes down to for me. I mean, I know La Tech gave a bunch of points last week. They were on the road. It is what it is. They were not preparing for Dexter Williams. Oh, no, they were preparing for Dexter Williams. But, Dexter Williams came in there and punched him right in the mouth, right? That's what you can say. Dexter Williams punched him in the mouth. They weren't ready for it, and they gave up a bunch of points. And you obviously have to make the quarterback switch during the game. It wasn't great. It is what it is. You're back at home. You've had over a week off to look at things now. You're taking on a Western Kentucky team where, again, for as bad as this looks, if you're La Tech, and as bad of a loss that was to Kennesaw State and an embarrassing loss as it was, you're taking on a WKU team that just got more embarrassed than you did, and it's not even really that close, because Western Kentucky, again, was a big favorite to go out there and beat FIU. They were coming off of huge victories. They had beaten Nevada at home out the Mountain West, Missouri State on the road, Delaware on the road, and I get it, those are two new FBS teams, both of them new to the FBS as of just this season, but still, the Delaware win was a dogfight. It was a great win for WKU. They were down big early, and they came back and they ended up winning the football game. That was a team that was 5-1 going into the Florida International game, with their only loss being on the road in the Glass Bowl to Toledo. And yet they roll in at home and get completely beat down by FIU. I like WKU. I've always loved the Hilltoppers. I've always loved Big Red, but unfortunately in this spot, I can't pick Western Kentucky. I've got to go with the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. I don't know who the hell is going to be the starting quarterback this week. That's okay. Now, I do believe that Blake Baker is much better than Evan Bullock, and obviously Bullock seems to be, if Baker doesn't play, it's going to be Bullock. I'd rather play Blake Baker, but it's all right. I think whoever plays quarterback, I think it's not really dependent on the offense today from La Tech. It's going to be that defense. If that defense can shut down what should be a high-scoring attack out of Western Kentucky, La Tech should be fine. Games in Louisiana, I believe La Tech gets it done. Again, this is not my favorite bet on Tuesday. My favorite bet is by far FIU at home against Kennesaw State, but we will be taking Louisiana Tech to win at home against Western Kentucky and cover the 3.5 points. On to the first of two Wednesday games. Again, the CUSA is really just tapping into these weekday games, and that's fine. It gets the most eyes on your product. Again, check out Greedo Plays Clips on TikTok. We talk about Cuckshin all the time over there because what else am I going to talk about on a Tuesday night? Anyways, now the Nationals, so they're long gone. Regardless, though, first game on Wednesday, back in the CUSA, Middle Tennessee goes on the road to take on the Delaware Blue Hens. Delaware opens as a 10.5-point favorite, and you know what? I get it. Delaware last week went on the road and got embarrassed against Jacksonville State. I don't know if embarrassed is the right word. No, they did. They got embarrassed against Jack State. I mean, that's a game they're down 21-0 early. Obviously, Jack State's now gone to Caden Creel as the guy at quarterback for them. Gavin Wimsatt goes from starting at Rutgers to getting benched at Kentucky to now getting benched at Jacksonville State. Yikes. Even though Jack State's really good this year, man. Regardless, Jack State goes up 21-0 early. Minchiuchi ends up throwing for 422 yards and a touchdown on 50 passing attempts, but Jacksonville State ultimately wins the game. They're up, 21-0 early. That game goes into the fourth quarter with Jack State up 35-12. Ultimately, Delaware scores back-to-back garbage time touchdowns to make the lead look tight, make the game look tight, 38-25, but it was a one-sided beatdown by the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. Now, what does Jack State do so well? They play pretty good defense, and that rushing attack's dangerous. I mean, again, I thought Wimsatt was going to do a really good job here because just the level of play that he'd gone from. He went from SEC starter, Big Ten starter, the two best conferences in all of college football, to, no disrespect, the worst conference in college football, at least at the FBS level in the CUSA. But Caden Creel, like we said a couple weeks ago, does everything better than Gavin Wimsatt, unfortunately for Wimsatt, who's probably going to see the end of his college days, rotting on the bench for I don't think Creel's a redshirt freshman, but still, that must suck. Creel's just better. Regardless, it's not about Jacksonville State. It's about Delaware, but they're taking on the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. A bad football team. A team that's won one game all year against lowly Nevada, which they did go on the road to Reno and win. I can't say much good about Middle Tennessee. Nicholas Vallado, still the starting quarterback. He's all right. He's a pocket passer. He doesn't really do much else. Middlebrook's their lead back. He's okay. He's pretty good. He runs for around 80-ish, 90-ish yards a game. Everything else is kind of just lacking from Middle Tennessee. They don't put up many points, even though their offensive numbers, like on paper, Middle Tennessee puts up numbers. You look at their final scores and they always lose. They're taking on Delaware, who's a high-powered offense. The way I see this game, Delaware should be able to score almost every single time they touch the rock against Middle Tennessee. I saw Marshall put up 42 points against this team, and I get it. Marshall's pretty solid. I saw Austin, PA scored 34 points. FCS, Austin, PA scored 34 points on Middle Tennessee and beat Middle Tennessee 34-14. And that's when I decided I couldn't take Middle Tennessee seriously this season. It took me a whole 1 week. And that's when I decided Nevada wasn't serious either, when Middle Tennessee beat Nevada. Regardless, though, Delaware, for it being their first year in the FBS, they've been solid, man. They can score points. Nick Minchiuchi, he's a running threat, but also, again, when you need him to fire it, he can. I don't want to put too much into his numbers last week. 422 yards. That's great. Again, a lot of that is, we're down a lot. We couldn't get anything going in our first 3 drives, so now we just have to air it out every single drive. I mean, they made some mistakes early, right? One of the receivers fumbled on their second drive of the game. They had a punt, really, their first 4. They had a fumble return for a touchdown, too. I mean, everything went south in that game for the Delaware Blue Hens. If they just clean it up, they're back at home. They're taking on a team that really should not be competitive at all with them. I'd be shocked if Delaware doesn't win this football game, and I'd be shocked if the Blue Hens didn't blow out Middle Tennessee in this game either. So Delaware is a 10.5-point favorite. I expect them to cover this game at home against Middle Tennessee. Again, the only thing I can say that stands out for the Blue Raiders right now is their running back in Jaquil Middlebrook. He's got 433 yards so far this season in 6 games and on 76 carries. Again, he's by far the bright spot. Other than that, though, Vallado doesn't really move the needle. He's a good quarterback. He's not a quarterback that's going to take over a game, though. So I'm going to go with the Delaware Blue Hens to win at home and cover the 10.5 points against the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. On to our next game, another CUSA matchup, and this is my favorite bet on Wednesday. So again, we like FIU on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, we like the New Mexico State Aggies. All right. Give me New Mexico State here at home. Guys, the Aggies have treated us pretty well so far this year. Remember, we got them at plus money earlier on in the season. Weird Thursday night game at home against Sam Houston. Somehow they were dogs against winless Sam Houston State Bearcats, and obviously we cashed with New Mexico State in that one. And obviously, right, Sam Houston's still looking for their first victory. They're off this week, but no need to fear. They return on Halloween against La Tech before their big matchup in Corvallis. All right. Yep. That's going to be something. Hey, Oregon State won a game. They struggled early against Lafayette, but they won. So good on Oregon State. They finally won a football game. Anyways, though, New Mexico State's treated us pretty well. Last week, a very competitive game against Liberty, a game that I thought that was way more competitive than I thought it was going to be against the Liberty Flames. They only lose it by 3 points, and they put the Flames in some trouble in that outing, right? Liberty's up big early. They're up 20-6 at halftime. New Mexico State comes storming back. They take the lead 27-20, but Liberty goes on to score 10 unanswered points to end the game, and obviously the Flames get it over New Mexico State. But New Mexico State, I'll keep saying it, experienced quarterback at the helm, a guy who's played a bunch of college football in Logan Fife. He's seen it, he's done it. And this is the experience that can really help out a team like New Mexico State, who's not supposed to obviously be a huge achiever in the Conference USA. And they're taking on Missouri State, who obviously is new to FBS football. This will be their 7th ever game as an FBS program, and their second ever game on a Wednesday night. They played Wednesday, October 8th against Middle Tennessee in a winning effort. They won by 2 points, and they made a quarterback change, right? Original quarterback this season was Jacob Clark. They go to Deuce Bailey in their last game in their victory over Middle Tennessee, who we have stated is really bad, but Bailey had a good outing. 16 for 31 passing, that's not ideal, but 278 yards. Did have a 76-yard touchdown there, but also, again, not a bad outing for the freshman making his first ever career start in Deuce Bailey. I assume Deuce Bailey is going to start again. Jacob Clark had struggled this season. That's okay. I mean, Bailey is more of a running threat than Jacob Clark is. I mean, in one game, Deuce Bailey has more rushing yards than Clark had all season, so it makes sense. The Missouri State run game is pretty bad. Shamari Lawrence is the lead back, but he really doesn't do anything of note. Like, that's no disrespect. Like, he's just not, that line's not that good for him. It's not good at all. And Missouri State's just been a very mid program this season, to be expected in the first year of FBS play. They're obviously not eligible for a bowl game, which is still the dumbest rule ever, unless, there's not enough teams that qualify to be 6-6. If you remember James Madison all those years with Kurt Signetti. It's a Missouri State team that's 3-3, losses to WKU in a competitive game, lost to SMU, and lost at USC by 60 points. The weird win in here, though, for Missouri State's the one over Marshall. They beat a really good Marshall team. That was before the quarterback changed to Del Rio Wilson, if I'm not mistaken, though, for the Thundering Herd. But that's a really good victory for Missouri State, going on the road to West Virginia and winning against the Marshall Thundering Herd. But again, quarterback change for Missouri State. You're going on the road for the second consecutive week, or I guess you were off last week, but you're going back now to New Mexico. Going to Las Cruces, there might not be anybody there, but Logan Fife, he's an experienced quarterback who I think can see some success in the CUSA, and we've already seen it in the victory over Sam Houston. It was a game that New Mexico State was underdogs in, and they completely dominated the Bearcats. I don't know if we're going to see that big of domination tonight or on Wednesday night, but I believe New Mexico State's going to control this football game. I think they're going to. I don't know why they're dogs here. I mean, this again screams to me Sam Houston all over again. I don't know why New Mexico State is plus money here. In my opinion, they are the better football team. I think their defense is better than Missouri State. Yes, I know they've given up points this year, but I think, all things considered, you get a freshman making a second start. There's tape on him. There's film on him. New Mexico State now knows what to expect, unlike what Middle Tennessee had. And the games in Las Cruces as well. New Mexico State's been playing inspiring football. They've been playing better football. I got to go here with the New Mexico State Aggies winning the game at home in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I'm going to go, again, New Mexico State plus 100 at home against Missouri State. On to our next game on Thursday, and our one and only game on Thursday. Let's go to Atlanta, Georgia for Georgia State and South Alabama. I know I've gone at Georgia State quite a bit this season. It's a team that I've said it has, just potential that's not going to be touched into, essentially. But Georgia State, 1-6 football team. They have switched quarterbacks from TJ Finley to Cameron Brown. And I'll say this, Cameron Brown's not the reason they're losing football games. Not at all. And you can look at the final score of Georgia State and Georgia Southern last week and say, oh, Georgia Southern won the game by 17 points. No, that game was really tight. If you actually watch the game, I mean, everything falls apart, don't get me wrong, for the Georgia State Panthers in the fourth quarter. And it was just like one of those things like, oh, it's a matter of time. They had a fumble one drive that put, Georgia Southern in a pretty good position. They got the ball like in midfield. But regardless, Georgia State fumbled at one point in the fourth quarter. They went 3 and out in a crucial drive, in a crucial moment. They played a good football game for the first 3 quarters. They did. They played a really good football game. They were up going into the fourth quarter. Ultimately, they lose it. But the switch from TJ Finley, the 6th-year senior quarterback on his 7th different school, to Cameron Brown was absolutely huge. Cameron Brown last week, 280 yards passing with 0 picks and a touchdown and 15 carries for 120 yards. Brown is everything for the Georgia State Panthers, and I think it's the best move they could have possibly made. The junior transfer from Texas Tech should be the guy for the rest of this season and for next year as well for the Georgia State Panthers. Again, they lose at Georgia Southern, but I think it's an inspiring effort. I think it is. A couple weeks ago, they played JMU to a really tight game. Look what JMU just did last week to Old Dominion. I get it, ODU is coming off of a loss, and we did have JMU in our best bets, but that's, again, Georgia State, like, they're a competitive team. And they, all year long, they no run game. And it sucks when your quarterback has to be your main running back, essentially. But that's what Cameron Brown's going to be. And it's not like Brown, he's just a running back. No, he can throw too, okay? I think the move made from Cameron Brown, I know Christian Velix was the starter at the beginning of the season as well. No, the guy is Cameron Brown here, who was the third-string quarterback to open the year. He's the quarterback now. And I don't know why South Alabama continues to get all of this respect. I don't get it. Guys, I like Georgia State money line this week. Now, again, if I had to play one of the other, obviously I'm going to take the spread instead. I will happily take the 6.5 points Vegas is giving us here. But why is South Alabama still favored in these games? If you remember last week, we had Arkansas State to beat this squad, and Arkansas State was dogs on the road to beat South Alabama, or we had the Arkansas State spread. We had plus 8.5, and they easily covered it because you know what? Arkansas State covered outright. Now, South Alabama played a horrible game. They missed a big field goal in the fourth quarter that could have given them a 4-point lead, but they missed a chip shot, and then obviously Claude Van Undel, the best kicker in the Sun Belt, hit the game winner for the Arkansas State Red Wolves. Jalen Rayner played an all-right game, but I'd say Bishop Davenport and South Alabama played a worse game. Nothing downfield is thrown ever for the South Alabama Jaguars. Why are they favored to win this football game? I don't know. Why are they getting the same line they got last week, but just now on the road? I get it, Georgia State's not been that good, but if you actually watch the games, Georgia State should win. Now, again, will I advise you to bet on plus 170? You know what? It's not bad. I'd rather take the plus 6.5, but I'm saying right now, plus 170 is very playable on a Thursday night. Of course, there's going to be NBA action on Thursday night. There's going to be Thursday night football between the Chargers and the Vikings. I don't mind this at all, though. I'm going to take Georgia State here. This may be my favorite bet on Thursday as a whole. I'm going Georgia State plus 6.5, plus 170. Definitely playable as well. Give me the Panthers at home against South Alabama. Next up, we move on to the American Athletic Conference. Charlotte versus North Texas. Charlotte is the worst team in the American. Week in and week out, we see it. They're just out to take a beating every single week. I don't know who's worse, them or Tulsa. No, it has to be Charlotte, because Tulsa actually is somewhat competitive some games, and they have a win over Oklahoma State. I get it, like, beating Oklahoma State's like beating your local high school team with a bunch of college kids, but it is what it is. The Charlotte 49ers have been an embarrassment this season. They just have. They don't really score, and you have to score to be competitive in the American Conference. Because the AAC is by far the best G5 this year. It's not even close. Like, last year is definitely the Mountain West. It's the American right now. There's so many good teams in the American to the point where there's a potential we could see two teams actually make the playoffs out of the American this year. I highly doubt it. But right now, guys, in the American Conference, there are 5 6-win teams. And one 6-win team is undefeated. That's the Navy Midshipmen. South Florida is 6-1, Tulane 6-1, and Memphis is 6-1, and North Texas is 6-1. Now, Memphis losing to UAB, really got rid of the hype for the Memphis game this week, right? I thought game day was going to be at Memphis. Nope, because it's SEC game day. Nah, it should be at Vandy this week. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it could be in Bloomington, but whatever. It's not like Indiana UCLA all of a sudden is a really big game, but it's okay. Yeah, Memphis really ruined their big game this week in South Florida. Like, that game would have been huge, and they lost the University of Alabama Birmingham. Firing Dilfer, I guess, was the right move, wasn't it? I don't know. Anyways, North Texas, I mean, guys, think of a number in your head and think of a high number in your head. Okay, that's how many points North Texas is going to score. That's how many, I mean, they will put belt to ass to Charlotte here, guys. Drew Estemaker has been really good in his first season starting for North Texas. Obviously, again, I say it all the time, filling in for, or I guess, stepping into the role that Chandler Morris left behind when he went to the University of Virginia, who barely escaped against Wazoo. More on that later. But North Texas just has a really good offense, right? After that bad loss to South Florida, They come back home to UTSA and they beat UTSA 55-17, complete domination. Shout out to Robert Henry, who got back in the column of big rushing games, but nothing was going, at least passing wise, for the Roadrunners, and North Texas did exactly what they needed to that team, winning 55-17 again. That's the potential the North Texas Mean Green have every single week. It is points upon points upon points upon points. That's what they can do to you. And when you have a team like the Charlotte 49ers, who simply put can't score, then you get trouble. They're starting Grayson Loftus, I believe, now. Or I think Loftus is going to be the guy this week. I mean, they've rotated through 3 quarterbacks. I believe Loftus is their guy. I don't think they're going Zach Wilkie. I would go Loftus if I'm them. But I mean, it ultimately feels like kind of a lost year for Charlotte. You're already 1-6. You lose this game, we're already talking about you being eliminated from bowl contention. Not like they would have gotten there anyway. They do play the Georgia Bulldogs in about 4 weeks. Good luck. Yeah, North Texas blows them out. I don't know what else you want me to say. Charlotte is absolute bottom of the barrel of the American Conference, to the point where I think if they played the Tulsa Golden Hurricane, I think Tulsa would easily take them too. So give me North Texas. I expect this game to be a blowout. We're looking at North Texas minus 27.5. That should cash. 4 touchdowns is really not a lot for this team to cover this week. I'm going to go with North Texas to get this one done on the road in Charlotte against the Charlotte 49ers. Next up, we move on to another matchup here on Friday as we go to Virginia. We go to Blacksburg, Virginia, to be specific, as we have got the V-Tech Hokies at home against the California Golden Bears. California last week, way to go, guys. You know, nice peanut punch at the end of the game to force that fumble against North Carolina, but you really couldn't do us a solid, and, finish that game out, right? And cover the spread, Thanks, guys. Thanks. Couldn't get a stop when you really needed it for the minus 9.5 or minus 8.5. Or I think we had 7.5. No, I had 7. Oh, Cal, man. It's fine. California, guys, when Cal goes on the road, they're just a different team. At Berkeley, they're not bad. When they leave Berkeley, they're just not that good. And we saw that in the San Diego State game. And I get it. Oh, they went to Boston College and won. Well, okay, close your eyes, pick a random college team, and at the FCS level, they could probably go to Boston College and beat the Boston College Eagles. That's just how bad Boston College is, okay? Don't care about beating Boston College. Anybody could beat Boston College. California, when they went to San Diego State, they got embarrassed. SDSU has a big matchup this week on Fox against Fresno State. More on that later. I think V-Tech handles business against the California Golden Bears. I think they do. I know Virginia Tech has been another joke this season. They've been a big joke. Fire their head coach. They beat NC State on the road. And the thing is, they've lost their last 2 games, and Kyron Jones has just played bad football this year. There's no other way about it. Like, I knew this team was doomed after watching the South Carolina game where they couldn't do anything over midfield. And yes, that was game 1 of the season. Jones has not played well. He's still their guy, obviously, and he's going to continue to be their quarterback. But they're a 2-5 team. Drones is a senior. I thought he was a junior. No, Drones is done up for this year anyway. There's not much to get excited for Virginia Tech. All right. What do they do well? I guess their pass game's not bad. I guess. They don't really run the ball. Really, no. This team's as good as Kyron Jones will take them. And what I mean by that is, well, if Kyron Jones is seeing a lot of success running the ball, then all right, that opens up everything in the pass game. So after beating NC State in late September, Virginia Tech has lost back-to-back. At home, Wake Forest comes into town and beats them, and then they lose at Georgia Tech by 15 points. Again, Georgia Tech continues to win football games. How? I don't know, but they keep on doing it. So good on the Yellow Jackets. They're still undefeated, aren't they? Just like Brigham Young. How are these teams undefeated? I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways, California on the road. I just don't like them on the road, man. You're going cross country on a Friday night to play Virginia Tech. Travel means something, man. And when you're going cross country to play these games, I just don't trust you, especially against true freshman John Kwe Sekapalete. Their wins in the ACC are potentially the 2 worst teams in the conference. And that's not an over-exaggeration. I think Boston College and North Carolina are the worst 2 teams in the ACC. You can say Florida State. Florida State's really not that bad. They're bad. They're not that bad. So Cal's only beating the 2 worst teams. And VTech might be next up, legitimately. Like, the bottom of the ACC is really bad, I understand. I think Virginia Tech can get this one. I think they can cover the 4.5 points. Would I bet on this game? 100% no. Don't touch it at all. Like, if you want to watch, go ahead. There's really no best bet on Friday, I'll be honest with you. So when I make my best bets video, there's probably going to be nothing included on the Friday slate because none of these games are really that bettable. And I'll get into the last game in a second here, but I'm going to go with the California Golden Bears to go on the road and lose and to not cover against Virginia Tech. I think VTech can find a way. I think Kyron Drones at home might be a little dangerous. I don't know. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't at all. But I don't like Cal going cross country, and they sold us with the game against UNC. I mean, how do you North Carolina, they were talking about buying out Belichick, firing Belichick. They walk into California and they should have won if they didn't fumble. I cannot pick California. Give me Virginia Tech at home -4.5. Would I bet it? No. Leave it alone. Next up, Boise State on the road at Nevada. Boise should cover this. And if I was inclined to bet on anything on Friday night, I'd probably bet on this. And I know it's 21.5 points, and I always hate looking at this large of a spread and betting on it, but Boise State has established themselves as the best team in the Mountain West, which is bad for the conference in terms of trying to send a representative back to the postseason because a 2-loss Boise State team's just not going to get in, especially because their first loss of the year is against potentially the Americans Conference champion in South Florida. Actually, it's probably the best case scenario, but still, again, Boise will not get in the postseason. But anyway, they ruin UNLV's chances of making the playoffs as UNLV walks onto the Smurf turf in Boise and they lose 56-31. Big game out of Maddox Madsen and a massive game, obviously, out of starting running back Dylan Riley, who continues to have a big year this year, the sophomore. 86 carries, 700 yards so far for the Boise State Broncos. No, he's not an Ashton Genty, but he's playing fairly well. Boise State now again a 5-2 team, back-to-back big victories for them, scoring 41 points and 56 points in back-to-back weeks over the New Mexico Lobos and against the UNLV Rebels. And now they go on the road and take on the Nevada Wolfpack. The horrible Nevada Wolfpack. There's not many teams in college football that are worse than Nevada. They played on Saturday in New Mexico, and they were oddly enough very competitive against the Lobos. They still lost. They still lost by 2 points. Nevada goes into halftime down by 2 points. They ended up losing the game by 2 points. Obviously, there were points scored in between. But Jack Lane does it through the air and through the ground, even though New Mexico did not play a good game. Nevada finds a way. Carter Jones, obviously starting quarterback now. Chuba Purdy is long in the past, and that's I know it's for the better for the Nevada Wolfpack. But it's a team that just struggles to score. I get it, they were on the road in Albuquerque, and now you return home to Reno. Not like that really matters. You're going to be playing in front of absolutely nobody. It's going to be really cold, and it doesn't matter to Boise. They play in the cold all the time. They're way up north in Boise. Like, this game's going to be bad for Nevada. Boise should put up 45 points. Now, the question that I have to ask you is how many points do you think Nevada is going to score? I don't think they score more than 14. So, score prediction, 45-14 for the Boise State Broncos. That means they cover, right? Is it a team that's going to make the playoffs this year? No, right? Unfortunately for them, they scheduled USF on the road at Raymond James in Tampa in week number 1. And that's a game that did not go well for the Boise State Broncos. They shouldn't have scheduled it, but they did. And that's the only loss. Sure, again, they lost once to Oregon last year and they still made the playoffs, but then they went to South Bend. And they lost by 21 points to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. That's a team that's really good. Notre Dame's going to be in the playoffs, and USF might be in the playoffs too. But the committee's not going to put a 2-loss Boise State team in the postseason, even though they were there last year. They're going to win the Mountain West. They're going to go 11-2 in the regular season, plus obviously the conference championship game. It's just not going to be enough for Boise to make the postseason. They will beat up on Nevada here, though, because one team actually has an offense and the other team doesn't. And it's not like Nevada's just some lockdown defense either. I mean, San Diego State goes into Reno and scores 44 points against them. And that should honestly be the benchmark here, guys. San Diego State went into Reno and won the game by 34 points. I get it, SDU, they're undefeated. They're actually number 1 in the Mountain West right now. More on them later. I'm not that sold on Denegal and SDSU. But, I mean, if San Diego State, who's got a good offense, I don't think as good of an offense as Boise has, but if they go on the road and beat you 44-10, what happens when Boise walks onto your turf as well? No, this is not going to go off the Nevada Wolfpack. I am 100% going with the Boise State Broncos to win this game and cover the 21.5 points as well. I honestly feel like this should probably be like 24.5, and it might close at that line, but for now we get it at 21. Would I bet it still? Probably not. Too many things need to go right in a spread like this. So again, when I get spreads like 21.5 or whatnot, I try to, if I'm going to bet it, I bet on the underdogs. And if I like the favorite, I usually just stay away. So it's probably what we're going to do here. Gonna be Boise on the road to beat Nevada and cover the 21.5 points as well. On to Saturday, and we kick things off with the Hoosiers. Indiana, undefeated and ranked number 2 in the country. All right. Hey, man. Hey, what can I say? 7-0, 4-0 in the Big Ten, and they keep on winning. Now, is it a good day to be alive and a Bruin? I think that's the chant. I guess UCLA's won 3 straight games, and they fire everybody. Interim OC who gets all the attention. It's great. It's awesome. You haven't played a team like the Hoosiers, though. The Penn State win was massive. It really was. Penn State was the number 7 team in the country when UCLA beat them in Pasadena. It was a monumental victory for the 2025 UCLA Bruins. Do not get me wrong. They then parlayed that into a victory at Michigan State at East Lansing, and they somehow survived against Maryland. It was looking questionable at times, but they survived. Hit a game-winning field goal with 2 seconds to go at Chipper from 23 yards out, and UCLA won the football game at home against Maryland. So a great victory over Malik Washington. Nico kind of fell back down to earth in that game, not gonna lie. A lot of the discourse around Nico Amaliva was, the new scheme, the new coaching staff has Nico playing excellent football again. He looks like the Nico who we were promised. I can't say that all the way. And here's the thing, you can look good against Maryland, you can look good against Penn State, which again now is not that big of a victory. You can look good against Michigan State, who Indiana just blew out by 25 points. Should have been 28. What happens now when you walk into Bloomington, Indiana? Again, this is not a basketball city anymore. It's not a basketball school anymore. It's a football school now. Memorial Stadium is sold out every single week. It is now one of the most daunted places to play in college football, which is insane. And thank you, Kurt Signetti, for that. It's a tough draw for UCLA here. It's the most momentum they've had, and it's a big spot for them. And technically, right, they are 3-1 in the Big Ten, right? They control their own destiny, kind of, actually. They do actually control their own destiny in the Big Ten championship game. They still have to go to Indiana and to Ohio State, but still, they've got momentum. They're not beating Indiana. It's as simple as the fact that their defense will not be able to hold this team. And Indiana's defense struggled in the first half against Michigan State, completely locked down and completely locked in the second half. Second half defense for Indiana against Michigan State, you go nowhere. Aiden Childs goes nowhere in the second half. First half got tricky. Michigan State was up 10-7 at one point against Indiana. Indiana locked in and they were fine from there. And how about the men dynasty? How about the men Heisman? I'm talking about Fernando Mendoza. The best player in college football is from Miami, Florida, and he plays in Bloomington, Indiana for the Hoosiers. Of course, I'm talking about Fernando Mendoza. Another phenomenal game last week. How is Mendoza not number 1 to win the Heisman on the odds? How is he plus 340 now behind Ty Simpson? How? He's the odds-on favorite to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Just don't be the Jets. But anyways, how about Mendoza, dude? Another great game. The balls Mendoza throws in the pocket, oh my goodness. That's elite stuff right there. That is NFL talent stuff out of Fernando Mendoza. Not just NFL talent. No. That's elite NFL talent out of Fernando Mendoza. Again, the Men Dynasty is just starting here in Indiana. It's going to be capped off with a national championship. The way Fernando Mendoza's been playing this season is absolutely absurd. And how is UCLA going to stop this team? How are they going to stop this offense? I don't know if anybody can stop this offense. Mendoza's a perfect passer. He models his game like Tom Brady. Well, again, he looks like Tom Brady when he plays. He does. He makes all the right reads. He runs this RPO game phenomenally. And when you need him to take a shot over the top to Elijah Surratt, to Omar Cooper, he makes those plays. He makes those throws. It's so incredibly tough to beat this Indiana team, and there's no chance in hell UCLA does it this week. I applaud the effort out of UCLA. This is where the Cinderella comes to an end. And a lot of people might be on UCLA spread this week, not money line, spread this week, because, they've been really competitive. the first thing you just need to see is that Penn State scored 37 points against them. At the time, no one was batting an eye to that. But now Penn State's lost 4 in a row, and now we can really look at that game and say, Penn State's not that good. Penn State scored 37 against them. And Maryland's defense shut down Nico and UCLA. I can only imagine what this loaded Indiana defense is going to do to Nico Amaliva and UCLA as well. Give me the Hoosiers. Indiana puts belt to ass on UCLA, and they dominate the football game. Give me Indiana. Next up, we go to another ranked squad in the Atlantic Coast Conference. How about Georgia Tech? How about the Yellow Jackets, man? They keep on doing it. I don't know how they do it, but they find a way. Just by hook or by crook, 95-yard fumble return touchdown. Oh, they do it. Caps off an 11-play drive. Duke's on the 5-yard line. They fumble. Georgia Tech picks it up and runs it back to the end zone. It's a game that Duke could have easily been up 17-0. Instead, it's 10-10 going into the fourth quarter, and Georgia Tech takes over in the fourth quarter. Too little, too late. Darian Mensah. I believe if Duke just wasn't stupid, they can probably win that game. If Duke doesn't make some errors, they win that game. And Georgia Tech every single week continues to find ways to win football games. I don't know how they're doing it, just like how I hate on both Georgia Tech and Brigham Young quite a bit recently. I do, because I just don't think they're that good. Brigham Young's much better than Georgia Tech. Like, BYU would beat down G-Tech, in my opinion. Georgia Tech, they're competitive against Wake. They're competitive against Virginia Tech at points, Duke, Clemson, Colorado. It's not a top 7 team. But they're undefeated, and they're a Power 4 squad, so they should be in the top 7. Like, I'm not mad at their ranking. They should be there. And BYU should be in the top 10. They're number 11. It's kind of ridiculous they're not in the top 10. BYU's been more impressive than Georgia Tech has. BYU's playing in the Big 12. They just beat Utah in the Holy War. How is that team? They went to Arizona and won. That's way more impressive than what Georgia Tech's done this season, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying there. Anyways, if Georgia Tech and BYU played, I'm taking Brigham Young to win that football game. I just saw them beat Utah. Now, I thought Utah should have won that game. Like, they were going to win that game. They didn't, is what it is. BYU got the benefit of the doubt on every single call in that football game. But I'm not going to complain about that. I'm not here to complain about that. Anyways, Georgia Tech, Syracuse. Okay, I'm not going to hate on Georgia Tech here, though. They're going to blow Syracuse out. Again, their game's going to come eventually where they lose. But honestly, I'm looking at the schedule now. What game does this team lose? They're going to the ACC title game. They play the weak ACC schedule. No Virginia, no SMU. Pitt maybe gets them, but I don't think so. It's at Georgia Tech. No Miami, no SMU, no Virginia. They played Georgia to end the year. That's non-con, obviously. Could actually become a really big game. I don't know if Georgia's going to keep on winning, but I think Georgia Tech's probably going to be 11-0 for that game, which is insane. It might come down to if Georgia Tech beats Georgia, which they're not going to, but if they do, they're an automatic lock for the playoffs. It's insane. Georgia Tech might be a playoff team this year. What the hell? I know Haynes King, again, right, dual threat. Obviously, he can do a lot. King's dangerous, but the rest of the team, man, and he's not the best passer. I don't fear the pass game out of the Yellow Jackets. It's just look at the teams they've played. They've just found ways to win. Here's the test. If you can blow out this Syracuse team, I'm going to be concerned. A Syracuse team on the road, starting quarterback Steve Angeli out. Ricky Collins, the new quarterback. Collins, he's not that good. There's a reason Angeli beat him out in the offseason. I don't know. Collins, to me, leaves a lot to be desired. And I just don't think Syracuse, obviously they were really good last year with Kyle McCord. They pulled off a huge upset, a very fun game, one of the best games of last year, in my opinion, at home against the Miami Hurricanes. They're just not that same team this year because of the injuries, and that's okay. Again, that's going to happen to you in college football, but it's a low-level team for Georgia Tech to play this week, and it's a team that I 100% expect Georgia Tech to beat. It's to the point where if Georgia Tech does not win this football game, I'm going to they're going to win. It's the point where if Georgia Tech doesn't blow this team out, I'm going to look at them and say, okay, you're even more fraudulent than I thought you were. That's what it is, guys. Georgia Tech, they're going to ride this fraudulent run, and I don't hate on it. It's cool, guys. Georgia Tech's making a run. Georgia Tech's probably going to be a playoff team this year. That's awesome. Georgia Tech's going to ride this all the way to the ACC title game. And they're going to be like, I didn't think SMU was that fraudulent last year, but they're going to be like SMU. They're going to get in the playoffs. It's going to be a 2-bid ACC. They're going to play either Virginia or Miami in the ACC title game. At this rate, it might be Virginia. Virginia's gonna slip up and lose eventually. I think. I don't know, but they'll probably get into the playoffs. Two-loss ACC runner-up who only lost in the championship game plus Georgia. They're gonna put them in. Georgia Tech, if they can just take care of business against Syracuse, NC State, Boston College, Pitt, they're going to get in. Pitt's the toughest game. NC State, BC, I know those are both on the road. They should not lose those games. And they should blow out Syracuse as well. Because if they don't, I'm really going to be questioning them. Give me Georgia Tech at home to win and blow out Syracuse. 17.5 points for Haynes King and the Yellow Jackets to get it done at home. Next up, we move on to another ranked squad. That would be the Virginia Cavaliers. How about UVA, man? How about this team? I mean, it's weird because, again, like Georgia Tech, they just find ways to win, even though I'd say Virginia's more impressive. I know they lost at Raleigh and they're not undefeated. They beat FSU when FSU actually meant something to beat FSU. And guys, I keep talking about FSU keeps losing. We had Stanford at cover last week, and I have been saying Castellanos has been figured out. FSU's been figured out. And they have. Who figured them out first? The Virginia Cavaliers. Anyways, Virginia is a 6-1 team. They're 3-0 in the ACC because the NC State game was a non-con game at the beginning of the season, so they still control their own path. They beat Stanford, they beat Florida State, they beat Louisville. They barely get by against Louisville, but that's an overtime game and that's on the road, and that looks good now because Louisville just beat Miami. They almost lost to Wazoo. They almost lost to the Washington State Cougars at Virginia. Now, I get it. Wazoo has been the biggest pain in the ass to everyone recently, and maybe it's just Wazoo's playing good football. More on them later. They get on the CW network because I think the CW just has the Pac-12 now, I think. Anyways, more on Wazoo in a little bit. They get a random game against Toledo this week, but Washington State has been the biggest pain in the ass for everybody. They almost went to Oxford and beat Ole Miss, and they almost go into Virginia and beat the Virginia Cavaliers. Back-to-back ranked matchups for Wazoo that they almost get. But Virginia survives. Chandler Morris did not play a good game. Wazoo was up by 10 points going into the fourth quarter. Virginia ends up scoring 10 points to get back in the football game. And then a safety with 2 minutes left wins the game for Virginia. And obviously they get it by 2 points, 22-20. They barely survive at home against Wazoo. And now you get the North Carolina Tar Heels. If there was ever a cool down week, here it is. I'm not, guys, Belichick, he's going to have someone cooked up for him. No, he doesn't. North Carolina's been horrible all year long. What changes now? Do I think Virginia's a little bit fraudulent right now? I do. Do I think they go to Cal and win? Actually, I think they do. Here's the thing about the ACC, though. Look at Virginia's schedule. Do they not just win out? At Duke might be tough, but they definitely beat North Carolina on the road. I think they beat Cal. I think they beat Wake Forest. Duke might be difficult. I know they beat VTech. There is nothing Miami can do. Miami needs help now to get back in the ACC title game. By the way, SMU hasn't lost as well in the ACC. You have 3 undefeated teams in the ACC in Tech, Georgia Tech, Virginia, and Southern Methodist. More on SMU later in the video. I'm going Virginia here. I know Virginia has been not impressive recently. Well, just last week. It's a cool down week, man. I mean, you get your biggest win against Louisville. You're coming off a bye week. I guess you're just not ready for that. You overlooked Wazoo maybe because it's a non-con game. That's the only thing I can say about that. But you win it, and you win and survive. That's all you can ask for. That's the name of the game. They're 6-1. You're the number 16th ranked team in the country, and you should have no problems with the lowly North Carolina Tar Heels, a team that's gone back to Gio Lopez at quarterback. Lopez didn't play that poorly in Berkeley against the Cal Bears, but it's not a good team. Nobody's telling me otherwise. Defensively, did they scheme up fairly well against John Kawe Segapulete? They kind of did, and it surprised me how well they were able to play that California offense. They still lost, though. They still lost the football game. I think Virginia gets them here. I think Virginia goes on the road and takes care of business. I think, if anything, they were overlooking Wazoo just like Ole Miss was. And also, now we might just need to say, maybe Wazoo's actually not that bad. I know nobody wants to think that, but it might be kind of the truth. Wazoo's actually not that horrible this season, so I don't know. I know they got blown out in the Apple Cup or whatnot. We'll get more on Wazoo later. For now, I am going to go with Virginia to win and cover on the road in North Carolina. UNC's not good. It's a matter of time before Belichick gets bought out and or fired. Next up, let's go on to another huge matchup in the Southeastern Conference. Didn't talk about it at the Open. In the Open, we were talking about the biggest games and best games this week in college football, but here it is. Here's another one. SEC's got banger after banger after banger. Ole Miss goes on the road to Norman to take on the Oklahoma Sooners. It's a big football game. Ole Miss is coming off a loss on the road at Athens. They were covering the entire game. They were up big. They scored in their first 5 drives. They get in the end zone. Each of their first 5 drives of that football game, and they still lost. You score touchdowns in your first 5 drives, and you can't score in the fourth quarter. Georgia 17 unanswered points to end the football game. The Georgia Bulldogs win it 43-35 and find a way to cover 2. Unbelievable. You're winning the entire game. You score every single drive that you have. And then you get in the fourth quarter and you can't score once. Georgia knocks in a 42-yard field goal to make it an 8-point lead. Don't forget again, line was set at 7.5. And the Georgia Bulldogs win and cover the football game in Athens. So here you go with Trinidad Chambliss, who has now played by far his worst game as a starter. No, I can't. Was it his worst game? He played bad late. I don't know. I'm starting to get a little questionable about Trinidad Chambliss. I am. And now you got to go to Oklahoma. An Oklahoma team that, I don't know why they just, laid a massive egg against Texas. Because that's the only thing on them where I'm like, oh, okay, well, Oklahoma, they're good, but look what happened in the Red River game. John Mateer looked horrible in that one against Texas, and the Longhorns looked like they should have looked all year long. But last week for Oklahoma, an impressive victory on the road at South Carolina, winning at 26-7. That's another I wouldn't even call them an underachieving team. It's a team that we just thought was going to be better this season, and Oklahoma beat them down. 26-7, nothing gets going offensively for the South Carolina Gamecocks. And it's not even like Mateer's playing all that well yet. I mean, Mateer, again, still coming off the hand surgery, only had to miss 1 game against the mighty Kent State Golden Flashes, but nothing that Oklahoma does in that game against South Carolina was, oh wow, look at John Mateer. They're just not asking him to do that much right now, and that's ultimately what you need to do considering what happened in the Texas game and how poor Mateer looked against that really good defense. Oklahoma still ranked, they were 14th going into last week, they're 13th now, and I believe they get Ole Miss, because guys, I think Trinidad Chambliss is figured out. I think he is. You get pressure on him. He's not the best pure thrower. The run game, I mean, no, he did well. The thing is, I don't even want to crap on Chambliss. He played well early in that game, man. He did. Gunnar Stockton played a good football game for Georgia. I don't know. No clutch gene out of Ole Miss, man. I mean, you score on every single drive your first 5 drives, right? Every single drive you score. And then you get into the fourth quarter, 3 and out, essentially 3 and out after 2. Yikes. I think that's one of those losses, though. I mean, you're the 5th ranked team in the country, coming off the highs of, the huge win you have against LSU, and then you blow out, so you just get by Wazoo. And now you get Oklahoma, who plays really good defense. Nobody's really been able to score on this team all year long. The most points anybody scored against Oklahoma is 23, and that's Texas. I'm looking at an offense right now in Ole Miss that struggled, struggled in the fourth quarter. Didn't struggle the entire game, but struggled in the fourth quarter. Now you got to take that again. You played perfectly first 3 quarters, and you still lost. I don't know. I just don't like this out of Ole Miss. I'm going to take Oklahoma at home. Again, that's another reason it's in Norman. I'm going to go Oklahoma to win and cover the 4.5 points. Give me the Oklahoma Sooners at home against the Ole Miss Rebels. On to our next game, and here they are. Way to sell the bag for everybody, Memphis. Way to do it. We could have got in American Athletic Game Day. Not like I wake up in time for game day, but it's okay. We could have gotten it. South Florida, Memphis. Winner goes to the American Championship game, essentially. I know they still have very tough. Both these teams have tough schedules ahead still because it's the American Conference, and there's nothing but dogfight shootouts in this conference. But Memphis lost to the University of Alabama Birmingham Blazers. Oh, my goodness. That's brutal. Yeah, I don't know what else. I don't know what to say about that. It's not a loss you can take. It's not. Kitna gets sat down at UAB. They go to Ryder Burton. Burton plays well. Again, Dilfer gets fired. The sophomore comes in. I believe it's a WVU transfer. I believe Ryder Burton is. And the Blazers win the football game. Everything Memphis can do, well, UAB just matches it the entire football game, essentially. And UAB Eventually pulls away in the third quarter. Memphis loses. Now, starting quarterback and former Nevada Wolfpack quarterback Brendan Lewis gets injured in that game. It is, I believe, I don't know if he's going to be out this week. I'm not sure. They had to go to A.J. Hill, who's a freshman instead. Hill played okay, not obviously at the level Brendan Lewis is playing at, and that's another factor too. Will Brendan Lewis play this week for the Memphis Tigers? And if he does, at what level will Brendan Lewis be playing at for Memphis? That's a problem. It's a problem, right? And it's a problem when you're taking on a team in South Florida that scores every time they touch the ball. Now, I thought FAU could cover last week. That's on me. Okay? FAU did have a punt return called back, and I was feeling pretty good about it early. Obviously, I mean, it was a 21-13 game in the start of the third quarter, but then what happened? South Florida then scored 27 consecutive points. So, that's what happened. But that's the problem with this team. They just score. They have 3 guys who can run the ball. One of them is their quarterback, obviously, and Byron Brown, who's the heart and soul of this team. They are just so tough to stop because every time they touch the football, they are a threat to score. Defense isn't great, but they did enough to shut down a quarterback I think quite highly of in Caden Vetkamp, who did throw 50 passes, completed 35 of them for 244 yards. They shut down the Florida Atlantic Owls, and South Florida quite easily wins that football game after they take over in the third. You now take on Memphis, who's coming off a loss to UAB. Guys, this is what this game reminds me of. It reminds me of JMU ODU last week. And I get it, that little different circumstances, right? James Madison was at home last week against the Old Dominion Monarchs. But Old Dominion was, had a big game ahead, big conference matchup against James Madison, and they lose to Marshall right before. Same thing with Memphis, right? You were ranked going into UAB last week. You lose at UAB, and you had a massive game against South Florida with playoff implications the week after, and you lose it. And I get it. Again, you were not planning, obviously on losing your starting quarterback in Brendan Lewis, but if it has to be A.J. Hill, I don't love the chances for the Memphis Tigers, and that's why I think South Florida is going to win this week. I think Byron Brown and the offense, again, they touch the ball, they score. They've scored 63, 54, 63, and 48 points in 4 straight weeks. Now, that Miami loss is going to still hold huge for the Miami Hurricanes, especially after their loss last week to the Louisville Cardinals. More on them later. But I don't know who South Florida loses to on the schedule. Navy's that team that could beat them. They have to play that game in Annapolis on November 15th. That might be a struggle for them. But that's going to be Navy coming off the Notre Dame game. I don't know. Yeah, South Florida should be going to the playoffs. They should. They should be a playoff team this year, and they're going to beat Memphis, especially without Brendan Lewis. And just that loss to UAB, man. If UAB is scoring 31 points on you, what's South Florida going to do to you? Exactly. Give me USF. Next up, we move on to the Big Ten, and we go to a high-scoring shootout between the Northwestern Wildcats and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. I cannot contain my excitement for this football game. It's going to be points on points on points on points on points. The scoring will never end. Oh my goodness. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There's going to be no points scored. I'm going to take plus 7.5 for Northwestern. Dylan Raiola is completely just tapping in on being Mahomes. If you're watching, watch that game against Minnesota. There are some plays. Raiola throws the ball with his left hand. He legitimately thinks he's Patrick Mahomes. And you know what? He might be. I don't know. Raiola, I'm done hating on the thing. On the Mahomes thing. It was kind of a cringy gimmick, and it kind of is. Mahomes just his idol, and sure, that's great, I guess. I wanted to be Tom Brady once upon a time. But it's I don't know. I mean, it's weird. Raiola did the whole, the Bucs Super Bowl throw that Mahomes did. He's now throwing the ball with his left hand. After he's doing everything like Mahomes. Is crazy. It doesn't matter. They went to Minneapolis and lost 24-6 to the Minnesota Golden Gophers. You finally get ranked. Nebraska gets ranked again, and then you go on the road and you get beat down by Minnesota. Really? That one shocked me. Just the way it happened. You score 6 points in Minnesota. They had that big, 70, 80-yard run in the second quarter, and then Lindsey punched it in with the QB sneak. Man, I don't know. Darius Taylor's not bad, leading running back for Minnesota, but for Nebraska, it was just a poor effort, it felt like, on Friday night in Minnesota. Raiola, Statistically, doesn't look great. I mean, he's kind of the one keeping them in that game. I think it gets forgotten quite a bit. Gets forgotten about quite a bit. Royalo's still really young. Dylan Royalo is a redshirt sophomore. Like, he's got a lot of time left. I mean, last year, again, he was playing as a redshirt freshman. Everyone was clowning on him from the Mahomes game, making sure, again, it was cringy, but the guy was 19. He's 20 now, or 21 now. I don't know his age, but, like, I know he's a redshirt sophomore now, right? Looking at this matchup between Nebraska and Northwestern, I think Northwestern covers just because I think this defense on Northwestern's actually been really good recently, guys. Northwestern's 5-2. They're 3-1 in the Big Ten, and they are this big of dogs at Nebraska. I get it. Again, Nebraska is expected to win the football game, and they probably will, but if I'm getting 7.5 points here on the Northwestern Wildcats, I'm absolutely going to take it. It's another one of these Big Ten teams. I mean, right, like, Northwestern does draw the Iowa comp sometimes because they both don't score. I understand that. But, I mean, they've found ways to win so far in the Big Ten. After starting the year 1-2, dropping a game to Tulane on the road and getting blown out at Tulane. Well, they couldn't score, so that's, they defensive blowout, I'll say. They lost 23-3. And then going to West Illinois, winning 42-7, and then obviously playing the Oregon Ducks and losing 34-14. They have responded in a big way, beating the pre-turnaround UCLA Bruins 17-14, then going out and beating UL Monroe, finding a way to go to Penn State and winning by 1 point. Absolute big time. And then going, obviously, in the last game, or winning at home against Purdue because the Boilermakers can't score, winning the game 19-0. Again, though, that's the Northwestern defense. Does anything they do offensively, wow you with Preston Stone? No, not at all. Preston Stone, there's not really much else they do offensively that's gonna pop off the charts for you. Stone's their guy, and that's about all I can say. I don't know why, for some reason. I'm looking at Northwestern's ESPN page, and I kid you not, their stats, rushing and receiving, are just the Baltimore Ravens stats. This is weird. Like, I'm looking at the stats for Northwestern, and I know Caleb's their leading running back, and for some reason, I'm getting Baltimore Ravens stats from 2021, I think? Because Devontae Freeman, Latavius Murray, what is going on? Tyson Williams, Le'Veon Bell. This is weird. I don't know why it's showing up like this. Regardless, though, Preston Stone, obviously, quarterback for Northwestern, he's not going to do anything that impressively. They just play really good defense, and their offense scores when they kind of need them to. And that's kind of what Iowa does, to a sense. Gronowski sometimes, I don't know, had some really big runs last week for the Hawkeyes, don't get me wrong. But I'm going to go to Northwestern here to cover. It's a game that, if it's a low-scoring game like this, classic Big Ten, anti-shootout, I expect no points. And I expect Northwestern to find a way, personally, to cover 7.5. I mean, I watched the way Nebraska played last week. Not impressed. So I'm going to go Northwestern instead. I'm going to go with the Wildcats here on the road. Plus 7.5 at Nebraska. I think Moneyline's kind of playable for a Northwestern team that has a better record than Nebraska, believe it or not. But I'll go with the spread here. I'm going to take Northwestern plus 7.5 in a defensive battle against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. We go on to our next game, and we stay now in the Big Ten. Rutgers versus Purdue. Bottom of the barrel Big Ten football. You gotta love it. And, normally you think, Northwestern game is usually bottom of the barrel Big Ten football, but I guess this season, we're living in bizarro world, and it's not. Anyways, Rutgers and Purdue. This certainly sounds like a low-level Big Ten football game, because it is. Now, I don't know how low level I can really call the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, though, in all fairness. I mean, look at Rutgers, Rutgers, all right, we're going somewhere with this team. 3-4, but look at their losses. All right, you lose to Iowa at home. You actually score quite a bit against Iowa, but the Hawkeyes take over in the third and fourth quarter, winning the game 38-28. You go to Minnesota, and you lose 31-28, but again, another competitive game. You go to Washington, you only lose by 19 points against a good Huskies team. And then you play Oregon in New Jersey, and you get blown out. Big shocker, right? Like, we knew Oregon was going to bounce back in a big way after getting embarrassed by the Hoosiers over in Eugene. Because, I mean, hey, nobody does that to Oregon, except for Indiana. But that was expected. Rutgers was going to get blown out in that game. Okay, you now get Purdue. Who's worse, Purdue or Wisconsin? I think it's Purdue. It's Wisconsin. I don't know. Wisconsin's played only good teams so far. Anyways, Wisconsin's bad. Purdue's bad. More on Wisconsin later. They play Oregon this week, don't they? Yeah. Great. I'm sure it's going to go splendidly for them. Anyways, The Purdue Boilermakers are back. They've lost 5 consecutive games in the Big Ten. They're 5 consecutive games, but 4 of them in the Big Ten because there's a Notre Dame loss sandwiched in there. I don't know how they scored 30 points in Notre Dame. I get it, that game was over in the third quarter, but that's a one I'm going to look back on and say, oh, they scored 30 against Notre Dame, but they gave up 56 and they lost. Purdue recently has lost to Northwestern 19-0. They lose to Minnesota 27-20. You play Illinois, you lose 43-27. Yikes, 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 and more yikes. Really nothing else to say about this. You don't score. Your defense isn't that good. I'm not impressed. Malachi Singleton got the start last week for the Boilermakers, the sophomore out of Kennesaw, Georgia. He is an Arkansas transfer, played a little bit last year with the Razorbacks off the bench, obviously, as a backup quarterback. Didn't change much. Purdue lost 19-0 at Northwestern in Evanston, Illinois. Yeah. Singleton didn't get the start, but he played because Ryan Brown isn't very good. Purdue's horrible, man. They might not score this week. No, Rutgers' defense is really bad. Ethan Kalamankis, obviously, starting quarterback for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Antoine Raymond leading back. The thing is, here's the thing, though. This is what this game comes down to. I get it's at West Lafayette. I get it's at Purdue. Oh, whatever. One team scores. One team doesn't. You need to score to win football games. For as bad as the Scarlet Knights may be sometimes, at least I can say, you know what? They're going to score. I cannot say the same about the Purdue Boilermakers because they have games where they just get shut out and it's like, all right, well, you can't score if you want to win, or you can't win if you want to. You can't if you want to win. You need to score. I don't trust a damn thing the Purdue Boilermakers do. They went on the road and they looked like crap. They looked horrible on the road. And it's not like, oh, just one game they looked bad. They've looked bad all year long. The Minnesota game was a little impressive, I guess. And yeah, they scored 30 points in Notre Dame. A lot of those points were in garbage time. I'm going to go Rutgers here. I think Rutgers gets it done on the road. I know Kalamankis, again, who's played a lot of Big Ten football, whether it be in Minneapolis for the Golden Gophers, whether it be in Piscataway, New Jersey, wherever the hell the city is in New Jersey. He's played Big Ten football. He's won Big Ten games before. Kalamankis, if I can count anything, he's going to put up numbers. So I'm going to go here with the Rutgers Scarlet Knights going on the road and beating the Purdue Boilermakers. I'm going to go Rutgers -2.5. Actually, I think really good value here. Yeah, it's a road game for them, and Rutgers hasn't won an FBS game since beating Miami of Ohio back in September, early September. And they beat Ohio by 3 points, which at the time we're like, oh, Parker Navarro and Ohio, they're pretty good. Are they really, though? They went to Ball State and lost a couple weeks ago. But the parity in the MAC's so crazy. I'll talk about that later once we get into our MAC portion of the video because they're coming up in a second. A couple minutes. But regardless, I'm going to go with the Rutgers Scarlet Knights to win and cover. Again, Kalamankis and the guys should be able to win this game. Give me Rutgers on the road -2.5 against the lowly Purdue Boilermakers. Next up, we stay with Power 4 football. I love this line. Absolutely love this line. Southern Methodist, the Mustangs, are on the road, and they're only 3.5-point favorites at Wake Forest. Why? Why are they only 3.5-point favorites? I mean, thank you. I'll take it. I'll happily take this line for the Southern Methodist Mustangs. It does not make sense to me. They should be way bigger favorites here against Wake Forest. SMU has figured it out, and I never completely wrote off SMU. I still took SMU last week to go into Clemson and cover against Clemson. I thought there was a very good chance that they were going to beat the Tigers, and obviously they did. They lost to Baylor and TCU. Two good offenses. One of those games they lost in double overtime in a game in which they scored 45 points, and Baylor made a crazy comeback in the fourth quarter to send the game to OT, where ultimately, the Baylor Bears won it. And then they ended up going to Fort Worth, Texas, and losing to Texas Christian. Okay, again, that's going to happen. You're going to lose games against good Big 12 schools. They still have yet to lose in the ACC, though. And you look at the teams they're playing, they get the wrong end of the ACC schedule. Do not get me wrong. Obviously, they found their way to the ACC title game last year. They found their way to the postseason last year, and they had to play really a bad ACC schedule. I get it. So that's why this year they've been treated with Miami and Louisville in the span of 4 weeks. That's coming up. But anyways, hey, Miami's going to have to go to Dallas, and now all of a sudden that's not a walk in the park for Miami. Considering the way that they're playing, considering the way SMU's playing, It's not an easy game anymore for the Hurricanes. I don't know, guys. Miami's in serious trouble. I'll talk about that later. They play, the juggernaut Cardinals. The Cardinal. They go from playing the Cardinals to the Cardinal this week. But anyways, you can't write off SMU. Look at Kevin Jennings. I always thought he'd figure it out. Kevin Jennings next year going into his senior season, probably back at SMU. I mean, expect big things out the guy's senior season. I'm telling you, watch out. Wake Forest is playing good football, but they're not good enough to beat SMU. Wake Forest is 1-2 in the ACC. Both their home games they lost. They beat crappy VTech on the road because VTech sucks. But when they played, at home in the ACC, they've lost both. NC State goes into Winston-Salem, beats them. Georgia Tech goes in there and beats them by 1 point. It was that game I keep talking about it, but it was such a weird outing. Wake Forest goes for 2 in overtime when they're at home. It's a tie game, or it's a 1 point game. Kick the extra point, go into double overtime. You get the ball first. They go for 2 to try to end the game at home. What are you doing? If you're on the road, I get it. You're at home. Go play for a second overtime. You had Georgia Tech up against the ropes, and they let it slip. Horrible performance out of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. But they're coming off back-to-back wins, right? You beat VTech on the road, and then you blow out Oregon State. Now, anybody can blow out Oregon State because Oregon State sucks. Now, Deshaun Purdy got the start for the Demon Deacons at Oregon State. Again, I think any quarterback could see a lot of success. Purdy, obviously, right, former quarterback at Charlotte, transferred to go to Wake Forest to back up Robbie Ashford this season, and it makes sense, right? Deshaun Purdy, still a sophomore, still very capable. He can be really good at a Power 4 program like Wake Forest, and I assume he's going to be handed the keys fairly soon, if not legitimately right now, because Robbie Ashford hasn't played well this season. He hasn't. Robbie Ashford, right, former Oregon quarterback, a guy who has had quite a bit of hype around him at one point in time. If I'm not mistaken, he was a pretty good high school player. I think played at South Carolina at one point. He's made the rounds quite a bit. Played at Auburn, but he got injured last week going into the Oregon State game 2 weeks ago. Thumb injury. Deshaun Purdy made the start. I believe Robbie Ashford's going to be back, even though I kind of feel like you might just need to start Deshaun Purdy at this point, but you're not going to bench your senior quarterback in his final year, especially when if you don't play Deshaun Purdy, you get this sophomore year back with him next season. You can't have him play more than 4 games. So if I had to guess, it's going to be Robbie Ashford for the rest of the season. That's fine. It is what it is. I'm going to go SMU here. I am. I look at Wake and I'm like, all right, well, Ashford's back. I think they get worse, actually. You don't run the ball. You run the ball all right with Claiborne. SMU's defense isn't very good, but ultimately this game comes down to, can Wake Forest get into a shootout with SMU and win? Are they well equipped? Are they equipped enough to win this style of game against the Southern Methodist Mustangs? The answer to that question is no. The way SMU's been playing, they do not have what it takes to beat this team. Kevin Jennings, a really good receiving core, TJ Harden, CJ2K Jr. out the backfield, hell no. SMU's playing really good football, and don't look now, but SMU could find themselves back in the playoffs because of the opportunity they're going to get against Miami and Louisville. Will they win both those games? I don't know, but both of those games are in Dallas. You can envision a world where SMU actually gets back in the playoffs for the second consecutive season. Who would have thought the powerhouse in Dallas? But I'm going to take SMU to beat Wake Forest on the road. This is one of my favorite bets this week. SMU on the road -3.5 at Wake. Next up, we go to the Big 12. Battle of Kansas on Turner Network on TNT. K-State goes on the road to take on the Kansas Jayhawks. Obviously, Big 12 matchup here. Both teams are 2-2 this year in the Big 12, and both teams have traded wins and losses over the last 3 or 4 weeks. Now, Kansas State, right, had the worst start to the season team could possibly have. You go to Ireland, and nobody wants to go to Ireland to play football anymore. And Kansas State went there and lost by 3 points. They then come back, beat North Dakota, lose to Army on their own home turf, go to Arizona and lose. They beat UCF, lose to Baylor on the road, and then actually put it on Texas Christian in their last game 2 weeks ago. They've had a full week off now, going into this game with the Kansas Jayhawks, a Kansas team that is very capable, but hasn't really put the pieces together yet this season. However, look at their losses now, though. At the time in which they happened, it was like, all right, you let Mizzou put 42 points on you. You lose a shootout to Cincinnati and Brendan Sorbsey, and then you lose to Texas Tech. We knew that game was going to be difficult for them. But okay, look at it now. Missouri's ranked 13th in the country. They're playing Vandy this week, where if they win, they're a top 10 team. Cincinnati might be playing in the Big 12 title game this year. They're really good with only a 3-point loss to Nebraska. Cincy's a top 20 team in the country now, and I'll tell you what, they will beat BYU later in the regular season at Cincinnati, so just watch out for that. And then Texas Tech, really good team. Obviously, you know, they lost last week at Arizona State because that's just where ranked teams go to die, and obviously Brendan Morton was not healthy. Will Hammond played, and they said, Will Hammond, just go run the ball 15 times, because that's what we think can win the game the best. Really? Okay. A very questionable strategy out of Texas Tech in the Arizona State game, because that team is so good and they are so talented, and they played that ASU game in the dumbest possible way they could possibly play it. Not my problem. Not my problem, because now we have Kansas versus Kansas State. Kansas should win. Someone in Kansas is going to win. No, it's going to be the Jayhawks, I believe. I think it's going to be Kansas that wins this game over Kansas State. Why? I don't think Kansas State can keep up. I don't think we see much defense here, but it's a matter of which offense is going to blink first. Over-under for this game is 56.5, which actually isn't the highest. I mean, Rutgers-Purdue's got 59.5 on it. Obviously, USF-Memphis, I believe, has the highest over-under this week at 65.5. I don't think I can find a higher one than that. If I do, I'll let you know. No, I can't. So it's a relatively high line, but not the highest. How the next game we're going to talk about has a line of 62.5. So more on that in a second. But I look at this game and I'm like, I just don't think Kansas State's offense can go on the road and translate, because ultimately, and I get it, again, you're playing an in-state game, right? You're going from Manhattan, Kansas, right, to Lawrence, Kansas. But K-State, every game on the road this season, they've lost. And I get it. They played a competitive game at Waco. They almost beat Baylor. They missed a kick at the end of the game to potentially take the lead and win it, obviously, as time expired. But it's a team that's yet to go on the road and win this season, whether it be in Ireland, in Tucson, Arizona, or in Waco, Texas. It is not translated on the road just yet. And I do have to give credit to K-State, because I thought their season was over. I thought they were done. And Avery Johnson actually hasn't played that badly. It's been everything around him that hasn't gone that well this season for the Kansas State Wildcats. But ultimately, Kansas should get the better of them tonight. Jalen Daniels, Unk as a college football player. Now he's like 23. But Jalen Daniels, right, he's played a sneaky, really good year this year. And Emmanuel Henderson's had a great year so far out at the receiver position for Kansas. 500-plus yards this year for Henderson. Jalen Daniels has 1,800 passing yards, 18 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's just not really getting talked about too much, because Kansas just gets into some of these games where they're down big early. Well, not really. They haven't been down big all year long, but they just get in these games where there's shootouts and they don't really play defense, and all their offense puts up points, but they just don't get talked about because they're Kansas and they're 4-3, right? That's just the only problem the Jayhawks have. They'll beat K-State here, though. Kansas State will not be able to keep up with this offensive attack. I will be shocked if they do, okay? So I'm going to go Kansas here at home. They're the better team compared to them in Kansas State. Last year, obviously, when these two Kansas teams played, K-State was much better, though, and K-State beat them over in Manhattan. Last time they played in Lawrence, K-State won as well. When's the last time Kansas won this matchup? I mean, it has to be pre-pandemic, yeah, because they were horrible during the pandemic. Has Kansas not won this in 10-plus years? Oh, my goodness. Well, because Kansas football has been bad for a very long time. So, I mean, if I'm Kansas, I'm pumped for this game, because we haven't beat K-State since, oh my goodness, when's the last time they beat K-State? It's been a very long time. Has it been pre-2010s? Hold on. I mean, again, if I'm Kansas, you got to beat K-State here, because you finally have the team that can actually do it in the Sunflower Showdown. The last time Kansas beat K-State, 2008. Wasn't that the year Kansas was ranked like 4th, the second to last week of the season? They haven't won this game since the Bush administration. Oh my goodness. Is that not insane? But they actually now have the team to do it. So I think Kansas gets it done. I'm going Kansas. Somehow they still lead the total series between them and K-State 65-52, because, well, they won all the games back in the early 1900s. So there's that. But I'm going to go Kansas to finally get one on Kansas State. I'm not going to play into the history. I'm going to look at what have both teams done this season. Kansas has been the better team. This is finally the year that the Jayhawks do it. Guys, we have gone through 3 presidential administrations since this team has beat K-State. We went through the Obama, four Obama administration, Trump 1 administration, Biden administration, Trump 2 administration since they've beaten Kansas State. Holy crap, is that not insane? Give me Kansas here. Next up, we go to the Sun Belt, Fun Belt, Old Dominion at home against Appalachian State. I watched the entire Old Dominion JMU game. Again, I try to watch as many games as possible. If I don't, obviously, I watch the highlights because I can't watch all 3 hours of every game every week. But again, I'm usually tapped in at least to every single team. At least I try every single week. But I did watch the full ODU JMU game because that game was hilarious. JMU wins the game 63-27. Now, I did have quite a bit of money on James Madison in that football game, and I was getting concerned early, right? I'm getting very concerned early because I first play of the game, I'm late to turn this game on my TV as I'm trying to manage the Indiana game at the same exact time. The Indiana game, and I'm trying to put on UFC at the same time. Regardless, though, first play of the game, I'm late to my television, and I'm like, oh, 7-0 ODU. I'm like, all right, well, they must just return a kick or something. Or first play touchdown. I know, again, obviously, Colton Joseph's capable of that. No, fumble recovery touchdown on the kick off return. Nice. Way to go, JMU. Alonzo Barnett then runs for a 58-yard touchdown. I'm getting excited. I looked down at my phone. Obviously, the real app's ahead of my TV. I see 98-yard touchdown, Trey Brown. What? And then JMU responds by having a 65-yard touchdown from Alonzo Barnett's passing touchdown. It's back and forth. No team can get a stop. They both actually exchanged one stop in the first half. But anyway, the game goes into halftime 28-7, right? Huge stop for JMU at the end of the first half. They actually got the ball back and couldn't get into field goal range in time, so they just went to halftime up by 1 point. ODU gets the ball right away. They have to punt to James Madison. James Madison gets the ball back, scores on their first drive. ODU gets the ball back. They go 3 and out. JMU then goes 3 and out. They get a first down. They have to punt. ODU muffs the punt, and that's where it really just started to unravel for the Old Dominion Monarchs. Because James Madison outscored this football team in the second half 35-0. It was 28-7 at halftime, and ODU didn't score in the second half. Interesting. It really is. I mean, you go out the first 2 quarters and you dominate. You're looking great. I'm really concerned having James Madison. And then, the end of the game, it turns out, okay, well, JMU outgained you in yards 624 to 285. Alonzo Barnett, 300 passing yards, 153 rushing yards. And the narrative around James Madison for most of the season's been, yeah, Barnett's a good runner, but Matthew Sluka's a better runner. But nope, doesn't matter. That's why Alonzo Barnett's the starting quarterback. He can run, he can throw. Now, again, this is not about James Madison, but they don't play this week, so I felt like it was a good time to talk about them. Instead, let's talk about Old Dominion versus Appalachian State. I think App State covers, guys. I like what App State's been doing recently. They score points, and the move to go from A.J. Swan to J.J. Cole has been the best decision they've possibly made. A.J. Swan was an interception machine, and you go now to the 6'7" quarterback in J.J. Cole, a guy who can just launch it downfield. Big time, man. J.J. Cole's good. And I know they lost last week in a competitive game and in a shootout last week to the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. Oddly enough, the Chants just continue to find ways to win games through their injury problems. It's insane. I give the Chants quite a bit of credit this season. But Appalachian State, I know, can score, and Old Dominion has no defense. Now, their offense is good, except for when they get into the second half against James Madison and Colton Joseph can't find his receivers. But I expect a lot of points here. And I think App State might be able to go shot for shot here, essentially, with the ODU Monarchs. And I think they're able to keep up. So 13.5 points, I don't think that's enough. If we get 14.5 or 14.5 points for Appalachian State, even better. That's a perfect line. Because, guys, this team scored 37 and 41 points in back-to-back week. I get it. That's against Georgia State, and that's against Coastal Carolina. ODU's got a good offense, as we've seen the last 2 weeks, getting 63 put on them against JMU and getting 48 put on them against the Marshall Thundering Herd. They give up points. So if App State can just find ways to score, they'll be fine in this spot. I'm going to go Appalachian State here on the road to cover 13.5 points against the Old Dominion Monarchs. I like the spot quite a bit for App State. I think they should be able to cover on the road plus 13.5. Again, 14, even better, 14.5, we're golden. Next up, Let's go to the MAC, and we go to MACtion. Kent State, the Golden Flashes. I mean, it's a new Kent State team, right? I look at Kent State through different eyes now because of their one win now in MAC play, first time since 2023. Obviously, a couple weeks ago, they beat the UMass Minutemen 42-6. So you're thinking, all right, Kent's got some momentum, right? Big game against Toledo at the Glass Bowl. They got blown out like we thought they were going to, right? All things must come to an end, and unfortunately for the Kent State Golden Flashes, their winning streak has ended with, drum roll please, a horrible drum roll, a one-game winning streak. Oh. Yeah, that's all Kent got. And that's just the thing with Kent State, right? They just get blown out against everybody other than UMass, essentially. Or an FC. Well, no, they didn't. They beat Merrimack by 4 points, an FCS school. But they played Buffalo tight, too. I don't know. I have something to say about Buffalo later in the video, and I'll give you my thoughts about the Buffalo Bulls in a little bit, because I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore with the Buffalo Bulls. But Kent State last week, again, a 45-10 loss against Toledo. They have fully committed back again to Drew DeShields as their quarterback, and why wouldn't you? Drew DeShields took his beatdowns from those Power 4 schools. I'm talking Florida State. I'm talking Oklahoma. Actually, Devin Cardman played quite a bit in the Oklahoma game, but DeShields took the beatdown against Texas Tech, and he wins them their first game in years against UMass. Awesome. Remember, again, Kent State went 0-12 last season with a loss to, what was it, Sacred Heart? Am I not mistaken, right? It was Sacred Heart? Sacred Heart. St. Francis. I should know that. We're getting back into the college basketball swing of things in a couple weeks. That's bad. That's really bad. Anyways, St. Francis 0-6 this year. Wow. Regardless, though, Sacred Heart. Kent State finally wins, and now they get Bowling Green. So last weekend they lose 45-10 to Toledo. Bowling Green comes into town. I think Bowling Green should blow them out. I mean, if you want to play weird MAC math, which doesn't work because anybody in the MAC can beat anybody, and anybody in the MAC can lose to anybody, with the exception of really Kent State and UMass and Northern Illinois, and not even East Michigan. They can somehow pull something out of their ass sometimes. Bowling Green actually beat Toledo 2 weeks ago. Like, riddle me that. I don't know. That's weird. You know, how? Drew Pine has been sat down in favor of Lucian Anderson. I'm gonna be honest, like, Anderson won them a game against Toledo, where Pine got hurt and they brought in Anderson. Anderson doesn't do anything that exceptionally well. He doesn't. I think Pine's still hurt, but Anderson's all right. He's a dual threat guy. He had a 75-yard touchdown in that Louisville game. It was a blowout, but he scored one garbage time. He's a dual threat. He ran for 53 yards in the Central Michigan loss, and that's pretty much the biggest thing he can offer, at least in comparison to Drew Pine. But, I mean, he's not great. But here's the thing. You're playing Kent State, and this is the showcase game, right? You're playing a pretty bad football team that doesn't really play the best defense. Yeah, they play great defense against UMass, but again, UMass for a reason. UMass is ass for a reason. Nice. See, like that one. Bowling Green should be fine here. I mean, they did beat Toledo, and we talked about that last week. Like, they pulled every trick in the book against Toledo. They ran trick plays. They did everything to beat that team, and they did it. They found a way to do it. I think they'll beat Kent State here. I think so. I mean, maybe they're just not motivated when they play teams that aren't in Ohio. Maybe that's it, right? They were kind of competitive against the Bobcats. You beat Toledo. You lose Central Michigan. Well, they don't play in the state. And then, okay, here we go. Now we get Kent State. They should blow out Kent State. Blowout's kind of a strong word. They should win by 2 touchdowns, okay? Lucian Anderson, Bowling Green should be able to win the football game. Yeah, they lost their NFL talent, obviously, but I'm going to go Bowling Green winning this football game, and they should be able to cover the 8.5 points as well. Next up, we stay in the Mid-American, as we have got the Ohio Bobcats taking on the Eastern Michigan Eagles. So there, again, are the aforementioned Ohio Bobcats with Parker Navarro, a team that was expected to be the front runners, I guess, of the MAC this year. But how weird is the Mid-American Conference? Nobody has a better record than 4-3, yet actually 6 teams have 4-3 records, and multiple teams have 3-4 records. Now, again, it's the MAC's duty to be the, bottom fillers, it's the MAC's duty to take beatings, obviously, from Power 4 schools every single season. But you know what? What if a MAC team like Western Michigan that one year when they went 12-0 just said, you know what? We're not going to take beatings anymore. We're going to schedule crappy CUSA teams. We're going to schedule FCS schools, and we're going to try to be 4-0 going into MAC play. What if a school did that out the MAC and didn't just get their money? Like, is it written in the bylaws of the Mid-American Conference that you have to take beatings from Power 4 schools? It might be, because everyone does it. I get it, they need money, but, what if a team just said, we're just going to actually try to win games in the MAC or before the MAC starts? I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought. Anyways, Ohio tried to fight that off. They almost beat Rutgers. They beat West Virginia. But even if they won both those games, have fun at the shoe. Go to Columbus. They lost. Now, in MAC play, they haven't been that impressive. Actually, post, the first 3 Power 4 games they played a really competitive game against Gardner-Webb, which made no sense. They beat Bowling Green, lost to Ball State, who I guess is 2-1 in the MAC, and then beat Northern Illinois, who can't score. I mean, Ohio's got talent. I'm not going to deny that. Parker Navarro, again, is very capable. He hasn't played lights out, I'm not going to lie, in the MAC so far this season. They've got a good run game. Their lead running back, Say Bangura, I believe is how you pronounce his name, has played fairly well this season. Parker Navarro, obviously, is a rushing threat as well for the Ohio Bobcats. But you're taking on an EMU team that's just good enough to lose every single week. That's kind of how I approach Eastern Michigan, because regardless of how the game plays out, it can be a low-scoring game, it can be a defensive battle, it can be a shootout. It doesn't matter. Like, Eastern Michigan is going to find ways to be kind of competitive, and they're just going to find a way to lose it at the same time. It's either sometimes, they're just close the entire game, sometimes they just make the score look close, or sometimes they, like last week against Miami of Ohio, they're just hovering around being down 14 points the entire game. That's how it works. I mean, Miami of Ohio gets out to a 14-0 lead, and then EMU scores, and then they literally just exchange touchdowns the rest of the game. Good on EMU, but they lose it, obviously, right by 14 points. Noah Kim has, accepted the role of just being the gunslinger when down 1 million points every single week, and that's cool. Good for him. I mean, go out, playing football here at EMU rather than sitting the bench at Coastal or Michigan State like he would have been doing if he had stayed at either of those programs. Maybe he would have started. No, there's a reason he left Coastal. We couldn't start there last year anyway. Regardless, though, EMU is probably not going to beat Ohio because, again, EMU plays teams at the way that their opponents want to play. So if they play, a defensive squad like, I don't know who they've played so far, Northern Illinois, they'll just stay in the game with Northern Illinois. They won it 16-10. I mean, I'd hope you beat NIU. But then you play a team that can actually score points like Buffalo or Miami of Ohio, and they get into shootouts and they lose. Don't forget, this team lost to Long Island University, the Sharks, earlier in the season, but whatever. They're going to play. They are going to keep pace. I think this game's going to look very similar to how they played Miami of Ohio. And I get it. They were on the road last week in Oxford, Ohio, and now they're going to be back at home in wherever the hell EMU's at in Michigan. Ypsilanti, Michigan? Yep, got that one right, didn't I? Anyways, they're going to play that game at Michigan, and, they'll be within that 14-point range the entire game against Ohio, but Ohio will win it. And Navarro, trust me, can outduel Noah Kim. So I'm going to go the Ohio Bobcats here on the road, minus 10.5 at Eastern Michigan. They will beat the EMU Eagles, who, again, are good enough just to lose, right? They're the world's best losers. Is that harsh? Nah, because it's the truth. They're fun, kind of, sometimes, but give me Ohio. Next up, we go to the weekly 9:45 SEC game every single week. There's always that one 9:45 SEC game on the SEC network. It never fails. Never fails. Here it is, right? Auburn taking on Arkansas. This is a tough one to pick. It is, right? In Fayetteville at Razorback Stadium. I'm going with the Arkansas Razorbacks here, though, because they're at home. I think these are two tightly contested teams. They don't play the same at all. Don't get me wrong. This is a clash of styles, right? Auburn, low scoring, they win defensive games, right? They're going to win games in the trenches. They're going to try to pound the rock on you, kind of, sometimes. At least they try. Like last week, again, big running game out of Jeremiah Cobb. Anyways, right, like Jackson Arnold can run. Jeremiah Cobb can run. They're going to try to win that gritty, low scoring game. Like last week, right? They played a double overtime game, and it was still a gritty, low-scoring game that they couldn't win. More on the overtime portion of that game in a second. The Arkansas Razorbacks are the exact opposite. They get into shootouts every single week, and they lose shootouts every single week. They've been competitive in every shootout they've played this year, except for the one where they hosted Notre Dame. And they got blown out as the Irish beat them 56-13 in Fayetteville. Other than that, though, Arkansas loses to Ole Miss on the road only by 6 points, 41-35. They had a game that they should have won in Memphis, but they lost it by 1 point. They lost to Notre Dame 56-13. They went to Tennessee and lost by 3 points at Rocky Top 34-31. And then just last week, they almost beat A&M, and that would have been a massive victory for that program against number 4 Texas A&M, and the Aggies pulled it out. Back and forth affair, kind of. It was one of those games that were like Arkansas, like in the second half, like Arkansas was just trailing A&M, and they made it look close at the end. They were really, A&M sealed it with like 7 minutes to go up 10. But regardless, though, right, like Arkansas was in the game. They were in the game at halftime. They were in it. I'll say that at halftime it was a 1-point game. They were down by 1. Taylon Green's fun to watch. He is. It's just he's not really surrounded by the best talent, and especially it's that defense, man. It is the defense. It sucks for Taylon Green's senior season. He's on a team that, again, doesn't really get stops. Of course, former Boise State quarterback. Mike Washington's been putting up big numbers all year long. Taylon Green, obviously, very good runner of the football as well. He's got 600 yards on the ground and 1,900 passing yards. And Omega Blake has had a big year, obviously, receiving wise as well, 582 receiving yards. It's a 2-5 football team. Who's going to get their way of how they want to play this week? I think it's going to be the team at home. I think it's going to be the team in Fayetteville. I think it's going to be Arkansas. I think Arkansas is able to put up big numbers this week against Auburn. I look at Auburn, I'm just like, man, like, you know, you had that game at home against Missouri. It was the first road game Missouri played all year long. You're winning in the fourth quarter, and it takes Bo Perbula and Mizzou a whole minute to go 60 yards on you. I get it. There was a penalty on that drive, 2 penalties on that drive. There's 2 15-yard penalties. There was a pass interference, and there was a roughing the passer on Auburn on that drive. But you let Auburn walk down the field on you. You had a chance you had a chance in overtime to win it. It's tied 17-17, and you miss a field goal in your first overtime drive. Mizzou missed a field goal too, but then who actually scored in the second overtime? Missouri scored and scored 6 points, missed the 2-point, and then Auburn could not get into the end zone. They went 4 and out in the second overtime. Yikes. I don't trust Auburn's ability to score. I don't, and especially when if Arkansas can just get up multiple scores, like legitimately, if Arkansas can get up 10 points in this game, it's going to be very tough for Auburn to get back into it just because of how Auburn plays. It's run heavy, Jackson Arnold, Jeremiah Cobb. Yeah, you got, a couple good receivers in this program. Cam Coleman had 108 yards last week against Missouri, but you're just not a team that's really equipped to come back from behind. Arkansas, they want to be ahead in games. They just haven't been able to. Again, Taylon Green, back-to-back weeks with 256 yards passing, huge running games in both of his last 2. And you look at their lead back and Mike Washington, back-to-back 140-yard games on the ground. They've been right there. They were right there in the Memphis game. They've been competitive against Tennessee, A&M, Ole Miss. I mean, this is by far the easiest game they will get in a while in the SEC. They play Mississippi State next week, sure, and I get it. SEC schedules a gauntlet every single week. I mean, there is no easy games in the South. This is the game Arkansas should get. I like the Razorbacks quite a bit. Even money. I just don't think Auburn's able to play the style of game with them. I'll be damned if Arkansas's offense gets shut down for extended periods in this game. I'm going with Arkansas at home in Fayetteville against Auburn. And next up, we go back to the MAC. And okay, here's my thing with Buffalo, guys. If you've been watching, and if you haven't, again, make sure to join us every single week. We do this every single week. And if you've gotten to this point in the video, hey, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. I mean, we're over an hour and a half in. We are definitely not halfway through the video just yet. So again, this is just what we do out here, guys. But if you've been watching, I'm high on Buffalo. And yes, I give an opinion on every single team every single week. So I have my thoughts about legitimately every single team in the country. But I've been high on Buffalo for a very long time. Buffalo was one of our go-to teams last year. I loved picking the Buffalo Bulls, especially with CJ Agbana. Obviously, Agbana graduates and Tyquan Roberson's the new starting quarterback. But Buffalo's a team that was so unimpressive non-con this year. They played a really tight game against Minnesota, which made me very optimistic in Tyquan Roberson's first ever game as a Bull. And then they beat St. Francis, the team I was blanking on earlier, that beat Kent State last season. Yes, the FCS squad that beat them. And then Buffalo opens their MAC schedule by beating Kent State on the road, sure, but they beat Kent State by 3 points. Buffalo last year when they played Kent, I get it was end of the year in Buffalo, they beat him by 36 points. It was a game that I had a lot of money on, minus like 22.5 on Buffalo, and they easily beat up on Kent State last year. This year, played them really competitively. So then Buffalo plays their 2 non-con games after. They play Troy and they play UConn. Both at Buffalo, 2 games they should win. I get it, Tyquan Roberson was injured for the UConn game, but they lost both. Sure, they're both very, very competitive, but here's my thing. Buffalo, every game they play is 1 score. 31-28 against Kent State. 21-17 loss to Troy. That's pre-Tucker Kilcrease Troy, by the way. 20-17 loss to UConn. 31-30 victory over Eastern Michigan in overtime. A game where EMU went for the 2 to win. They failed miserably, so Buffalo gets the win. And then last week, they go to UMass, and they should have lost to UMass. Again, check out Greedo Plays clips for my full reaction to that game. Who am I kidding? I'm just going to give it to you right now. Again, Greedo Plays clips. I give reactions to games almost every single day I do. There's always content on TikTok. Greedo Plays clips. Again, make sure to go check that out. Regardless, though, if you watch that game, Buffalo, they lost. The game's over. They throw an interception to UMass with a minute left in the clock. Buffalo's got all 3 timeouts, but they're down by 2 points. 2. Pretty sure they're down 1. They're down 1 point, I think. Or is it 2? It was 1 or 2 points. I think it was 1. They're down 1 point with a minute to go. And Roberson throws a pick. I don't know where he was throwing. He was throwing that to Narnia, and there was nobody in the area except for a UMass defender. UMass picks it off. Roberson, is at 300-something yards passing, and UMass, they get the pick, and he waves goodbye. UMass was at home, but he waves goodbye to the home crowd. We did it, UMass. It's like Jason Tatum. We did it. We won a game. UMass gives the ball right back to Buffalo. Again, Buffalo saved the 3 timeouts. UMass gets an unsportsmanlike conduct. So they back up. They have 1st and 22 on first down, or 1st and whatever. Yeah, I think it was 1st and 22 on first down. They get stuffed. They go backwards. 2nd and 24. They just get stuffed. Go backwards. 3rd down. Okay, this is bad, but just run the ball. Okay, you're not going to throw it over their head on 3rd and 24. Just run the ball. Make them burn the last time out. UMass threw the ball. UMass throws the ball. Time stops. You save Buffalo a timeout. And Buffalo got the ball back. They returned the kick back to the 45-yard line, and Roberson throws the ball over their head. After 2 plays, Buffalo wins the game 28-21. Scored touchdown. Yep, not even the field goal. They win it. But here's my problem with Buffalo. Why are you that tight with UMass? UMass is horrible. I just saw Kent beat UMass by 40 points. Again, I like Buffalo. I've been such a big Buffalo Bulls guy all year long and last season too. But man, am I concerned about this team right now. They are undefeated in the MAC. They are 3-0, and we talk about all the time, anybody can beat anybody in the Mid-American. Buffalo has benefited from a pretty weak schedule, and that schedule is still pretty weak until their final 2 weeks against Miami of Ohio and back-to-back. Right now, it's Akron, Bowling Green, Central Michigan. 3 games they should win. They should beat Akron at home. I'm done picking Buffalo to cover spreads, though. They just keep teams in the game. And I get it, Akron's been very unimpressive this season. They have that 1 win over Central Michigan, but they got blown out against Toledo. Didn't play that well against Miami of Ohio and Ball State. But you know what? I'm done relying on the Buffalo Bulls to blow anybody out. I'm done relying on the Buffalo Bulls to cover against anybody. I will not do that again. I will not continue to make that mistake. So I'm going to go with Akron here to cover on the road. What does Akron do well? I don't know. Ben Finley's been playing better recently. Jordan Gant, their running back, isn't bad. That's what I can say about the Akron Zips. Other than that, I don't got much. Not because, not because I can't name, I can't name anymore because I've watched this team play. They're not impressive, right? Again, Finley got hurt at one point. Brandon Ragow became the quarterback. Well, actually, it's Michael Johnson, the senior from Kings Academy High School over in San Jose, California. He started, didn't play well. They went to Brandon Rogow, and it was like, all right, well, we need Ben Finley back. And Finley came back, and he's been good. I think Akron should cover here against Buffalo. I like the Bulls a lot. They will win this game. They're going to go 4-0 in the Mid-American Conference. But I'll be very concerned about this team. Even how next week when they go to Bowling Green, do we really think Buffalo's going to win? They're going to be like a 6.5, 7.5 point favorite next week at Bowling Green. Do they really win that game, though, is the question. I don't know. Until further notice, I think you fade Buffalo's spread. Expect them to keep on winning because, again, good teams, they will find a way to win. They don't care about our betting lines. But yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about Buffalo once they start to play better and, just all around just better teams in the MAC. So it is what it is. I'm going to go Buffalo to win. Akron plus 10.5. Next up, we go on to Rice versus UConn at Rice Stadium in Houston, Texas. UConn coming off the big win last week against Boston College. What did I say? Boston College sucks. I mean, it was a game that I picked. I picked UConn to win. It was even money. I didn't care the game was in Boston because, we've watched and we know Boston College sucks. It's as simple as that. So we knew UConn was going to win that football game. UConn's 5-2 this season. 2 losses are on the road at Delaware, an overtime game where they lost again to Nick Minchiucci and the Blue Hens, and a loss in overtime at Syracuse. What have they done since? They've won 4 straight games. Beating Ball State, beating Buffalo on the road, beating FIU, and beating Boston College on the road. I want to see UConn play in the MAC. Or I want to see them play in the American. Yeah, I think the American actually be better for this team. I don't know. Again, there's going to be some big turnover next year for the squad. Because Joe Fagano is a senior this year. I don't know what they're going to be next year. Cam Edwards is a senior too, right? No, Cam Edwards is a junior. He's their lead back who's been really good this season. He's got 700 yards so far in 7 games. He's been really reliable for them. Skylar Bell, their leading receiver, has got 700 yards too. I mean, UConn's been a unit this season. But yeah, the Huskies are in that weird spot, obviously, right? Non-con schedule every single season, so they're just piecing together games. They'll take teams from the MAC, they'll take teams from the CUSA, they'll get their couple Power 4 games. But hey, they beat an ACC team already. Duke's going to come into UConn later in the season. It would be a phenomenal basketball matchup every single year, but they obviously play in football too. Again, college basketball starts up November 2nd. Can't wait. November 2nd or 3rd? I think 2nd. Regardless, though, UConn's going on the road to Houston to take on the Rice Owls. I mean, gone are the days of E.J. Warner and Luke McCaffrey. Rice is just Rice now. They're not that good. It's bad when your quarterback 2 weeks ago, your starting quarterback threw for 33 yards. Yeah. Chase Jenkins. Rice tried a bunch of quarterbacks last week against UTSA, and you have a problem when you play 4 different quarterbacks in one game. And I get it. They lost 61-13, so they just started trying stuff. But who's your starting quarterback when, your starter goes 1 for 3, Chase Jenkins, 1 for 3 for 33 yards. You then have Lucas Shearhorn, who goes 3 for 4 for 24 yards. Drew Devler, who goes 3 for 6 for 19 yards. And Patrick Creighton Jr., who goes 3 for 6 for 3 yards. Who's your starting quarterback? I assume it's still Chase Jenkins, but it's like, oh my goodness, this is horrible. Dalen Alexander was the one bright spot for Rice. He's their starting running back, best running back, 129 yards on 12 carries. But they went to the Alamo Dome and they got completely bitched over at UTSA. They are a 3-4 football team. They do have a win in the American Conference because they're not the Charlotte 49ers. They went to Charlotte and won. And at the time, it was a really good victory for them, man. I mean, run game looked good against Charlotte. Chase Jenkins played an all right football game. They played really well defensively. I was quite impressed at the time, honestly, with the Rice Owls, and look at them now. Sure, they played some competitive games against Navy and against Florida Atlantic, but that game against UTSA, who at the beginning of the season looked like they were going to be unstoppable with that offensive attack with Owen McCown, with Henry out of the backfield, hasn't really gone their way since. So that's what's a little surprising, especially what happened to UTSA last week. So UConn plays Rice this week, and UConn should completely beat down the Rice Owls. Guys, Chase Jenkins has not thrown for 150 yards yet this season in one game. Yep. I don't know who the starting quarterback's going to be. Their lead back is Quentin, not Rampage Jackson, but Dalen Alexander got most of the work at running back, and I get it. They were already losing by 1 million points last week or 2 weeks ago against UTSA. But yeah, this team's not going well for them. Yeah, it's not. I got to take UConn here, man. UConn's on the road, I get it, but I mean, UConn just went to Boston College and won. And Joe Fagano, again, one of the more underappreciated quarterbacks in all of college football because he plays for UConn and they're not in the conference. I mean, again, there's not much UConn's playing for. They're playing for a bowl game. They're playing for the Fenway, the Pinstripe Bowl every single season. Well, they won the Fenway last year, right? Yeah, because they beat UNC. That's what they're playing for every year because they're not a playoff team. They can't go to a conference championship. I mean, they could go to the playoffs if they went undefeated, but still, they probably wouldn't get in as an undefeated non-con or as an undefeated independent. They just need to join a conference. I think the AAC, the American, is perfect for UConn. Fun games there. They're going to beat another American team this week in the Rice Owls. It should be a big win for them. I'm going to go UConn to dominate Rice on the road. Give me the Connecticut Huskies to win and cover the 9.5 points on the road at Rice. Next up, we move on to the Mountain West. We've got a Mountain West matchup at noon between the New Mexico Lobos and the Utah State Aggies. I'm going to be going with New Mexico here. Give me New Mexico minus 140 to win the football game. Utah State did beat San Jose State. They beat a very injured San Jose State squad. You have, obviously starting quarterback Walker again dealing with injuries. Danny Scudero been dealing with injuries. Both of them play, and San Jose State was relatively competitive in that game up at Logan, Utah. Ultimately, a game that they lost. SJSU was up in that game until they weren't. They were up in the fourth quarter with the big Walker get touchdown to Leland Smith, but Utah State scores back-to-back unanswered field goals to win the football game, winning the game at 30-25. Okay. Bryson Barnes has played a good football game. It's something that, again, I was concerned about how Bryson Barnes was going to play coming off the Hawaii game. I know Barnes, again, like Walker, has been dealing with some injuries. Barnes played really well in the San Jose State game. It's the best game I've seen him play since he left the University of Utah. Played really well, 22 of 31 passing, 326 yards. And that's what I know he's capable of. I mean, again, Bryson Barnes, one of the more underappreciated quarterbacks in the Mountain West. Utah State can be good at their best, 100%. But they're going to New Mexico here. And it's a New Mexico team that has taken everybody by shock this season because I didn't even expect them to be 4-3, right? They are 1-2 in the Mountain West, their only victory being, yes, the lowly Nevada Wolfpack, but they find ways to win. I think they can get this one done at home. Just, again, Utah State away from Logan this season has not been a good team. Away from Logan, they haven't won yet. They lost at Hawaii, got blown out. They were competitive until the end of the third quarter. They went to Vandy, they lost. They went to A&M and lost. And I get it, that's not a great sample size because you're taking two ranked SEC schools and then a team all the way across the Pacific Ocean and the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. I understand that. That is a horrible sample to take. I get that. But still, I'm gonna go with New Mexico here. I think what Jack Lane has been doing recently, again, passing numbers haven't been up, but Lane's running the football now, and that makes his offense more dynamic, especially what he did last week. Again, Scott Reed Humphrey is their leading running back. Not a guy that they can really rely on at times, just because you have a bunch of backs that you use. You have Humphrey, you have Damon Bankston, who's been their lead back recently. It is what it is. If you can leak Lane out and run Lane too, that gives them a lot of flexibility. They have a good tight end in Dorian Thomas, who's got over 400 yards so far this season. But really where I want to look at New Mexico, here's their defense. Their defense is not bad. I know it looked like crap in the San Jose State game, but going on the road and playing SJSU, that can be difficult. San Jose State puts up points every single week. It is what it is. And obviously you can ask Utah State about that. But I just think taking Utah State away from Logan, we've seen this before, they don't play the best away from Utah. New Mexico's a good home team. They have yet to lose this season in Albuquerque, beating Nevada, beating New Mexico State, and beating Idaho State. And I think the run game, if Jack Lane's really involved with it, can be dangerous for Utah State. Again, I like Utah State quite a bit. I like Bryson Barnes. I think Barton's going to put up big numbers, and I would definitely not bet the football game. But I'm going to go with New Mexico here to win and cover 2.5 points. Again, what New Mexico has done this season is nothing short of phenomenal. You lose Devin Dampier, obviously. You lose Eli Sanders. You lose Luke Weissong. Bronco Mendenhall, your former head coach, leaves, obviously, to go take the position at Utah State. And this is the revenge game for him. I think New Mexico gets the revenge game against Mendenhall. I really believe they do. Not many of these guys, some of these guys were on the Bronco Mendenhall team last year. A lot of them left because New Mexico is a team that was just loaded with talent last year that just was an underachieving squad. It's crazy to say, but New Mexico might actually make a bowl game this year without Devin Dampier, without all these guys. It's crazy. They might. And if they win this game, they're one game away from potentially going bowling, and they get Colorado State and Air Force later in the season. So who knows? I'm going to go New Mexico here at home. Again, do not bet the football game because Bryson Barnes and Utah State is 100% capable. But I guess I'll go New Mexico minus 2.5. I don't love the pick, though, and I, again, definitely would not put my U.S. currency on it. Next up, we go to the 12:30 games, kicking things off 12:30 on ABC. The Alabama Crimson Tide go on the road to take on the South Carolina Gamecocks. Give me Alabama. It's actually a very easy one to make. It's a very easy prediction to take here. No way, no how will Alabama go to Columbia and lose. They will blow this team out. Okay, I was very critical at the beginning of the season about Alabama for good reason, I believe. Since the Florida State loss, they've been so good. It's crazy. It's crazy. Again, like, I think Fernando Mendoza is the best quarterback in college football, and I don't think it's that close. I think it's close, but I think Mendoza is by far number one. Ty Simpson is a talent, though, man. Simpson's playing great football. He's been really good. Simpson so far this season for Alabama, 1,900 yards, 18 touchdowns, 1 interception. Now, if you want to, again, compare that to the other Heisman favorite in Fernando Mendoza, Mendoza's got 1,800 yards, 21 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. So that's just the spread on that one. Both teams have played an equal amount of games, but Indiana is 7-0, and Alabama 6-1 with a loss at Florida State. Again, when Indiana was met with adversity on the road, they beat Oregon. So I'm just saying. Anyways, now I know Bama, again, Bama went on the road and beat Georgia. I'm not going to talk about adversity with Alabama. I know they're a proven commodity. This is one of the easier games they're going to get for the rest of the season. You look at Alabama's schedule, they passed the hard part. We talked about that daunted 4-game stretch of 4 consecutive ranked teams, and at the time in which they, went out and had to play it, I wasn't that optimistic about Alabama. I wasn't. Because they had beaten Wisconsin and UL Monroe, and then, okay, they're staring down the barrel of Georgia, Vandy, Missouri, Tennessee. What do? They win all 4. They won all 4 games. And now, okay, South Carolina, LSU at home, easy Alabama. Oklahoma at home will be tough, but they should beat Oklahoma. Eastern Illinois, obviously, no problem. It's FCS school. And then at Auburn last week of the season. They could lose that game as the Iron Bowl, but I'd still take Alabama. Bama's going to be 11-1, going off 11 consecutive wins, going into the SEC championship game. That's where they're going to be. Against probably A&M? I don't know. Yeah, I think A&M. We'll get to A&M in a second. They have 3 ranked road games coming up. I actually believe they can win those games, but A&M is nowhere near as proven as these other SEC squads because they haven't played a ranked team other than the Fighting Irish. Obviously do not play in the Southeastern Conference. Bama's going to be South Carolina here, though. Undoubtedly, Alabama will win the football game. They have the weapons, they have the targets, they have the threats. I mean, look at what Ty Simpson does on a weekly basis. For South Carolina, I mean, is this not like the biggest disappointment ever? You were one spot away from being in the postseason last year. A lot of people believed you were a playoff team last year. And yes, last season, they went to Tuscaloosa and they beat Alabama. This year's Alabama's team would roll last year's Alabama team. And that's it's just the truth. They would beat the living hell out of last year's Bama squad. There's nothing against Milroe. It's just all around they're better now. And Kalen DeBoer, I think, kind of has it figured out now at Alabama. I think he really, Buddy saw a buyout and his job on the line after losing in Tallahassee, and look at what happened. They won 6 consecutive games. I got to give Bama a lot of credit. They're playing really good football. They're going to go to South Carolina and dominate this team. As we said before, South Carolina, they're a one-man show. It's Lenora Sellers, and that's about it. There's only so much he can do. Only so much Lenora Sellers can do with this team. To the point now where you have to believe Lenora Sellers will be the number 1 target in the portal this offseason, right? I mean, he's being talked about as being the number 1 pick in the draft. He's not going to. I think his draft stock's gone down. What better way to repair your draft stock than going to, Indiana next year and being the starting quarterback? I mean, just a thought. If you want to go to Indiana next year, it's going to be there for him. It is. I'd love to have him at Indiana. Can we get Lenora Sellers there next year, please? Please. Wouldn't mind. No, but there's going to be a team next year. I don't know if it's going to be South Carolina. I don't think it's going to be South Carolina. Ole Miss. He's going to be on a better team next year. I don't know where that will be. Ole Miss makes sense to me because I know they don't really want to start Austin Simmons next year from what I'm seeing. Louisiana State. Nussmeier's not going to be around next year. There's going to be teams. Miami. Lenora Sellers will get looks. 100% he will get looks. And if he wants to leave, he 100% can. There's just not much he can do with this squad. This South Carolina team is not very good. They don't score points. Some of that is Sellers, but there's just not much around him. This is a 1-4 team in the Southeastern Conference this season. Wins over Vandy, Missouri. Losses to Vandy, Missouri, LSU, and Oklahoma. The only win being the lowly Kentucky Wildcats, who Texas just struggled with, but that's neither here or there. More on that later. I got to go Alabama to completely roll over South Carolina. I get it. Lenora Sellers in South Carolina beat them last season. We're not getting anywhere near to those levels of heights this year for the Gamecocks. Give me Alabama to get it done on the road. Over in Columbia, I'm taking the Alabama Crimson Tide to get it done. Next up, potentially the biggest game of the week. And yes, I can't believe it. A Vanderbilt Commodores football game may be the biggest game of the week. That is crazy to say, but it might as well be. College game day in Nashville. I'm sure they've gone to Vandy once before, but I mean, the hype has never been higher on Vanderbilt right now. Yes, did they lose to Alabama? Sure, but you went to Tuscaloosa and you lost the game. Last week, beating Louisiana State at home, LSU, their defense is not what I thought they were, I guess. I don't know. I'm completely done with LSU. More on them later. Vanderbilt is for real. They are for real, and Diego Pavia, who might be like 24, 25. I don't know. I think he's like 24. He's old, but Unk's getting it done, right? Pavia, he's 24. But he's getting it done. Bro was born in 2001. But they're winning games. And Diego Pavia puts the team on his back and he wins. You can look at his numbers and say, oh, what, 160 passing yards? Yeah, it's what he does on the ground. 17 carries, 86 yards, 2 touchdowns. Again, Pavia wins. You know, he does. He wins. They beat LSU. Louisiana State's in the game, but I mean, it's a game where Vanderbilt is in control of for the most part. LSU took a lead early with a field goal, then took a lead with the Nussmeier touchdown in the second quarter, but from there on out, it's a Vanderbilt-led football game. And Vanderbilt now for the second time in 4 weeks, is the subject of a college game day. Now I know, again, they weren't at home for the last college game day they were at least a part of, and that was at Alabama, at Tuscaloosa. But game day is going to them for a Missouri and Vandy game, which is absurd. And again, they probably should be going for Indiana, UCLA, but whatever, it's okay. We don't want to go for a Fox game, I guess, at Indiana. I don't know, are they ever going to go to Bloomington this season? I mean, Bloomington's the new Bama. Are you not going to go there this year? Because when's your next opportunity? Indiana's got one home game the rest of the year. At Wisconsin, you're going to go to that game? Probably not. Just Indiana gets no game day. I mean, Pat McAfee's right there. Whatever. They should go to Purdue. They should go to West Lafayette. They should go for that game. That'd be hilarious. Anyways, Vandy, Missouri's fun. I think Vanderbilt is way better than Missouri, personally. You had all this hype going around Vandy right now. Pavia's playing well. You get game day at home. You're 2.5-point favorites. You should find a way to win this game. You should. They will beat Missouri. We had talked about Missouri going to last week. Like, they hadn't played a road game all year long. Not even, non-con game. No, they were at home the entire year. And they lost at home to Alabama. They go to Auburn, thought they were going to lose. They played the most mid-overtime game I've ever seen. Both teams can't score in overtime. Both teams don't score in the first overtime. They both missed field goals. And then, obviously, Bo Prabula and the guys score in the second overtime, and the Auburn Tigers win the game. The Missouri Tigers beat the Auburn Tigers 23-17 in double overtime. Okay, awesome. Ahmad Hardy's been completely shut down over the last 2 weeks. Hardy was ripping off 100-yard games back to back. Now both back-to-back 60-yard games for Ahmad Hardy. If you could shut him down, the offense is very mid. Like, I'll be damned if Bo Prabula just beats Vanderbilt, who plays good defense. They do. They play solid enough defense. I'll be damned if Prabula's arm beats them. Obviously, you got to key in on that run game of Ahmad Hardy and the rushing ability of Ahmad Hardy because he's a talent. I'm not going to deny that. I think Ahmad Hardy is very good. But other than him, not much I'm too crazy about here on Missouri. Hell, again, I picked them to lose last week. I thought Auburn was going to get them. Even better, though. I mean, I'm glad that now, I'm glad they won now because we get this game instead. I get Vanderbilt minus 2.5 points with college game day behind them, with Pavia, again, getting the most hype around him that he's gotten in a while. Again, is he like a 6th-round quarterback in the draft, 7th-round quarterback in the draft? Undoubtedly he is. But I'm going with the Vanderbilt Commodores to win the football game. Again, guys, Pavia just wins. He finds ways to get it done, okay? He scrambles. He takes off. He can make the throws. We need him to make the throws. But again, is that running ability at Diego Pavia? Like every single play, obviously this is going to sound, stupid. Every play's in his hands. Well, yeah, he's the quarterback. But legitimately, I mean, like Pavia, they run through him. As much as you can run through a quarterback, that's what Vanderbilt does. I'm going to go Vandy to win at home and cover 2.5 points against the Missouri Tigers. Next up, we go to the Big 12, and they just keep finding ways to do it. BYU last week beats Utah in the Holy War. Are we dead ass? I mean, I was so confident Utah was going to win the game, and I apologize. I was very confident Utah was going to do it. When Daniel Bray had the end-around-ish touchdown for 49 yards in the fourth quarter, I thought it was over. I was like, no way BYU's coming back. And then Utah tries every way possible to lose that game. The Stripes get involved. I'm not going to blame that game on the Stripes, but I mean, man, Bear Bachmeier, dude. Oh my goodness. I'm not sold on Bear Bachmeier. I'm really not. Guys, elite teams will beat Bear Bachmeier. And I'm so shocked Brigham Young's an underdog here because I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm taking BYU. I was really big on BYU last year because I liked Retzlaff a lot and liked what they had last year. I've been way down on them this year, and yet they just find ways to win. Now, again, earlier in the video, I said that I think they should be ranked ahead of Georgia Tech. They should be. Like, BYU beats Georgia Tech right now. But if they can just get leads, man, they're difficult to beat. Because what Bachmeier does, I mean, it's 5 yards of Bachmeier. Here comes LJ Martin to run for 4 yards. And here you go. Like, I mean, it's rip after rip after rip. I mean, LJ Martin gets 26 carries against Utah for 122 yards. Bachmeier, 11 carries, 64 yards. And it's not like Bachmeier does anything that special with his arm. He's not a very good passer of the football. He's not. And he's a freshman. He's a true freshman. He's not that great right now. But he doesn't turn the ball over, and that's what makes him really good. He doesn't throw picks. So yeah, he might be throwing at like a 50% completion rate, but he's not making that many errors, and he's keeping the ball in BYU's hands. And when you can run the ball like BYU runs it against a good Utah defense, when you can run it like that, I mean, hell, you should be able to do that against everybody. Iowa State, why is Iowa State favored to win? They're back in Ames, awesome. You go on the road, you lose at Cincinnati, you lose at Colorado. There is now a pattern that has been established of you losing. And you found something in Abu Sama III, the junior running back out of Des Moines, Iowa, who's now gotten back-to-back 100-yard rushing games for Iowa State, or 96 and then 177-yard rushing games for the Iowa State Cyclones. And Rocco Becht, obviously, is still the starting quarterback of Iowa State, but I'm going to go BYU here on the road. Guys, whenever I've picked against Brigham Young all year long. I've always thought, and I thought Utah was the game, but I was like, Arizona, they're going to get got. Arizona's going to get them in Tucson. They're going to lose the Holy War to Utah. They keep finding ways, by hook or by crook. I get it. Like, some of these games, like, how the hell did they pull that one out? Colorado game, don't know how they pulled it out. They do it every single week. I'm done picking against it. I'm done questioning it. I'm done picking against it. You know what? Give me Brigham Young. Give me BYU. Because what I have gotten by watching BYU games every single week and cheering against Brigham Young, I have nothing against BYU. Some of my favorite days watching college football legitimately was the COVID year with Zach Wilson at Brigham Young. And I loved watching Jaron Hall play at Brigham Young. I loved watching Jaron Hall throw the football to Puka Nacua at Brigham Young. Those were fun times, okay? Like that Wilson to Hall, really just transition over there with with Dax Milline, who ended up getting with Zach Wilson's girl, which is weird, whatever. Tyler Algier. I mean, there was talent. There's been talent at Brigham Young. Fred Warner played here a while ago. I've always liked Brigham Young. Don't get me wrong. I picked against him this year because I just don't trust Bear Bachmeier. I don't. But you know what? I'm going to start doing it now. Okay. He doesn't make that many mistakes. He's not that great of a thrower, but he's not going to turn the ball over. He's not going to throw interceptions. And he's just going to keep ripping off big carries. So you know what? Give me Brigham Young. I look at Iowa State. Okay, you lost back-to-back games. Your offense is all right, but since he's able to score on you, Colorado's able to score on you, give me the Brigham Young Cougars. I'm going to go Brigham Young on the road. I'm going to take BYU to cover and win, obviously. Keep your 2.5 points. Plus 115 for Brigham Young. I believe they will get it done. And yeah, BYU continues to stay unbeaten. BYU now to go to 8-0 after a huge victory over the Iowa State Cyclones. Next up, we move on to the Big Ten. Washington at home against the Illinois Fighting Illini. Nice. The Illinois Fighting Illini. Let's not forget Illinois' 2 losses this season. Let's not forget, while we're at it, I guess we'll just compare Illinois' 2 losses too. They lost to the 2 top teams in the country. Number 1, Ohio State, 34-16, and number 2, Indiana, 63-10. Those are only 2 losses. So that's why they're still ranked 23rd, and they should be. They have a big win over USC when USC was still ranked, coming off of their 53-point blowout loss to the Indiana Hoosiers. Wins at Duke, at Purdue, Illinois, they find ways to win. Good for them. They're a high-scoring offense, and they're high-scoring against everybody but Indiana and Ohio State. Luke Altmaier has done a pretty good job this season at quarterback. He doesn't make that many mistakes. He doesn't turn the ball over. Again, that's a good quarterback. They are going to be tested this week when they take on a very good Washington Huskies team. And I mean a really good Washington Huskies team. They did go to the Big House and they lost. It was a game that I thought they were going to be able to cover. I think I bought too much into Washington. But I mean, who didn't? I mean, Damon Williams has been playing really good football. He goes to the Big House and throws 3 picks. It's the worst game I've seen Damon Williams play yet in college football. Jonah Coleman bottled up. Bryce Underwood in Michigan win the football game. Jordan Marshall, 25 carries, 133 yards. I mean, it is a rough night in the office for the Washington Huskies over in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And now you get the Illinois Fighting Illini instead. You're back in Seattle, Washington. It's a good Illinois team, man. It's a really good Illinois team. It's an Illinois team that does not get the credit for being as good as they actually are because of the way that they lost to Indiana. And oh, they're a 2-loss team. Look who they've lost to. They're actually pretty damn good. Again, they just don't get the credit for being that good. Illinois is a good team. I think they beat Washington here. All right. I mean, I wouldn't like straight up tell you, oh, take the plus 155 for Illinois. Like, I think, again, the much better bet 100% is plus 4.5 for the Fighting Illini. But I think they get it done here, man. Washington's good, they are, but look at the way Illinois played. Against every other team other than Ohio State and Indiana, they win. They beat USC. Sure, do they have that signature road victory yet? Kind of. Illinois-Duke week 2 is a big game. Illinois goes on the road to Duke and beats them by 30 points. I'm not telling you they're going to beat Washington by that many points, but they know how to go on the road and win. I mean, a lot of people thought Illinois were going to beat Indiana in Bloomington. Obviously, they didn't because Indiana's just that good. But Altmaier is more than capable, and you're playing Washington coming off their worst game of the season by far. Like, even the Ohio State game, it was not as bad as the Michigan game. I get it. The score is actually closer in the Michigan game, but Damon Williams didn't play that bad against Ohio State. And Washington missed out on a lot of opportunities. They had the ball in plus territory. They couldn't convert. They couldn't hit field goals. It is what it is. Or they couldn't get into range. They never missed a field goal, but they couldn't get into range. They made some questionable decisions going for it and whatnot. It is what it is. Williams played a bad game at Michigan. Damon Williams getting 3 interceptions. Nothing gets going offensively. And now you got to go right back into a matchup with another top 25 team. I know you're back at home, but Illinois is good, man. I think the Fighting Illini get this one done. Their only 2 losses are number 1 Indiana, that's how it should be. Their only losses are number 1 Indiana and number 2 Ohio State. I'm going to be going with the Illinois Fighting Illini going on the road to beat the Washington Huskies. Give me Illinois to get this one off, or get this one done and pull it off. Plus 155 for the Fighting Illini on the road at UW. Next up, we go to Iowa City, Iowa. How does Iowa continue to survive? I mean, we had them last week. That was such a dumb game. So the dumbest thing, if you didn't watch Iowa versus Penn State, it was funny, kind of. It was just this very stupid football game. It's a game that Iowa, I guess they deserved to win it. It's just they made a lot of boneheaded decisions in that football game. And the biggest bonehead decision of them all was at the end of the first half. Guys, Iowa puts together, or they pick off backup quarterback from Penn State, obviously, because Drew Aller's out for the season. So they pick off Ethan Grunkmeyer late in the first half. They return it all the way down the 2-yard line with a minute to go. About a minute to go. I think it was like 4 minutes to go. Let me see. How many minutes were left? No, it was 1 minute to go. Okay. So yeah, they return it. They return the punt, or they return the pick. Mark Gronowski runs in for a 1-yard touchdown. You have the lead with 1 minute to go in the first half. Okay, great. We're going to go into half up 10-3. Awesome. Or up 10-7. They force a 3-and-out at Penn State because Penn State's got an inept offense right now. It's horrible. I mean, guys, this is a punt marathon between Penn State and Iowa. Obviously, you know what Iowa's offense is always is. It's horrible. It's getting better, but it's still really bad. So Penn State, 3 plays, they punt. Okay, cool. Iowa gets the ball back. They use their timeouts, but they get the ball at their own 25-yard line. They push the ball downfield. They get a unnecessary roughness call, so they get the ball down to the Penn State 48-yard line. Okay, I'm thinking, all right, Hail Mary, all right? Like, that's not, 50-yard throw for a college quarterback. Mark Gronowski, doesn't know how to complete a pass over 5 yards downfield, but I think he's got somewhat of an arm to get that ball 50 yards. I'm thinking, okay, great, take a shot before the end of the half. No, they bring out the field goal team. And they try out their kicker. Penn State ices him. Penn State called, or I think Iowa called a timeout. Someone called a timeout. He attempts the first one, and he misses. He's 10 yards short in the first kick. Okay. So he tries it again. and it gets blocked. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? And it gets blocked all the way for a touchdown. So, why would you kick? And by the way, hold on. So I didn't make this clear. They had Buddy kick a 70-yard field goal. What? A 70-yarder. You made Drew Stevens kick. Are we dead ass? You made Buddy kick a 70-yard field goal. What? Why? He missed a 40-yarder earlier in the game. Anyways, Penn State returns it for a touchdown. I'm thinking we're screwed here with Iowa. Second half comes on. Again, Iowa football game. No points being scored. Penn State actually goes up by multiple scores. Penn State drives down the field. Good drives finally put together by Grunkmeyer and the running backs. And Katron Allen runs into the end zone. Touchdown 21-10 for Penn State. Iowa actually goes right down the field. Next drive, they score. Mark Gronowski gets in the end zone. Iowa State then gets the ball back, kicks a field goal because, again, Penn State can't score. Penn State in the ensuing drive, late in the fourth quarter, gets deep into Iowa territory. They have to settle for a field goal, though. They couldn't get anything going in the red zone. And then what happens in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter, final drive of the game, Mark Gronowski, 67 yards all the way down to the 8-yard line. Iowa punches it in, touchdown. They don't get the 2-point conversion, but they win it by 1 because Penn State stalls out on the other side. Somehow, someway, Iowa survives. I don't know how they do. I don't know how they continue to do it. They're 5-2 this season, 3-1 in the Big Ten. They are so bad offensively. And it's just like, is it just a thing, like you go to Iowa and you forget how to play quarterback? Because I remember Mark Gronowski being pretty good at South Dakota State. Like, I remember him being pretty decent there. And it was a big get when he signed on to go play at Iowa. I was like, all right, like, I know the system's not great. It's not made for quarterbacks to be all that successful, but you got a really good, overall good game manager who's played good football at South Dakota State, one of the premier programs in the FCS. And he comes to Iowa, and yeah, he's a run for his guy now, obviously, but they can't complete passes over 5 yards downfield. He goes 10 for 16 for 68 yards. Gronowski's not good throwing-wise. He's a good runner, though, so you have to keep him there. They're playing Minnesota this week, and the Golden Gophers are 5-2 this year somehow. I don't know how they've gotten to this point. Their 2 losses at Cal, they lost, and they got blown out, obviously, at the shoe by Ohio State. Drake Lindsey, the starting quarterback this season, he's been okay, you know. Darius Taylor had the best game of the year so far. Against Nebraska, again, ripped off a huge 75-ish yard run that he got brought down to the 1-yard line, so Drake Lindsey obviously stole his touchdown, punched it in right after. But Minnesota dominates Nebraska. They get a top 25 victory. Good on them. They're not going to go to Iowa and win, though. I think this offense, again, at home, they've looked all right this season. The second they go on the road, oh, man. Cal, lose, score 14 points. Ohio State, road, lose. They're going to go to Iowa. I don't know if they score. And I know Iowa's offense is scaring me right now. And, like, again, Iowa minus 7.5 requires Iowa to score twice in this football game. They'll find a way. And, yeah, it's impressive what Minnesota just did against Nebraska. But, yeah, I consider, too, like, Big Ten game, you know, look at the location. Okay, it's at Iowa. I'm going to go with the Hawkeyes. This game's on CBS. Seriously, this is the Big Ten game on CBS this week? Really? Anyways, well, I guess we're doing it. Give me Iowa. The Hawkeyes at home will get it done. Give me Iowa minus 7.5 at home against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Next up, we go to Pullman, Washington, as the Washington State Cougars are at home taking on the Toledo Rockets. So here they are, Wazoo, the most competitive, oddly competitive team in the last 2 weeks. Because the beginning of the year for Wazoo looks horrible, right? But actually, no, the San Diego State win continues to age better and better for this team. They're so weird. Week 1, they barely get by Joshua Wood and the Idaho Vandals by 3 points. They then go and beat San Diego State in Pullman and blow them out. Game's not close. They go to North Texas, get blown out. They host Washington, get blown out. Both the Mean Green and the Huskies put up 59 points back-to-back weeks against Toledo. And then against Washington State. Then Wazoo goes to Colorado State and beats that lowly team that somehow beat Fresno State. And then back-to-back weeks for Wazoo, you're thinking, okay, it's just games that they're, going to get money for playing, and they're going to get blown out in both of those. No, they lose by 3 points to Ole Miss, and they lose by 2 points to Virginia, where the Cavaliers only win because of a late-game safety. What the absolute hell is going on? How is this happening? I don't know. But don't look now. Wazoo has been competitive. And now they return home in a very winnable game. Again, weird spot because, here we are in late October playing a non-con game for Toledo, but that's just what Wazoo's got to do with the Pac-2 schedule. Again, don't forget they have the home and home against Oregon State starting next week, and they will end the season playing Oregon State. So for the first time this year, we get to talk about 2 matchups with this. I mean, has this ever been done in the regular season? I don't think it has. Next week's on CBS? How did Wazoo Oregon State get on CBS? How did they find a way to do that? No way they found their way on CBS. Why is that game not on the CW? Anyways, that's crazy. That gets prime time at 4:30 on CBS. Wazoo and Oregon State in Corvallis. No way. Nobody's going to be at the game. It's going to be hilarious. Anyways, they're going to send the CBS crew to that game. Are we serious? Toledo goes into Pullman. Now, I like Washington State quite a bit here, guys. Look at the games Toledo's played on the road this year. They've lost every single one, and I can't believe I'm saying this. This might be one of my favorite bets all week. Like, this will be in the best bets. Washington State at home is an absolute lock. Look how they've played recently. Look how they've been playing. They've been playing really good football. Look at the way that Zevi Eckhouse has been playing. Kirby Voorhees out the backfield. They've been competitive. Look at every game Toledo's lost this season. Road. At Kentucky, loss. At West Michigan, loss. At Bowling Green, loss. Have they all been one-score games? Sure, but that doesn't fit my agenda, so I'm not going to talk about that. What I'm going to talk about, though, is that they continuously have lost on the road this season. But you know what's different than all those games? Oh, at Kentucky, at Kroger Field. You go in-state game against Bowling Green. You just go, 2 hours in a plane up north to West Michigan. It's probably more than that. It's probably like a 2-hour flight. If that, probably an hour and a half flight. Oh, yeah. How about going 5.5 hours from Toledo to Washington State? I highly doubt they've ever played Washington State. I'll check this right now. I don't think this game has ever happened before. I will check right now just so I can make sure. Maybe it's happened in a bowl game. No, I don't think it's ever happened before. Yeah. Toledo has played Washington, and they went to Washington once to get beat down in 1991. They lost 48-0. This is just not a game that's played. It's a really weird and odd one. If the game was at Toledo, I'd think about taking Toledo. I'd probably still take Wazoo because they've been experienced now of going on the road. This is automatic. Toledo's not going to Wazoo and winning. No way, no how. I can't believe Wazoo's actually playable now, but it's a long trip for Toledo. They've only lost road games this year, and they've lost road games where they've had to gone, 45 minutes. They're not going 5.5 hours and beating Washington State. Tucker Gleason's good, I'll give him that, but no, I'm taking Wazoo at home here. This is one of my favorite bets all week long. The Washington State Cougars win the game at home, -125, automatic at home against the Toledo Rockets. Next up, we go on to the ACC. How about the Pitt Panthers, man? How about those Pitt Panthers? Continuing to find ways to win. Gotta give them a lot of credit, man. I mean, you bench Eli Holstein, who looks like he's, the next big thing at Pitt. Dan Marino and Kenny Pickett and Eli Holstein. Okay, let's not go that far. But that's what Pitt fans were talking about Eli Holstein last year. When he gets injured and when Yarnell had to play, only if we had Eli Holstein. I'm not clowning on Pitt fans. I believed a lot in Holstein too. He gets benched, and now we found the next. Great all-time great Pitt quarterbacks: Marino, Pickett, Mason Heichnel. Heichnel, the freshman of Oregon, Ohio, has continued to play well this year for Pitt. He is 3-0 as a starting quarterback, beating Boston College, going to Tallahassee and beating Florida State, and last week easily beating Syracuse on the road over in the JRA Wireless Dome. JRA, I don't know. Anyways, Pitt has 2 games that they, should win back-to-back. I don't know, going to Stanford's tough now, but they have NC State this week at home, then they go to Stanford, and then Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, Miami. Ooh, that's a brutal 3-game stretch to end the year. Regardless, though, Pitt versus North Carolina State here should be easy money for the Pittsburgh Panthers. Pittsburgh is a 7.5-point favorite at home. Again, they should mop the floor here with North Carolina State. Because Pitt's shown that they can score now. Their defense is playing extremely well. Look how they play at Syracuse. Look at how they play Boston College. Pitt, again, they beat up on bad teams in the ACC. North Carolina State, I don't know if they're as bad as the last 2, but they might be. I mean, they beat Wake Forest. They lost to Duke, lost to Virginia Tech. They beat the Campbell Camels. Shout out to them. And then they lost to Notre Dame 2 weeks ago by 29 points, as expected. CJ Bailey, obviously, at quarterback. Hollywood Smothers at running back. Smothers has been a bright spot like he's been, past years, obviously, for this team. Smothers in 7 games is over 730 rushing yards. He was the lead running back last year for NC State, but NC State's just regressed from last year. They had a troubling 2024, don't get me wrong. Team still found their way into a bowl game after beating UNC in the last week of the season. They found their way in the Military Bowl, in which they lost. But it was a rough year last year, right? Grayson McCall is supposed to be your guy. He retires, so here comes CJ Bailey off the bench. And, you finish 6-7, but I guess they're 4-3. I don't know how they find their 6 wins. They don't. FSU, North Carolina, they could win both those games. They get 6 wins. They go to a bowl game. It is possible. Will they do it? Probably not. Taking Pitt in the spot. Taking Pitt, that should come to the surprise of absolutely nobody. Pittsburgh's playing good football. I mean, I was called crazy a couple weeks ago when I told you Pitt was going to cover against Florida State, and I saw a lot of questions about that. I mean, yeah, it's just look at the teams that they're playing. Look how Pitt's playing right now. They're playing good football. Their 2 losses this year are in the backyard brawl in overtime. Okay, I mean, if I can expect West Virginia to show up in any game in the season, it's the backyard brawl. That's the one game I can say, all right, well, I guess WVU is going to show up. And then Pittsburgh lost to Louisville. Okay. Lost to Louisville by 7 points. Louisville just beat Miami. And all of a sudden, Miller Moss is playing well. They forced Carson Beck to throw 4 interceptions in that game. It's not a bad loss at all. Pittsburgh is, I look at Pittsburgh right now, I'm like, all right, if they can go on a run, Pittsburgh, this is going to sound crazy, they're not out of the playoffs at all. They're not going to get there because they're not going to beat Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, and Miami in 3 straight weeks. But if they win those games, yeah, they will get in the playoffs. They're not going to, but let's take it one step at a time for now. NC State this week, Stanford next week. Give me the Pittsburgh Panthers here at home against North Carolina State. I believe they will win this football game, and they will cover the 7.5 points as well. Again, give me Pitt at home to win and cover against NC State. Next up, we go on to a matchup in the Mountain West. I don't know why this game's at 12:30. I was going to go to this football game if it was at 7:30, or hell, if it was at 4, I would have thought about it as well. 12:30 start time? Again, I'm not watching this over UFC. I was going to go. I'm going to watch, Cyril Gahn, Tom Aspinall, plus obviously watching some college football at the same time because, that's just what I do. But, are we serious? Are we dead ass? This is on at the same. Why is that 12:30? I get it. Fox has the rights to this game, and they wanted it early, so cool. But you're going to make Fresno State play their homecoming at 12:30. They never play at 12:30 at Fresno. Tickets have plummeted, obviously, in price because who the hell is going to a Fresno State-San Diego State game at 12:30 in the afternoon in Fresno? Hell, Stanford almost never plays at 12:30 either. Kind of ridiculous, kind of crazy, not going to lie. But regardless, here we are. The San Diego State Aztecs take on the Fresno State Bulldogs. It's a great chance to cash in on Fresno State plus money, though, guys. And this is what we like to call a buy low spot. This is what we like to call an absolute buy low spot in the Fresno State Bulldogs. Horrible loss last week. Atrocious loss 2 weeks ago to Colorado State on a Friday night. That sucked. I mean, they're down in a blink of an eye. They're down 14-0. Colorado State scores out the second quarter too, 21-0. I mean, Fresno kind of gets back into it, but it's too little too late. They lose the game 49-21. The closest they got in that game was 35-21 at the end of the fourth quarter. EJ Warner, does fill up the stat sheet because that's what he can do when they're playing from behind, but Warner throws 3 interceptions early, and Fresno ultimately again loses the game 21-49. SDSU's undefeated in the Mountain West. We talked about it earlier. They're very weird loss to Wazoo, which again, it's just Wazoo's just the most random team this season. But how about San Diego State? Since losing to Washington State, they have won 4 consecutive outings. Jaden Tentacle, the starting quarterback. They've gone out. They beat Cal at home, which is random. They went to Northern Illinois, won that very low scoring game, 6-3. They beat Colorado State 45-24, and they went to Nevada. They went to UNR and beat Nevada 44-10. So, good on San Diego State. They're a 5-1 team. I think they lose it this week, though, to Fresno State. I think Fresno State gets them right now. I believe so. I like Fresno State to get this one done. They're at home. Fresno State plays much better at home than they do on the road, obviously. This team that hasn't lost at home yet this year. They beat Nevada. They let Nevada back into that game in Fresno, but so they won it. They beat the Southern Jaguars. Who cares? They beat Georgia Southern, who can be a very tough team to deal with. EJ Warner, again, I was really disappointed in Fresno's loss last week. I thought Fresno was going to mop the floor with Colorado State. I thought they were going to blow them out, and I was thinking, okay, Fresno's a legitimate play at the playoffs here, because a 12-1 Fresno team, if they had won the Mountain West, yeah, you're looking at playoffs. Unfortunately, they're not going to get anywhere close to that. The Mountain West is still in play, sure, but obviously no postseason is going to be in the future for the Fresno State Bulldogs. Anyways, EJ Warner is like, I don't know, like a less good Jameis Winston, at least like NFL Jameis Winston. He just kind of hucks and chucks sometimes. Now, he's been much better. That's why I'm so like mad about the Colorado State loss. Warner progressively had gotten so much better as the season had gone on. The best game I've seen him play all year long was at Hawaii. He played tremendously in that game. He was scrambling when he needed to, making big plays, and Fresno went on the road. They crossed the Pacific Ocean to beat Hawaii in the final matchup between those two schools, at least for a long time, because Fresno's going to be joining the Pac-12 next season. So they then go on to beat Nevada by 3 points. Awesome. And then they go to Colorado State and they get embarrassed. Yikes. I mean, I don't want to say that sucks. I think they actually beat San Diego State, though. I mean, it's just, Fresno's had a week off. You've been, keying in on San Diego State. I know SDSU's had a week off as well. They both played, 2 weeks ago where San Diego State went to UNR and won. But I think going to Fresno is going to be difficult for San Diego State. It is homecoming at Fresno. It's going to be a blackout, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I would attend, but, I'm going to watch Tom Aspinall fight Cyril Gahn. Like, I'd rather watch that, I'll make it to I'll be at a Fresno game later in the year. I need to watch Bryson Barnes play for it, like legitimately. Like I'm gonna go watch Bryson Barnes play later in the year. I'm going Bulldogs in this spot. I'm gonna go Bulldogs here. I think the defense shuts down SDSU. I think San Diego State's a little overrated. Yeah, again, if you want to play football math, San Diego State beat Colorado State and Fresno lost to Colorado State. It doesn't work like that. Simple as that. Okay. SDSU on the road this season. Yeah, they beat Nevada, and I can talk about that. They almost lost to a poor Northern Illinois team on the road. They got embarrassed in Pullman against Wazoo. I think Fresno's able to take care of them over at Valley Children's Health Stadium. Did I get that one right? I'm going to go Fresno State here at home to beat San Diego State. I'm going with the Bulldogs to take care of business. We get plus 3.5 too if we want it. So yeah, give me Fresno State. Next up, we go to the Sun Belts. We return to the Sun Belt Fun Belt for the first time in a minute. The UL Monroe Warhawks go on the road to take on the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. You know how much I like Southern Miss. We're going to continue to take Southern Miss. It's a no-brainer for me. It's a really good Southern Miss team, man. Southern Miss 3-0 this year in the Sun Belt, 5-2 overall. I'll be damned if they don't go to the Sun Belt Championship. I'll be damned if they don't win the Sun Belt West. But again, it's that one game at the end of the year. I keep talking about it and how good Tucker Kilcrease is. It's that one game against the Troy Trojans. That's the one that's scary. I don't know. Like, it's at Southern Miss. So Southern Miss should win. But that's one later in the year. Again, I've got it circled. So we'll come back to that later. Anyways, we get Southern Miss versus UL Monroe here. Southern Miss should win the football game. You don't need to go on my weekly spiel about Southern Miss, but if you didn't know, again, they got all the players from Marshall. They all went to Southern Miss. They followed their coach, and they're a very good program this year, right? They've been a very good team after they've gone from last place in the Sun Belt last year to first place now. And Marshall has recovered. Shout out to Carlos Del Rio Wilson. But 3 straight victories for the Golden Eagles, beating Jacksonville State, going to Georgia Southern and winning, and going to Louisiana and winning. So again, Southern Miss has shown capabilities now of going on the road and winning tough games in somewhat difficult environments. The Thursday night game at Georgia Southern, where Georgia Southern, again, puts up 35 points, but Braylon Braxton and the guys find a way to score 38 and win. How about Jeffrey Pittman out the backfield too? Southern Miss, again, has won in difficult spots. They've won in difficult environments. And I got to give that team a lot of credit right now. They're playing good football. They're playing really good football. We look at UL Monroe, a team that's struggling. They've ran into the wrong teams, though, so I don't think I can completely just write off UL Monroe, but who have they beaten at the same time? Their best wins, the Arkansas State Red Wolves. Aiden Armetta, obviously starting quarterback. It doesn't do that much well. He's not great. I'll say this. He throws a lot of interceptions. I'm trying to remain positive here. He throws a lot of picks. He's a game manager. Like he kind of knows how to manage a game fairly well. It's nothing I would write home about though. It's not, okay? If you said pressure on Armetta, he's not that great. Their running attack's probably the best thing about this team. You got 2 running backs in Zach Palmer Smith and Braylon McReynolds, who are their 2 best guys. But Southern Miss is just so good. And Braylon Braxton, again, is a very good quarterback. I say it all the time with Braxton, too, but like this is a guy, again, if he wanted to play the power forward this year, he definitely could have. He's an experienced quarterback who got a lot of run at Marshall, won a Sunbelt championship over at Marshall, and he decided to follow his teammates and his coach to Southern Miss. Great. This team is going to be, again, we will see 9-2 Southern Miss versus 9-2 Troy last week of the season at Southern Miss. That will determine who goes on to play JMU in the Sunbelt championship game. That's going to be a lot of fun. I believe, again, for now, though, this week, it's going to be Southern Miss. I know UL Monroe is just rated to the wrong teams. Like, their losses this year are Bama, Northwestern, Coastal on the road, and Troy. But at the same time, look at their wins. St. Francis, PA, UTEP on the road. We know how bad Texas El Paso can be. And Arkansas State. Exactly. They're not beating, the best teams in the world, right? So I'm going to be going here with the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. I think they should take it, and I think they should be able to cover the spread as well. It can be Southern Miss minus 12.5. They are, again, on a straight line down to the Sunbelt Championship game, or at least the Sunbelt, contender game where they're going to play Troy. I'm telling you, that's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a really good game. So, again, give me Southern Miss. Love what they're doing right now. Shout out Braylon Braxton. Next up, we go on to the American Conference. Again, is there a more fun conference to watch in college football right now than the American? Might not be. Now, I might regret saying that in a second because of the next game coming up in the American Conference, so hold on a second there. But anyways, Navy's taking on Florida Atlantic. The FAU Owls on the road in Annapolis, Maryland to take on the Navy Midshipmen. Navy's a 15.5-point favorite, and sign me up for that one. I get it. Navy is just getting by the skin of their teeth recently. They are inventing new ways to win football games, okay? By a hook, I've said this earlier, but by hook or by crook, I don't know why I'm using that expression a lot today, but by hook or by crook, the Navy's finding ways. I don't know how they're 6-0, but they're 6-0, okay? They won a competitive game against Rice. They beat Air Force back and forth at Fair. That they deserved to win that game. The game at Temple, man. Blake Horvath on 4th and 1 from his own 40-yard line. Somehow runs it 60 yards to the house. Touchdown Navy. They win by 1 point. I mean, what the hell? Shout out to Horvath, though, man. Like, last year, again, a lot of the attention, at least with the military schools, went towards Bryson Daly, obviously, from Army. Because Bryson Daly was a top 10 player in college football last year. He got votes to win the Heisman last year. At least he got Heisman votes. I don't think he got an actual, winner vote. But he got votes in the top 10. Daly had one of the best seasons, maybe the best season ever, a military academy quarterback has ever had. That was the year Bryson Daly had. It was insane. Blake Horvath this year, he's not putting up a Bryson Daly type stat line, but he's been incredible, man. 980 yards passing, 7 touchdowns through the air, 640 yards rushing, and 8 touchdowns on the ground. Navy is yet to just blow a team out because their defense isn't very good. It should be the week, I think. And again, last week I came on and said, well, okay, FAU versus South Florida. I think FAU can score. I've watched Caden Vetkamp play from Western Kentucky all the way to FAU. Like, I know that guy can score. I'm gonna go with the Owls here. Nah, it didn't go our way, Vetkamp didn't play all that well. South Florida's defense kind of shocked me, but it's not even like, I don't even think South Florida's defense is still that good. I think Navy can hold their own, at least defensively, against Florida Atlantic. I at least hope they can. Yeah, they should be able to hold this team. They really should. Because Florida Atlantic last week did not look good offensively. This is a team that went out there and, they throw 50 passes with Vetkamp. They complete 35 of them for 244 yards. On the contrary, right? You watch the midshipmen play, and they're scoring pretty much every single time they touch the football. Again, it's a lot of Blake Horvath. You get Alex Tezka. You get Eli Heidenreich. Braylon Woodson's the other quarterback who they use, obviously, to run the football. You got Brandon Chapman, who's been around the program for a little bit. It's the Blake Horvath show, though. It's the Blake Horvath show, and it's how can we find ways to get Horvath the football, and how can we find ways to ultimately get Horvath in the end zone. So I expect a high-scoring affair here, but again, watching FAU play last week, and I get it, South Florida's better than Navy, even though Navy's undefeated and USF is not. I watched what happened last week to Florida Atlantic. I can't pick them in back-to-back weeks, and now they have less points here. They're given less points against Navy. I'm going to take the midshipmen here to cover at home minus 15.5. Now, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. I mean, all they got to do is win the American, and they're going to get in. I don't love them playing South Florida the week after playing Notre Dame. Now, again, South Florida is being put to the test every single week, right? The first obstacle is North Texas, and then it's going to be Memphis, and then it's Navy. Well, Navy, though, before the South Florida game, they get a massive one, and I mean massive game next week against North Texas on the road. I don't even know if they win that game because your defense has to be really good to beat that team. So I don't know. Or Navy just has to score every single time they touch the ball. So more on that next week, but Navy should remain undefeated. And you got to rank the midshipmen, right? 7-0. Not many undefeated teams left. They are, what, 4th receiving votes? 5th receiving votes? You got to rank the midshipmen. I don't care if they're beating FAU this week. You got to rank Navy. Give me Navy at home, minus 15.5 against Florida Atlantic. That's pretty much just based on how FAU played last week. Give me Navy. Next up, let's go and stay in the American Conference. So again, like we go from fun stuff in the American to, fun stuff as well, but Tulsa and Temple. It should be kind of funny. I don't know. Will I watch live? I'm gonna be honest. No, I'm not gonna be watching live. There's other things I'll be watching at 12:30. Again, I got UFC on one screen. I got Vandy, Missouri on one screen. I gotta put BYU, Iowa State on the other. Probably keeping track of Fresno as well. Cincy plays at 1. I don't know if I'm gonna be watching Tulsa Temple live. I'll catch a replay. Okay. The Temple Owls go on the road to take on the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes. So if you remember my tiers from last week of the American Conference, Tulsa's in the tier. They're in the bad tier. Now, I feel like I need to make a tier just for Charlotte themselves. I remember I put, I think, UAB, Tulsa, and Charlotte all in the same tier. UAB, as soon as I put them in the tier, they beat Memphis. Well, I mean, what you gonna do sometimes? And Tulsa, 3 straight losses in the American Conference after picking up the biggest win in a while for the Golden Hurricane. Yeah, they went to Stillwater and beat Oklahoma State. They haven't won since. Now, again, Oklahoma State's the worst team in college football, and Power 4 college football. More on them in a second, where they play Texas Tech. Ooh, that's going to go really well for them. But you look at the Tulsa Golden Hurricane, 3 consecutive losses after Oklahoma State. They lose to Tulane, they lose to Memphis, and they lose to East Carolina. Back-to-back losses on the road for Tulsa, where they just got blown out, right? Both Memphis and East Carolina put up 40-plus points against the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. And Tulsa has really struggled fighting their identity offensively. I mean, last couple weeks they've gone back and forth from Baylor Hayes and Kirk Francis at quarterback. Now, again, Baylor Hayes is the best quarterback on roster, but they struggle to score some games, and really their defense gets a bunch of points put on them pretty much every single week. And that's where the Temple Owls come into play. Obviously, the game's on the road for Temple as they have to go to Oklahoma for this one, but at least Temple knows what they're doing. At least they have a game plan every single week. It's, all right, Evan Simon's not going to make a mistake. Because, I mean, seriously, look what Evan Simon's done this season. 1,400 yards, I get it. That's not many yards per game. That's 200 yards a game. But in a world where the art of the game manager doesn't really get understood as much, and, the art of finding a really good game manager isn't always on full display, that's exactly what you get out of Evan Simon. Evan Simon averages 200 passing yards a game, and he's got 16 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. I mean, that's over 2 touchdowns a game and 200 yards. And he doesn't throw picks. And what is he out there to do? All right, make the big plays on 3rd down, convert and get first downs, hand the ball off to Jay Tucker. Jay Tucker, leading running back, 560 yards so far this season for Temple. Back-to-back games of 100-yard nights for Tucker against Navy, and then on the road, obviously, against Charlotte, because Charlotte sucks. But Temple's solid, man. And they've got a quarterback again who's not going to give you the football. It's just when Temple plays like this, it's tough for a team like Tulsa to beat them. And I'm not going to sell you on Temple being the best team in the world, but really when you dive into what Temple's done this year, okay, they are 4-3. Their wins are bad teams. I understand. UMass, horrible. Howard at the MEAC. UTSA is a good win at home. And then Charlotte. Their losses are Oklahoma, Georgia Tech, and Navy by 1 point. In a game where Evan Simon threw for 345 yards, I believe a career high, I believe it is. They lose to good teams, and they haven't really beaten a good team yet other than Texas San Antonio. And I can't say Tulsa's going to be a good team that they beat, but Temple's just one of these mid teams in the American that just kind of hangs around and they find themselves in a bowl game at the end of the year. Like, I can't wait to see Temple play in the Military Bowl this season, especially after last year where Evan Simon was their starting quarterback. Didn't play that well last year, threw 9 interceptions, and has already thrown more touchdowns this year than he did last year. And Temple went 3-9. I mean, the program's making strides in the right direction. I got to respect it. Give me the Temple Owls to win this game against the Tulsa Golden Hurricane and cover the 5.5 points on the road as well. Next up, we move on to the MAC. Ball State, we're still in the 12:30 hour. My goodness. Ball State takes on Northern Illinois. We are almost 3 hours in the video and we're still in the, oh my goodness. Wow. Ball State versus NIU. Wow. I'm going to take NIU to win. I'm going to go Ball State to cover though. Yeah, I'm going to take Ball State to cover here. I don't understand these odds. Northern Illinois winless so far in the MAC, and like we talk about this all the time with them. They've won one game this year. It's Holy Cross, and not the good version of Holy Cross either, the winless version of Holy Cross. Since then, they've done nothing but lose. They've lost 6 consecutive games, and now Northern Illinois' whole thing, oh, we play great defense, right? We shut you down, right? You're not going to score on the Northern Illinois Huskies. Well, sometimes that happens, right? When you stop Eastern Michigan to 16 points, Miami of Ohio to 25 points, San Diego State to 6 points, Maryland to 20 points, right? We're holding all these teams. You're thinking, oh, maybe we win some of these games, right? No. They don't win any of these games. They're 1-6. And they do, because they do nothing offensively. I mean, there is not many worse offenses in college football than the Northern Illinois Huskies. Don't forget this team beat Notre Dame last year. Don't forget about that. They did. Offensively, they're so bad, man. They are. Their one bright spot recently has been their running back, Telly Johnson. Telly Johnson's been ripping off big carries. I'll give him a lot of credit. They went to Brady Davidson, their backup quarterback, last couple weeks. They went back to Josh Holst last week. I think Holst is the better quarterback from what I've seen, at least arm talent-wise. But they just lost to Ohio 48-21. So why are they 5.5 point favorites here? Because they play good defense, I guess. I mean, Ball State, I feel like Ball State's going to score. Did Ball State get shut out 42-0 against Western Michigan? They did. But Western Michigan plays great defense, and they're one of the best defenses they're the best defense in the MAC. Is Ball State anything special? No, but Kyle Kelly, again, is game manager. Not really. He's a dual threat guy. He'll run, right? Kyle Kelly has 330 rushing yards, 846 passing yards. Kua Ashley is the leading rusher with 400 plus yards this season. They're nothing all that impressive, but they just remain competitive in some of these a lot of these games in the MAC. I mean, the last 5 games for Ball State, they've all been tight games, right? One's against New Hampshire, they beat by 5 points. They go to UConn, and this is not a bad game. You go to UConn, lose by 6 points. Ohio, you beat, shockingly. You go to Western Michigan, you get blown out, you lose 42-0, and then you beat Akron 42-28. Big time. Ashley, 143 rushing yards. That's huge for Ball State. It's absolutely massive. I mean, again, I'm taking a team here in Ball State on the road who just scored 48 points in the game. What Northern Illinois, the most points they've scored all year long is 21 last week in a game that they lost still 48-21. The one game the defense gets completely shut down because Ohio is dominating. Parker Navarro's throwing the ball up and down the field. Your offense finally scores, but you give up 48 points too. The one game they won, they scored 19 points against the Holy Cross Crusaders. This is bad. This is really bad. This is actually horrible. Okay. Yeah, I'm going Ball State here. I'm going Ball State. I believe they cover quite easily. 5.5 points. That is just all right in my opinion. I think they can win the game. I guess. I mean, I put on the screen -210 for Northern Illinois. Don't bet on that. Don't include that in a parlay. They're like that's a bad bet. I should just put +170 for Ball State. My only concern is again like they went to West Michigan and lost 42-0. But I mean, like I know again, NIU and West Michigan both pride themselves on their defense. West Michigan's defense is so much better than NIU. I watched West Michigan go to Michigan State and hold them to 20 points. Like not even close. So I think again, all things considered, I think Ball State should be fine here. So I'm going to take the Cardinals +5.5 here on the road with Kyle Kelly and the guys. Next up, oh man, UMass is back. Woohoo! All right, the UMass Minutemen. So I already talked about their game against Buffalo. It was the choke jobs of choke jobs. Shout out to that corner who waved goodbye to his own fans after securing what he thought was the game-winning interception. Waved goodbye to the fans, and then his team still choked the game. So UMass is now 0-7. I will give them credit where credit is due. They're actually playing competitive games. Last week was their first competitive game against an FBS team because their only other game they played competitively all year long was against the Bryant Bulldogs in a game they lost 27-26. So again, say goodbye to the program funding. Say goodbye to the wins. Again, you join the MAC and you're 0-7 in the MAC. I'm gonna have to use. I'm gonna keep waving this entire prediction. It's probably gonna hurt my hand, but I need to cross over my arm to scroll on my computer here. UMass is 0-3 this season in the MAC. They're 0-7, and you finally played a competitive game just to choke it against Buffalo. Now you get the Central Michigan Chippewa. Okay, my arm's hurting. I can't do this anymore. I'm gonna hurt my wrist doing this. You're playing the Central Michigan Chippewas. They'll score points. Here's the thing. UMass, maybe they're just gonna be competitive at home this season. I don't know, because all right, when West Michigan went there, again, the Broncos play good defense. They shut them down to 3 points. There's only an 18-point loss for UMass. They lose at 21-3 to the West Michigan Broncos. But it's such a bad football team. They were up 14-3 on Buffalo. I was not watching the game live. I watched the end of the game because I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this, I turned the game off, and then I checked 5 minutes later. I was like, wait, Buffalo's got the ball back. It was hilarious stuff. I wish I had my reaction to Buffalo UMass ending. Well, actually, I do. It's on TikTok. I swear I was not trying to plug that. Greedo plays clips on TikTok. I don't have my live reaction, but I talked about it on TikTok. Taquan Roberson, again, throws for 400-plus yards. The UMass offense is so bad, but they found it in that game. With Brandon Hood at running back. He had a 90-yard touchdown in that game. Yes, 90-yard touchdown. If you know, you know. The Philip Rivers clip. He had a 90-yard touchdown in that game. UMass is up 14-3 at one point. Buffalo comes storming back, and UMass chokes it at the very end. It was the most UMass loss possible. The thing is, okay, this is the only way UMass can ever be competitive in a game and potentially win a game, is if they're winning big early and, all right, time to start chewing clock. Chew clock in the second quarter. Run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. Here comes Brandon Hood. Run the ball, run the ball. Because they don't have a great quarterback. Well, I don't even want to pin it on AJ Hairston, but they don't let him throw. He threw 14 passes against Buffalo. He went 6 for 14 for 119 yards. So it's a big shock when UMass does have to throw the ball. 2 touchdowns on 6 completions. Great. A third of his completions were a touchdown. They run Harrison quite a bit. He had a 20-yard scramble. He got sacked multiple times in this game too because their O-line sucks. Yeah, the Chippewas will beat them. Now, the Chippewas are weird because they've played 3 different quarterbacks this season. And Joe Labus is their leading passer, but their leading rusher is another quarterback, and it's Angel Flores. What? I don't understand sometimes what goes on with Central Michigan, man. Because they play both of them. They played both of them in the same game. When they beat Bowling Green, they attempted 5 passes, and they just ran the ball the entire game. They went 3 for 5 passing. Labus goes 2 for 4. Angel Flores goes 1 for 1. And Flores ran the ball 18 times. And Labus ran the ball 5 times. So they just run this 2-man, duo at quarterback. It's just run, and some more. I guess they're very boring to watch. I'll tell you that. Central Michigan's a boring team to watch. They'll beat UMass. They will. That's why the line's so close, 14.5, because Central Michigan just doesn't get away from teams because they just run the ball all game long. They should be fine here, though. Again, they run the ball all game long. Their defense actually is not that bad. That's why they are allowed to play this style of game sometimes. Of just pure rushing attack. Again, I think the best and biggest example of the Central Michigan defense, go back and watch week 1 when they play San Jose State. They hold the Spartans to 14 points. Yeah, again, San Jose State should have hit the game-winning field goal, but look at that team now with Walker Aguette, Danny Scudero. They got held to 14 points against Central Michigan, which allowed Central Michigan to just play the pure run game the entire day. They let Angel Flores throw the ball more than he has all year long in that game against SJSU. He's a Northern Arizona forward player over there, who I don't think even started at NAU. But regardless, I got to go here with the UMass Minutemen to lose. I'm going to go Central Michigan at home. Run some more in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Give me the Chippewas to win the game at home. Next up, we go to the final game of the 12:30 hour. Yes, we're still at the 12:30 hour. The Miami of Ohio Redhawks at home against the West Michigan Broncos. I'm actually going to go Miami of Ohio. So great offense versus great defense. This is the game of the week in the MAC, right? There are 3 teams in the MAC that are 3-0, and they all have a 4-3 overall record. It's the Buffalo Bulls, who, I guess they're going to continue to find ways to win. It's the Miami of Ohio Redhawks, and it's the Western Michigan Broncos. It is a clash of styles this week, and I get it. West Michigan coming off a game where they dropped 42 points against Ball State. I'm telling you right now, if you've watched West Michigan play, they're not known for their offense, okay? Their offense, they're all right. They're looking to stuff you defensively, and all right, Brock Lowry, figure it out on offense. Go ahead, right? Brock Lowry, run the ball. Brock Lowry, throw the ball. Brock Lowry's like Diego Pavia, just toned down. I'm so serious. That's what Brock Lowry is. He is a toned down Diego Pavia. Because Brock Lowry this season, 1,000 yards passing, 450 yards rushing, 7 rushing touchdowns, 5 passing touchdowns. That is kind of what Brock Lowry does for WMU. The offense, it's very like, I don't want to say like you can like call out what they're doing, but they're not that diverse of an offense. It's not like I'm not wowed by what West Michigan does offensively. They're not bad, but it's like it's all Brock Lowry, trust me. Their wins, Toledo 14-13, like a lot of their best wins are just defensive showdowns. Well, best games I'd say. Like I don't know how they went to overtime with North Texas though. The West Michigan Michigan State game is very good. They only lost by 17 points, 23-6. Big win over Toledo, 14-3. They beat Ball State 42-0, obviously coming off that victory. They go to UAS, only win by 18 points, which we just talked about earlier. But now they're taking on the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. So again, clash of styles game here, right? Because Miami of Ohio, a team that is looking to score. They have a good defense too, but obviously that offense is where it's at for Miami of Ohio, right? Daquan Finn, starting quarterback of the Redhawks. He's dealt with some injuries, but Daquan Finn is back. He is a guy who's seen so much success in the Mid-American Conference over the years. Obviously left Toledo 2 seasons ago to, go pursue a starting job at Baylor. It didn't go very well for Daquan Finn because a guy named Sawyer Robertson took his job. Anyways, though, Daquan Finn is back in the MAC, not playing at Toledo, but playing at Miami of Ohio. And he's been doing pretty well since his return from injury, at least. First 2 games of the season for Daquan Finn. Tough matchups, man. Playing against Rutgers, playing against Wisconsin. Backup quarterback plus to play against UNLV and against FCS Lindenwood and Henry Hessen. But undeniably, right, this is Daquan Finn's football team. And this is Daquan Finn's, starting job. And he's played well as of late. 3 straight victories in the MAC. Again, this is just a MAC demon, I can say, right, from Daquan Finn. He gets things done in the Mid-American. Big win over Northern Illinois, 25-14. Beats Akron 20-7. Beats Eastern Michigan 44-30. 3 consecutive victories for Daquan Finn and the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. And their defense, when they need them to step up, can play well. I always look back at the Wisconsin game, and now at the time, we didn't know how bad Wisconsin truly was. But holding Wisconsin first game of the season to 17 points, all right. They lost 17-0, but the defense isn't that bad. And that's where I think they're able to match and at least just hold what the Brock Lowry West Michigan offense is. It's all him, right? Daquan Finn can run. He's got the ability to scramble, and he's a good scrambler at that. But additionally, on top of that, there's a lot that Miami of Ohio can do with this offense. There's a lot of different weapons that they have. Jordan Brunson's a pretty good running back. Last week, in a 44-30 shootout victory for the Miami of Ohio Redhawks, what happens? Jordan Brunson runs for 122 yards. Daquan Finn at the same time only has 150 yards through the air, but 60 rushing yards. Again, all-purpose wise. All right, here comes again Finn. Like it's big time, man. Finn can play. Finn can play. Trust me. West Michigan again. Their defense is good. I don't think it's good enough to stop this team, though. And you got to go on the road to play Miami of Ohio. It's a real tough matchup for them. Because, again, another one of these teams, they're not really that well equipped to come back from behind. Especially, you don't have a great running back. Your quarterback's your best runner of the football. I got to go with West Michigan here to lose. I'm going to go Miami of Ohio. Again, I think the winner of this game will probably end up winning the MAC. I think, at least winning the MAC regular season title. We'll see what happens in the actual Mid-American Championship game over in Detroit at Ford Field. Because I think Buffalo's going to be part of that equation. But who knows, again, right? Like I keep saying with the MAC, any team can lose to any team, and any team can probably beat any team in the MAC, with the exception of the horrible teams. Obviously, talking about Massachusetts and Northern Illinois, and potentially East Michigan and Kent State. But in this spot, I'm going to go Miami of Ohio at home. I believe in Daquan Finn quite a bit. Next up, we finally get to the 1 o'clock hour, and oh my goodness, more bad football coming right up in the Oklahoma State Cowboys Oh, brother, how did it get this bad for this team? It does not get much worse than this. Holy crap. I mean, the team's an absolute embarrassment, is what they are. Oklahoma State is just a straight and utter embarrassment of a football team. What happened to them? They are 1-6, and it's to the point now you can't even bet on Oklahoma State money line. The books don't want your money if you think Oklahoma State can pull it off, which they won't. They won't pull it off, but they don't even want your money to do so, which makes sense because there's no way in hell that they can potentially possibly win this football game. There is no world where Oklahoma State beats Texas Tech. Hell is frozen over if OK State wins this game. They are so horrible. So they are on quarterback number 3 this season. They have settled now on Sam Jackson since Haas is still out. Sam Jackson, the senior quarterback who has, he's been at TCU, he's been at Cal, he's been at Auburn, he's been a career backup. And somehow in his senior season, he's found a way to start in a Big 12 program at Oklahoma State. Quarterbacks like this, I always question too. It's like, are you just on these teams so you can say you played football at TCU, Cal, and Auburn, Oklahoma State? No disrespect to Sam Jackson, the 5th. He's got farther in the game of football than I have, right? I mean, I'm medically retired with the shoulder injury, right? Like I was done after my senior year of high school, unfortunately. I didn't want to go the JUCO route, so it is what it is, right? Anyways. I feel like a guy like this, you're finally starting Oklahoma State, and this is the opportunity you've always wanted, but you've transferred 3 times already. You never thought about transferring to the group of 5 and potentially starting down there? Because, that's the best way to get tape. And again, I'm not in his position, obviously, but Sam Jackson is now starting at Oklahoma State, and, I don't know. Again, you've waited all this time to start a major program, and you get to start here. 0-2 for Sam Jackson, losing to Houston, losing to Cincinnati. At least, hey, starting running back Rodney Fields ran for 130 yards last week. All right. Oklahoma State, they're just trying stuff. They had the game where they tried playing a tight ends and receivers at quarterback. Oh my goodness, this is just a mess of a football team, man. No, it's actually crazy what's going on with this team. It's actually insane. Well, Sam Jackson got moved to receiver. I guess he's playing receiver now. Oh my goodness, because he played. Oh my god. They're playing receiver at quarterback. Sam Jackson's actually a receiver. I forgot about that. Because they were trying Zane Flores. They probably actually should have stayed with Zane Flores. They go to Texas Tech. Texas Tech coming off the loss to Arizona State. Again, that's where ranked teams go to die. I keep saying it, right? Now, I'll be honest, I didn't pick it. I thought Texas Tech was too good for that. Now, again, I didn't know what the status of Brendan Morton was going to be, but truthfully, I thought even with Will Hammond, I believe that Texas Tech was going to beat Arizona State. I was wrong. And Texas Tech lost the game. They lost the game 26-22. They, again, very questionable strategy and a very questionable play calling and scheme for Texas Tech against Arizona State. They decided, you know what? All right, we have a freshman quarterback who played some last year because Morton got injured. But again, redshirt freshman quarterback. All right, go run the ball 15 times. We're going to center our offense around a redshirt freshman. And we have all this talent at receiver. What? They lose the game 26-22. Sam Leavitt at his best can be very effective for Arizona State. Now the Big 12 is wide open. I still believe it's Texas Tech's to win. I think, again, this week, they get afforded the luxury of playing Oklahoma State while they're waiting for Brendan Morton to get back, because obviously the fall-off was much larger than I thought it was with Brendan Morton and Will Hammond. Again, I looked at how Hammond played in relief of Morton in the Utah game, and Hammond actually wins them that game against Utah, so I was thinking, you know what? Maybe Hammond's actually legit. Maybe Hammond's really good. And I think Hammond will be eventually good, but who knows with the Big 12, man, and who knows with Texas Tech. They'll beat up on Oklahoma State. Again, there's a reason Vegas is not even offering you a line for this. Texas Tech is a minus 38.5 point favorite. This was a team that I considered the most dominant in the Big 12 and one of the most dominant teams in all of football. I said they were going to go 13-0 and have a bye in the postseason last week, and they ended up going to ASU and losing. They're still really good. They're still going to win the Big 12, I think. Maybe Brigham Young at this point flukes their way to beating Texas Tech. Maybe that happens too. You know what? Maybe BYU never loses. Cincinnati, though, is right there. I don't know. I think Cincinnati might win the Big 12 this year. They are undefeated in the Big 12, and we'll talk about them very shortly. Actually, right now. So I'm going to go Texas Tech with the points here, minus 38.5. Don't bet it. This is the team I want to talk about in the Big 12. It's the Cincinnati Bearcats. I like the Bearcats a lot. I really do, guys. One loss this season, and the one loss is at Arrowhead, neutral site against Nebraska. That's your one loss all year long? Really? Okay, sold. I mean, legitimately, Cincinnati's good. Guys, does Cincinnati lose a game the rest of the season? I don't think so. We might be looking now, like now that Texas Tech lost, and I believe that will be the Big 12 championship game. I think it has to be, because I think Texas Tech's going to take care of BYU. I think Cincinnati's going to beat BYU as well. And I think Arizona State, ASU might not lose the rest of the year. Oh, goodness. Wait, this might be, Texas Tech might not make they're not going to make the Big 12 title game. It's going to be Cincinnati, Arizona State. Wow. That case, I think Cincinnati might beat Arizona State. I don't know. ASU might win that game back-to-back years, winning the Big 12. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. What I do know is I think Cincinnati's going to go to the Big 12 title game. Maybe they just completely implode like they did last year. By the way, they started 5-2. They beat Arizona State, got a big victory, and then they proceeded to lose their final 5 games to not even be eligible to make a bowl game. But senior year Brendan Sorbsy, or junior year Brendan Sorbsy, has been a whole other animal. Again, Brendan Sorbsy, you want to return to Indiana for your senior year? Booster money, let's go. Let's get the Brinks truck out just to pay Brendan Sorbsy again. I'm serious. Like, Brendan Sorbsy leaves Indiana, and he does his damn thing after leaving Indiana. He has established himself as a very good quarterback, and he's going to play on Sundays. Will he start on Sundays? Probably not. But he's going to be a backup on Sundays for a very long time. Brendan Sorbsy is a good college football quarterback. He has put together 6 consecutive victories for Cincinnati after a very poor showing at Arrowhead against Nebraska in front of Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Taylor Swift. Dylan Royola beats Cincinnati 20-17. Sorbsy had a bad day passing, but rushing-wise had 100 yards. He's been excellent ever since. Sorbsy's averaging, since that Nebraska game, 280-plus yards a game through the air, and they just win, do the Bearcats. Kansas on the road, win. Iowa State at home, win when Iowa State was still 14. UCF at home, win. Oklahoma State on the road, obviously they go to Stillwater and win. And now you get Baylor on ESPN2 at 1 o'clock. Huge, big-time spot here for Cincinnati, who I don't think loses again in the regular season. Look at their schedule. Baylor, Utah on the road is going to be tough. Guys, I don't think Utah's as good as I thought they were. I think they're talented, but I think now, I think Cincinnati might go there and beat them. I think we're going to get it at plus money in about 3 weeks, so hold on to that one. Cincinnati takes on Baylor this week. The Bears are good. They put up points. You know who else puts up points? The Cincinnati Bearcats. And Cincinnati has a much better defense than Baylor. Baylor's defense lets everything go. It is ole! Ole! That's what the Baylor defense is. Sawyer Robertson's good. He makes mistakes. Sawyer Robertson makes mistakes. He throws interceptions. Bryson Washington, capable running back. Josh Cameron, very good receiver. Sawyer Robertson, again, he's going to throw big numbers. They don't really run the ball that much. Like Bryson Washington had big games to start the season, and those big games have quietly gone away because it's just been pass, throw the ball for Baylor. And that's fine. That's what they want to do. I'm telling you, Cincinnati's defense is going to find a way to shut this down eventually. And at the same time, like while that defense is figuring out how to shut down the Baylor offense and Sawyer Robertson, Brendan Sorbsy and the Bearcats are going to score. And they're going to continue to score over and over and over again. That's just what they do, man. Sorbsy's playing having a great junior year. Again, this guy was starting at Indiana as a redshirt freshman. And he gets pushed out the door, obviously, because he wasn't going to start over Curtis Rourke. This is the best decision he could have made to go to Cincinnati. Taven Jackson waited. He stayed and was the backup quarterback last year for Curtis Rourke. And now he went to UCF, and he's been struggling at Central Florida. Sorbsy is by far, he's the better guy back then when they were both freshmen in Indiana, and he's the better quarterback now too. So shout out to Brendan Sorbsy. Again, I think the pathway's back for him to go to Indiana again next year if he wants, or hell, he has a home at Cincinnati and a potential Big 12 championship home at Cincinnati this year too. They will outscore Baylor, believe you me. I like the Cincinnati offense better. I like the Cincinnati defense better. Give me the Bearcats at home to beat the Baylor Bears and cover against the Baylor Bears. Bearcats -5.5 against the Bears against Cincinnati comes out on top. On to the SEC 1:15 time spot. So they got the 9:45 time spot at the beginning of the day, and then they got the 1:15 time slot at the end of the day. Then their 4:45 time slot as well, because SEC network, man, it just means more in the South, doesn't it? It just means more. Anyways, we have got the Texas Longhorns taking on the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Arch Manning. Is it time to have that conversation about Arch Manning? I don't know. That last week, man, ooh, that was brutal. They win, so hook 'em. They beat Kentucky. I think Kentucky's awful. For an SEC team, they're awful. They benched Calzada because he wasn't what they thought he was going to be coming back from the FCS level at Carter Word. They're starting Cutter Boley, and Arch Manning, he's a below average SEC quarterback right now, which is absolutely insane because he was, I don't want to say he was great last year. He was good last year. And maybe it was just because, it was a change from, Quinn Ewers. And Arch came in and he beat up on UTSA. He beat up on Louisiana Monroe. He beat up on, the worst team in the SEC last year, the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Well, here you go. Here's your chance again. Because last year in Austin, Arch Manning in the best game of his career, in the game that honestly was taken into the offseason and got all that hype around Arch Manning. He was 95 overall in the college football video game this year. Why? Because of how he played against Mississippi State. 325 yards, 26 for 31 passing, 2 touchdowns. That's why all the hype was there on Arch, because of how well he played against the Bulldogs. Ewers comes back. Ewers is the starter. Manning gets put in the Jackson Dart, New York Giants, Russell Wilson era role of, we've got unique packages for Arch Manning, so he's going to come in and run the ball. He's going to come right out of the game. It was smart, don't get me wrong. And he had the possibility of throwing, even though they abandoned that going on to the playoffs and the SEC title game. It was just, Arch, go run. Anyways, he's gotten worse. Teams have figured Arch out, which sucks. He's gonna stay at Texas. I don't think they're gonna push him out the door here. They'll continue this Arch Manning thing into his junior season. But Arch went from last year being considered Heisman favorite this year, first round pick favorite, going to the Saints, continue the Manning legacy in New Orleans in the Bayou, to is he ever a starting quarterback in the National Football League? Is he? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I just, right now, I don't see it. He's young, don't get me wrong. He's a sophomore. He's a redshirt sophomore, and it's just, the Manning name doesn't help, obviously, and the levels of hype, obviously, that there was around Arch Manning doesn't entirely help either. So they're playing Mississippi State on the road in Starkville. It's, again, not same location, because Arch did it in Austin last year, but this is the team he beat up last year. This is the team that everyone was high on him for beating last season. Mississippi State's lost 3 in a row, but they played really competitive games, except for A&M. They went to College Station. They got blown out against the Aggies. But against Tennessee, they lost by 7 points. Against Florida, they go to the Swamp and lose by 2. I'm not impressed by Texas right now. Texas should not be 6.5-point favorites against anybody right now. Watch them play football. Watch them play. Watch Arch Manning play. Is their run game still pretty good? It is, but your run game can only be so good when defenses can key in, they're not going to throw the ball because their quarterback's not very good. And now Wisner got shut down by Kentucky. It was an inspiring effort of the Kentucky Wildcats, something that I did not think the Wildcats were truthfully capable of. I didn't think so. Mississippi State, man, 3 straight losses. Blake Shapen at quarterback. I'm going Mississippi State to cover. I don't think they win. I think, again, Texas's defense will bail them out like they've been doing all year long, like they did in the Red River game, picking off John Mateer multiple times, like they did against Kentucky, winning the game by 3 points. Like, that defense will bail Texas out. I'm telling you, though, they are being held back right now by quarterback play. When the run game gets going for them and Wisner's having a big day and the O-line's getting a really good push up front, the offense for Texas doesn't look that bad, but I'm telling you, man, Manning has played so poorly this year. Arch Manning's played, I don't think he's played a good game yet. Sam Houston, he didn't play that well against San Jose State. The Sam Houston games, the one game I think Arch played well in this season. And yes, I'm including the game against UTEP. He played bad against UTEP. I'm including the game against San Jose State where he was all right. There's been one game I can say, all right, Arch Manning's been really good. Sam Houston. I don't think he played that bad in the Florida game, even though he threw 2 bad picks. He didn't play that poorly because the rest of the team kind of let him down there. But he's been carried now in back-to-back victories over Oklahoma and over Kentucky. Guys, he's looking like Peyton in Peyton's last year at the Broncos. That's a little harsh because Peyton couldn't move at all back then. But hey, Peyton won a Super Bowl that year, right? I mean, somehow beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Or the Super Bowl. Beat him in the AFC Championship game, right? Thanks, Bill, for that one. Don't forget, Bill Belichick kicked a field goal in that game. They would have won. Anyways, I'm going to take Mississippi State here. I'm going to take Blake Shapen and Mississippi State. Now, they have not recreated their, win of the season, their Super Bowl against Arizona State in Starkville. But you know what? Give me the Bulldogs here at home. I think they should be able to take it against Texas. Sorry, cover against Texas. The win, we'll hold off on that one. Give me Texas to cover 6.5. Next up, we go on to the Big 12. Another Texas team, the Texas Christian Horned Frogs, on the road in Morgantown, West Virginia, to take on the West Virginia Mountaineers. WVU's awful. They're awful. Another team that doesn't know who their quarterback is. They have no idea who their quarterback is. 1 week, it's Khalil Wilkins. The other week, it's Scotty Fox Jr. Last week, it was Scotty Fox Jr. as a starting quarterback. Nico Marshall out for the season. He's got a medical redshirt, so he's going to save a year, so he'll be back next year as a junior. Will it be at WVU or not? I don't know. I would suggest for him, go to Southern Miss. They're going to need a quarterback. I think, again, like a guy like Marshall, maybe he has the spot back at WVU next season, but go to Southern Miss. Brandon Braxton's going to be leaving. That's a great spot. You can go win the Sun Belt, and then your senior year, you can come back to the Power 4 level because you're not going to get anything accomplished at WVU. You're not. West Virginia's awful. Marshall has the big win over Pitt that he can go into the portal with, go to Southern Miss, and go win next year and go put up numbers on a very good Southern Miss team next season. Because they're going to need a quarterback because obviously Braxton's going to be a backup in the NFL, I'd assume. West Virginia's trying multiple quarterbacks, and they're doing the thing that we've seen teams do. We've talked about teams doing earlier in the video. Obviously, the Chippewas, they use multiple quarterbacks in the same game. Yep. They go Khalil Wilkins, the freshman out of DC, and they go Scotty Fox Jr., the freshman out of Mentor, Ohio. Wilkins is the runner. Fox is kind of the passer. They use both of them. And it's just like, all right, when teams do that, they don't know what they're doing. Okay. But honestly, to the defense of West Virginia, they didn't anticipate to be in this spot. They thought Marshall was going to be their guy the entire season. Obviously, Marshall thought he was going to be the guy the entire season. He didn't think he was going to have a season-ending injury, but he did. And it's a lost season ultimately now for West Virginia as you're 2-5. It was a lost year when you lost to Ohio, when you went to Ohio and lost. That's when it was a lost season. But anyways, you're playing in a tough Big 12. At least their schedule's tough in the Big 12 this season. And again, you're platooning quarterbacks back and forth. They're taking on TCU, who is good. The Kansas State loss sucked, but then what did they do last week? They beat Baylor. All right. Score 42 points. You win at 42-36. Josh Hoover looks good. Texas Christian looks good. They were 3.5-point favorites against Baylor. They beat them by 6 points. Sawyer Robertson, again, he'll throw picks. I talked about it earlier. Robertson threw 3 interceptions. TCU takes advantage, and Texas Christian wins the shootout 42-36. It was more just of Texas Christian beating down Baylor. They're up 42-21 in the fourth quarter. Then Baylor scored 2 garbage time touchdowns. Kind of garbage time touchdowns, fumble return touchdown, and then a touchdown with 30 seconds to go to make it a 6-point game. So again, it was a TCU game, right? Baylor scored the first touchdown, but then it was all Texas Christian afterwards. Texas Christian will have their way with West Virginia. Whatever they want against West Virginia, they will get. I get it, the game's in Morgantown, not like the Morgantown faithful over at WVU's all that excited for football anymore. I guess they're looking forward to basketball season as much as West Virginia can look forward to basketball season. I don't know. We'll jump into college basketball in a little bit. Don't you worry. About a week and a half, we're back with college basketball every single day. I mean, I guess, yeah, they can get excited for, 500 year again for WVU basketball, right? Yeah, they can get excited for a 10-10 Big 12 year and then a first-round exit to Colorado in the Big 12 championship game. Yeah, I'm sure WVU fans are really excited for that too. And Javon Small he's at Baylor now, or not Baylor. He's at Memphis now too with the Grizzlies. Anyways, WVU's offense sucks. Their defense gives up points. UCF scored 45. BYU scored 38. Utah scored 48. Kansas scored 41. Look at those scores, man. They've given up 38 plus in 4 straight weeks, and you take on an offense this is all they do. This is their identity. Texas Christian's offense, their identity, their team's identity is we will beat you in shootouts. Well, this game goes from we will beat you in shootouts to We will just beat you because WVU can't keep up offensively. Texas Christian by a mile. They just put it on West Virginia over and over and over again. There's nothing the Mountaineers can do at home. Give me Texas Christian. Next up, we go to the 4 o'clock hour, and here it is. The Oregon Ducks are 34.5-point favorites against the Wisconsin Badgers. Yikes. I'm not going to do that again. I don't know why I spelled out yikes. But, yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. Wisconsin's so awful. I didn't think it could get this bad for them. I mean, this is a team at one point in time was running back Melvin Gordon, James White, Jonathan Taylor. I'm forgetting guys too. I said Melvin Gordon, right? Yeah. But they've talent on top of talent on top of talent. Dari Ungawabale, I butcher his name. They've had so many running backs at Wisconsin. Look at them now. You're a 2-5 team. You're not even running back anymore. Your leading rusher this season is Dylan Jones. He's got 300 yards and 75 carries. Oh, I hate that. 80 carries, sorry. You bring in Billy Edwards from Maryland to be your starting quarterback. He gets injured on opening night. He's back, but no, you're not the starter anymore. It's not also San Diego State starter last year, Danny O'Neal. It's Hunter Simmons, the grad transfer who's like 25 years old, looks like he's about to start a career in finance, from SIU Edwardsville, right? Yep, it's SIU Edwardsville, the good boys of SIU Edwardsville. Hunter Simmons this season has been very mid. I mean, I don't know what you want out of a quarterback this season for Wisconsin. They're awful, okay? They're really bad. They haven't scored in 8 quarters. Oh my goodness. This is bad. So last time Wisconsin scored, they scored 3 points in the 4th quarter against Michigan with 2 minutes left to cut the lead to 14 against Michigan at the Big House. They've now gone 8 consecutive quarters without scoring a point, and I get it. You're playing Iowa, tough defense. Both games at home, by the way. The Badger fans have showed up to Madison to watch 8 straight quarters of non-scoring football. 37-0 loss against Iowa at home. 34-0 loss at home against the Ohio State Buckeyes. I feel bad for the fans. Nothing but L's. It's like when I was still at Indiana and when Tom Allen was the head coach. I showed up every Saturday or Friday night just to watch an L with nobody at Memorial Stadium. It brings a tear to my eye to watch what's happening in Bloomington right now. It's great. Right as I left. It's okay. Anyways, the Oregon Ducks last week did what we expected them to do, right? Out for a vengeance, get embarrassed. Let's call it how it is. Dan Lanning, I'm sure he felt embarrassed in that game against the Indiana Hoosiers. At home, you break the long winning streak for the for the Oregon Ducks at home. It's broken, of course, by the Indiana Hoosiers. And last week, they go cross-country and they beat up on Rutgers. I mean, obviously, right? Oregon wins the game 56-10. Dante Moore, 290 yards. He looked rejuvenated, at least how badly he looked in that game against Indiana. That's just the pressure Indiana brings, though. But Oregon made Ethan Kalamankis look horrible. Yeah, we picked Rutgers this week, but Kalamankis against the Oregon Ducks defense, yeah. Try 8 for 25 passing for 79 yards and 2 picks. Ooh, that's bad. Again, when Oregon, if Oregon's playing non-ranked teams, no. When Oregon's playing teams other than Indiana, they're really good. Oregon's going to go 11-1. They're still making the playoffs. They're going to be a playoff team, and there's a chance they might play Indiana in, I don't know, like the Orange Bowl or the Cotton Bowl later in the year. They're still an extremely good team. They are going to be rolling into the playoffs probably with no ranked victories, considering who's in the rankings at the end of the year, because I know damn well Penn State's not going to be in the rankings. Maybe Washington will, but if Illinois beats Washington like I think they will, Oregon's going to have no ranked wins by the end of the season, which is going to be crazy. By the way, they got to go to Seattle to play Washington too. That's going to be difficult for them. But you feed them a team like Wisconsin. This is if this was an MMA fight, I would say, the first thing I would say is, why did Dana White make this fight? This is a public executioning. I hate it. Well, this is legalized murder. Why are they doing this? Well, unfortunately, this is not mixed martial arts, and we're not matchmaking. These are schedules that are created 5 years ahead of time. So unfortunately, the Wisconsin Badgers have drawn Oregon on the road, and Wisconsin, by the way, still has to go to Bloomington in 3 weeks. Indiana might score 100 points. You think I'm joking? No, Cignetti might try to score 100 that game. He might say, oh, you know what? I've never done this before. Let's put 100 on a team. That might happen in Bloomington in a couple weeks. Wisconsin is bottom of the barrel of the Big Ten. You think Purdue's bad. You think, Northwestern's good this year. You think Purdue's bad. You think that's really it. I was going to say UCLA was bad. They're not bad anymore. Wisconsin's a whole nother level. They're so horrible. Again, Wisconsin, Purdue would be interesting this season, but I think Purdue probably wins. I don't know. Again, flip a coin. But again, Wisconsin hasn't scored in 8 quarters. However, again, they played Iowa and Oregon and Ohio State in back-to-back weeks. So what makes it better? Yeah, go play the Oregon Ducks. Give me Oregon to dominate, minus 34.5 for the Ducks in Eugene. Next up, they're going to start a new winning streak, I guess, right? Until Indiana has to come back and show them who's your daddy again. Anyways, next up, let's go to South Beach, Miami, Florida, as the Miami Hurricanes host the Stanford Cardinal. How about Stanford, man? They just received a $50,000 fine for storming the field. All those fans at Stanford, all 25 of them. No, actually, there was people in the building. Not on the upper deck, obviously. But Stanford beats Florida State. I should have taken the damn spread, or the damn money line. We just took the spread. We had plus 17.5 on Stanford. Should have taken the money line. It was like plus 800. Stanford beats Florida State 20-13. Again, travel in the ACC and in conference realignment in college football is just difficult. It's troubling to do. So you take a team from Tallahassee, Florida, and you fly them across the country 6 hours to, Stanford. That's tough. That's difficult. So Stanford beats them. Ben Branson plays all right. And again, I keep saying Castellanos has been figured out. Stanford ran the ball at will against Florida State. It was not Micah Ford. He was involved, but it was the second running back, second string back in Cole Tabb that really got going for Stanford in that football game. And now they go on the road to take on Miami. Again, guys, yeah, it is equally as difficult, I get it, for Stanford going all the way to Miami than it was for FSU to go from Florida over to Stanford. So, but again, Stanford, here's the difference though, right? A team like Florida State's not used to going all the way to California. And same thing with Miami. Remember when Miami played game day at Cal and Cam Ward and Miami had to come back from behind and beat California and Fernando Mendoza last season? Those teams make one trip out to California every single year. Regardless of who you are in the ACC, you make one trip out to the West Coast, just to the Bay Area. You make that one trip, right? Just like how in the Big Ten, right? Regardless of who you are, you make that one trip out west too. You either go play UCLA, you go play USC, you go play Oregon, you go play Washington. So it is difficult for these teams to do. They have to make these one trip every single year. It is that tough for Stanford. I get it, to go play Miami on the road, but Stanford does this almost every single week. They go cross country to play these ACC schools all the time. Stanford went to SMU, which is Dallas. I get it. They go to Virginia and play. They're more used to it than the Florida teams and the actual Atlantic Coast teams are. Regardless, though, Stanford goes cross country to take on the Miami Hurricanes. I'm taking Stanford to cover, guys. Plus 29.5. That's too many points. Stanford's actually kind of keeping up with teams right now. I get it, on the road, they're a whole different animal. They're much worse on the road. I understand that. And you look at the Miami Hurricanes. Well, how about that L last week? Losing at home to Louisville. And I get it, Stanford is nowhere near the team the Louisville Cardinals are. But you go from Cardinals to Cardinal this week for the Miami Hurricanes. Carson Beck, at one point the Heisman favorite. He was the Heisman favorite going into last week. He goes 25 for 35 passing and throws 4 interceptions. Oh, man. Brutal for Carson Beck. Absolutely brutal game. Miami loses it at home to Miller Moss and Louisville. And now you have to turn this into a game at home against Stanford. Now, I expect them to beat Stanford. But asking Miami to cover 29.5 points after what happened last week, I don't know. I get it. Revenge game. They should be a lot better this week. I like Stanford here, guys. Stanford's been sneaky, kind of decent. Again, watch the way they play. Boston College and San Jose State at home and Florida State at home. I get it. They're a much better team at Stanford than they are away, obviously, from California. But I think they're going to be able to get it done and cover 29.5 points. Again, we're asking Miami to beat them by 30. I mean, sure, again, Virginia beat them by 28 on the road. SMU beat them by 24 on the road. Stanford's yet to lose by 30 points all year long. And I get it, Miami, explosive offense, really good defense. Ruben Bain and company, obviously, defensively. It's a good team. I think, actually, Stanford's going to be able to cover here. I'm going Stanford Cardinal here on the road to cover against the Miami Hurricanes. Give me Stanford plus 29.5 against Miami on the road. I think Miami, too, again, when I look at this team, I think they're still going to be fine. They're probably still going to find themselves in the playoffs. They might find themselves on the outside looking in, though, in the ACC title game. So make sure to stay on the lookout for that. Next up, We go on to a matchup here. We've got all these big-time schools. But first, Arkansas State and Georgia Southern. We got to take a quick detour to the Sun Belt. Arkansas State, Georgia Southern. And then next up, we got another Sun Belt game, but in fuego team in the Sun Belt coming up after this. Regardless, Arkansas State hosts here in Jonesboro, Arkansas, the Georgia Southern Eagles. Georgia Southern 3-4, coming off a win over Georgia State that we talked about earlier. Again, a competitive game until it wasn't in the fourth quarter. And okay, sure, every game's competitive until it wasn't. Well, that's legitimately how Georgia Southern and Georgia State was. It was competitive until Georgia State kind of just threw it away and decided, okay, we're going to go 3-and-out every single drive. It's okay. Georgia Southern's taking on Arkansas State in this spot. How about the Red Wolves, right? Wednesday night spot, weekday spot against South Alabama. Find a way to win. How about Jalen Raynor and the Arkansas State Red Wolves? Now, again, Jalen Raynor, I witnessed him, heave up a ball 50 yards right to a defender, but it's okay. Like, I like Arkansas State quite a bit still. I've always known, again, Raynor's a talent. On my TikTok, I posted about Arkansas State versus South Alabama, and I don't know who it was. I can find it right now. I'll find it right now. I'm going, basically, I make the TikTok, again, going after South Alabama. Again, I'm not always serious when I make these TikToks, obviously, but I'm like, jokingly going at teams, and the team I'm jokingly going out, I'm giving South Alabama a way harder time than Arkansas State. But I called it, I think, with the TikTok. South Alabama embarrassing choke on Tuesday night, right? So again, if you haven't seen Greedo Plays clips on TikTok, again, go check it out. We do this all the time on TikTok, okay? Regardless, so again, it's just a bunch of South Alabama fans commenting. But at the very, I found a comment. An actual lineman on Arkansas State commented on the video, and he said, chill on my QB. Obviously, he's talking about Jalen Raynor. I didn't critique Raynor at all. I just said, I witnessed Jalen Raynor heave a ball 50 yards downfield, close his eyes, and throw an interception. Like, I like Raynor. I've said Jalen Raynor should be in the Power 4 next season, but I did find it really funny that, an actual player on Arkansas State, Adam Hickerson, commented, let me just cross-check with, he's on the roster. He doesn't have a picture on ESPN, but he's an O-lineman from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, who commented on the TikTok. He actually plays on Arkansas State. So shout out to you. I'm sure he saw the TikTok and probably will never see Greedo Plays ever again, unless to critique Arkansas State one more time. Maybe I'll make another TikTok about Arkansas State. Anyways, I found it funny, but regardless, I think Raynor's a good talent. I think he is. Arkansas State was a little questionable early in that football game, but they found a way to get it done, okay? Game-winning field goal. Now, again, if South Alabama doesn't miss a 20-yard chippy, then Arkansas State's in a little bit of danger, because then they, if that 25-yard field goal is made, then they got to drive down the field and score a touchdown. Really weird spot. Arkansas State, too, in that game, they get it down to a 38-yard field goal with 40 seconds left. The coach says, you know what? I don't need to get it closer. Takes all the way down to 3 seconds, starts clapping, obviously, and it takes the timeout 3 seconds to go, and they win the game. They kick the 38-yard field goal. Again, Arkansas State's got the best kicker, obviously, in the Sun Belt, but I look at this game between Georgia Southern and Arkansas State. Georgia Southern this season, again, this is the J.C. French show. He had a decent running back room, but again, it's a lot of J.C. French and what he's able to accomplish here. So it's a Georgia Southern team that we've watched play Fresno State, be very competitive with, and go into halftime leading, and then obviously ended up losing the game 42-14. Watched them play USC, got blown out. They've come back to the Sun Belt, and they've just been a mediocre team so far in the Sun Belt. Losing to JMU, losing to Southern Miss, again, coming off the win over Georgia State, where they win at 41-24. Again, they put up 21 consecutive points on Georgia State to win the football game against, obviously, Cameron Brown and the guys over there. I think Arkansas State, they're at home here. They should be able to win this game. Again, you're building off of momentum of last week. It was a weird game they played to last week. Officials, could not stay out of calling everything. They wanted to make sure every single little thing was called in that football game. It was really odd, a very tightly officiated game. But I think Arkansas State's able to win. Again, I like Jalen Raynor, enough. It's a team that once they figured it out, they were able to score. But again, that's just a weird Sun Belt, midweek game, no score. It is what it is. I'm not going to put too much into it. I think they should be able to go on the road and beat Georgia Southern. They're at home. Oh, they were fine. I'm taking Arkansas State here. They're at home. They should be good. Excuse my lack of enthusiasm about this game, because this is the real game out of the Sun Belt. Here we go. Yes, sir. How about the Troy Trojans, and how about Tucker Gilcrease? Tucker Gilcrease has got national attention now. At least I'm trying to put Tucker Gilcrease on the map. Okay, again, Greedo plays clips on TikTok. We talk about Tucker Gilcrease a lot. He hasn't had a specific TikTok made about him, but I bring up Tucker Gilcrease quite a bit because the run this dude's going on at Troy right now. Oh boy. All right, nothing against Goose Crowder. The best decision Troy could have made, going to Tucker Gilcrease as the starting quarterback. He's been in the program for a little bit. He'll be a senior next year. He'll be back, and this guy will be putting up numbers next season in the Sun Belt. Tucker Gilcrease this year has not played the entire year, but over 1,000 yards now, 9 touchdowns, 2 picks. 2 weeks ago, obviously, the big overtime victory at Texas State, putting up 48 points. Gilcrease 415 passing yards. His leading rusher had 18 rushing yards that game. Tucker Gilcrease puts up numbers every single week. Last week, on the road, UL Monroe, no need to fear. Here comes Tucker Gilcrease, 37-14 victory for the Troy Trojans. Gilcrease 223 yards. The guy wins. He went to Buffalo, wins. I mean, Gilcrease is solid, man. Nothing against Goose Crowder. Gilcrease is the guy. The Troy Trojans are now 5-2, and I said it earlier in the video when we were talking about Sun Belt football. The game to watch out for the Sun Belt is the Sun Belt Championship, obviously, but it's the Sun Belt West Championship game, essentially, as long as Troy can take care of their business in and Southern Miss can too in the Sun Belt, because you're going to get that game week 14, Troy at Southern Miss. Winner goes to probably take on the JMU Dukes to play for the Sun Belt Championship. That's going to be such a big game, and those are by far right now the two best teams, at least in the Sun Belt West. In this specific spot, though, we get Troy taking on the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. I believe Troy will blow them out, I think. I mean, Louisiana just struggles to score. It's a team that's been struggling with, finding an identity offensively. They found it. It's Lunch Winfield. Walker Howard, obviously, is the starting quarterback. He's an Ole Miss transfer week 1. He gets hurt. Daniel Beal comes in, and they have settled on Lunch Winfield being the starter, and that's by far the best move they could have made. Again, pure dual threat guy. Winfield, since taking over as a starting quarterback, has led Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns, in both passing yards and rushing yards in 3 consecutive weeks. 125 passing yards and 129 rushing yards in a 54-51 victory over Marshall, and he's been doing the same thing every single week since. Now again, after picking up that huge double overtime victory over the Thundering Herd, Louisiana has been a loser in back-to-back games against JMU and Southern Miss, but again, those are really good teams. Unfortunately for Louisiana, here's another really good team in the Troy Trojans. Guys, I wouldn't would not rule out the possibility of Louisiana actually winning 4 straight games in the year. I mean, I wouldn't. Beating South Alabama, beating Texas State, beating Arkansas State on the road might be tough on a Thursday night, and then beating UL Monroe, they could get bowl eligible. It's just they right now are running into the toughest possible Sun Belt schedule they could imagine. Again, Marshall's a tough game, and they won it at home. At JMU, Southern Miss, at Troy. Ooh, they'll beat South Alabama last week, but this game against the Troy Trojans, Troy Trojans are a good football team. Believe you me, Troy is good. They score at will. Gilcrease is doing his thing. They are willing to engage in a shootout, and obviously I say they just tell the team, let's get into a shootout. Obviously, again, their defense is going to give up points, which requires their offense to try to keep on scoring. But I think they're going to be okay here. I believe that the Troy Trojans should be able to outscore Louisiana. Again, their run game has basically gone non-existent since Gilcrease has taken over, because you know what? Tucker Gilcrease is the running game as well. Don't forget the South Alabama game. Gilcrease had over 100 yards rushing while also throwing for 200 passing yards. I mean, again, Gilcrease is the entire team at Troy, and that's okay. Bros, the entire squad out here. And they're winning football games with Tucker Gilcrease again. They are 4-0 in their last 4 games with Gilcrease at the helm. Give me the Troy Trojans to win and outscore Louisiana, so they should be able to cover the spread here. -9.5 for the Troy Trojans at home against the Louisiana Raging Cajuns and Lunch Winfield. On to our next game, and we go to a big one. In the SEC, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, LSU at home against Texas A&M. Number 3 team in the country. A&M going on the road to take on LSU at Death Valley. Here we go. Now, okay. Here's the thing about this game. This is, again, one of the biggest games of the week, right? 4:30 spot. It gets the ABC time slot. Awesome. A&M's a 2.5-point favorite in this game over Louisiana State. And they should win. Outright, I'm going to say it right now. They should beat Louisiana State. I've watched LSU play, and I'm officially off the hype train. Well, the hype train has left the station, and I jumped off a long time ago. But I'm done just relying on Louisiana State. Is their defense really good? It is. I watched Vandy score 31 points in them. I watched Diego Pavia have his way with the defense. Whatever Diego Pavia wanted against LSU, he got it. There was no stopping him. Okay, LSU did not have an answer. What's Marcel Reed going to do? What's A&M going to do? I'm serious. Marcel Reed doesn't entirely play like Diego Pavia because A&M actually has a running back room, and that's a running back room led right now, it feels like, by Ruben Owens, who's getting a lot of that work. It's a good offense versus a, on paper, good defense. But you know what? Okay, it doesn't matter how good a defense LSU plays because ultimately they were going to lose the game anyway because their offense doesn't give them points. And their offense, again, it's like a pitcher getting run support. LSU offense does not give their defense anything to work with. Nothing at all. Nada. They give that defense nothing. They scored 24 points against Vandy again. I saw one of the flukiest is something. It might be, I can say it. One of the flukiest touchdowns I've ever seen was the Nussmeier dump off pass to Xavier Thomas, and they got the 2-point conversion to cut the lead to 3. But what happens? Yeah, Diego Pavia works the ball right downfield and scores right away. LSU cuts the lead to 7, but they never see the football ever again, or they never. They did get the ball back, and they punted on 3 plays. Yeah, no, I'm done with this team, man. I'm done with LSU. It's an inept offense. Nussmeier, again, was supposed to be the guy this season. Nussmeier was, this is the number 1 pick. Saints are going to try to bring him in. I can't say that anymore. I can't. Nussmeier somehow has regressed. I'm seeing Louisiana State fans talking about benching Garrett Nussmeier. They're not going to do that. Who are you going to play? You're going to play, what, Michael Van Buren? You want Michael Van Buren right now? Hell no. But their third down offense sucks. They can't get the ball over midfield. No, they can, but they barely. It's just a bad team. And they have no run game. I don't know what happened, man. They are horrible. And now, again, I've said it too, their wins early in the season are relatively overrated. Their wins are relatively overrated wins. At the time, they were good because Clemson, Florida, again, they looked like good wins, but you beat Clemson when they were 4 on the road. Awesome, right? Death Valley versus Death Valley. You go to their Death Valley and you win. But what has Clemson done since? Clemson just toasted Southern Methodist and lost. I thought SMU was going to easily cover that game, but obviously Clemson hasn't been that great of a team this season. Florida has not been what Florida is expected to be year in and year out, even though, they don't really live up to their expectations every single season. But that's neither here or there. A&M, guys, how is LSU going to beat A&M? And why is this game even close to the odds? A&M scores against everybody. They scored 41 points on Notre Dame. They won the shootout against Notre Dame. You don't see Notre Dame giving up that amount of points, guys. Notre Dame played a good offense in Boise State. They gave up 7 points to Boise. Arkansas, who, that's their thing. That's their identity. Taylor Green, it's a shootout. Yeah, how about 13 points against Notre Dame? Miami, great offense, only scored 27. USC, Jaden Mavia, 24 points. A&M scored 41 on the road in South Bend. That's all you need to know. I'm taking Notre Dame's defense right now over LSU's defense. One game right now, I'm taking Notre Dame's defense. And A&M put it on them. And Marcel Reed is a Heisman candidate. Will he win it? No. I don't even know. Is I assume, is he 4th? Because, Sayan's probably 3rd, right? Or is Jeremiah Smith? I don't even know where they're going to put Marcel Reed right now in the Heisman race. He's 4th. Okay, it's Simpson, Mendoza, Sayan, Reed. Okay, Pavia, Stockton. Interesting. Sure, Sorbsby's way down there. He's way lower than he should be. Regardless, you're not beating this team. You're not beating Marcel Reed. You're not beating this offense. Quite easily, I'm going with the Texas A&M Aggies to dominate on the road at Louisiana State. I've seen LSU play in 2 big-time games against SEC teams this season. They lost both. At Ole Miss and at Vanderbilt, I get it. A&M's got to go to them here. LSU should not be a top 25 team. Top 25 team. They've not played like a top 25 team. A&M's going to easily handle them. And the next week, LSU goes to Tuscaloosa. I wonder how that game is going to go as well. Give the Texas A&M Aggies to walk into Baton Rouge and beat Louisiana State. A&M gets the victory, -2.5. Next up, we go on to a matchup in the ACC. It is the team with all the momentum right now, introducing the Louisville Cardinals. How about Louisville, man? Huge victory. Big victory that has essentially now broken through. It's broken through everybody in the ACC. And what I mean by that is now every team legitimately feels like they have a chance to win the conference, and that's thanks to Louisville. Especially, I know Virginia looked bad against Wazoo, especially Virginia though, because that's the loss Louisville has. Now again, did Louisville? Did they? I don't want to say they handed it to Virginia, but they made it very difficult for themselves to beat the Virginia Cavaliers a couple weeks ago because of all the turnovers they gave up. Regardless, though. Louisville is ranked 19th in the country. They're 5-1. They have the same record as Miami, yet they're ranked so much lower than them, I guess, because Miami's got the Notre Dame win. But regardless, they now get to take on FCS Northeast. Oh, wait. Sorry. Let me check this. Hold on. Sorry, they're called Boston College. Oh, I thought this was an FCS school. I should have put like a generic team logo here. Yeah, they're playing Boston College. Boston College sucks. I'm sorry. I'm being harsh here. But, it's the truth. They're so bad. And they made the quarterback change that, honestly, I don't know why they didn't do earlier. Grayson James started last week. And I know they didn't go much better for Boston College. But, see, okay, going into the season, I'll be honest, I wasn't really keeping up with Boston College and what they were doing in the offseason, okay? If you were, shout out to you. But I was really paying attention too much to what BC was doing, in the offseason. I know, again, Castellanos was leaving. We knew that because he left middle of the season and Grayson James took over. So I assumed going into the year, Grayson James was just going to be the starter. But they pull out Dylan Lonergan, and Lonergan was a starter. And he played fairly well in the Michigan State game, but you bench your guy in Grayson James, who started the second half of the season for you last year, won some big games against North Carolina and Pittsburgh, and you benched him? And he stayed with the program, and he's just been riding the bench this entire time. I assume he's the starting quarterback now because, my goodness, you're a 1-6 football team. You're 0-4 in the ACC. And look at the matchups you have now. Louisville, Notre Dame, SMU, Georgia Tech, Syracuse. Oh, boy. That's brutal. Again, Turbo Richard is the entire offense most nights. Last game, it was a lot of the other back in Jordan McDonald because there's only so much Turbo Richard can do. Lewis Bonton's a good receiver. But, this team, they let UConn walk into their building and beat them by 15 points. That's bad. It's a whole other level of bad for the Boston College Eagles. And that, again, was with Grayson James as the starting quarterback. And now you're taking on a Louisville team that has never had more momentum. This spread could be Louisville minus 31.5, and I'd probably take it still. That's how much confidence I have in Louisville beating up on Boston College here. Boston College got blown out by Clemson. And in their own building, Clemson beat them by 31 points. They traveled to Pitt and lost by 41 points. So it should also beg the question, what's going on with Michigan State? Oh, wait, we'll talk about them in just a few moments. Because when they went to Michigan State, they were very competitive and lost by 2 points. They're walking into Louisville. Oh, man. And then you got to play Notre Dame and then SMU. I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. Louisville blows them out. Miller Moss has finally found his confidence with the Louisville Cardinals after an uneventful first couple weeks with Louisville and a loss to Virginia 2 weeks ago in overtime. The Miami game's what he needed. Walking into Miami, everyone's overlooking you, myself included, after you just lost to Virginia, and you walk in and beat the number 2 team in the country. But you know what? I'm going to take it because Indiana's number 2 now. Thank you, Louisville. Right? Team that Indiana played a couple seasons ago. Indiana canceled the Louisville game because we're playing G5 games up until the Big Ten. We're focused on the 9 conference games. Anyways, though, I'm taking Louisville to run right over Boston College. Boston College has no idea what the hell they're going to do anymore. They're waiting for the season to be over, okay? Give me Louisville to win the football game and also cover the 23.5 points. This is going to be the definition of a blowout. Next up, we go to, what's wrong with Michigan State? Oh, we're about to find out. I'm going to take Michigan State to cover 14.5 points. This might be a bad pick. This might be a bad pick. This might be a really bad pick. I'm going to take them to cover here. I'm going to take Sparty to cover. Okay, guys, they were beating Indiana in the second quarter. Was I concerned at all? No. Okay, I've watched Michigan State play and I've watched Indiana play, and yeah, Michigan State was winning 10-7 at one point in the second quarter, but Indiana had only touched the ball once, and I was like, all right, well, they scored their one drive, and I went into that game thinking Indiana's going to score every single time they touch the ball against Michigan State, and they pretty much did. At least when it mattered, they scored in their first 5 drives and got into the end zone. Shout out to EJ Williams, Mendoza, Surratt, Kalen Black, Omar Cooper. I mean, everybody. Radchich, obviously our kicker. Everyone's coming through for the Hoosiers. But Michigan State, first quarter played pretty well. Second quarter played pretty well. This game at halftime's 21-10. Indiana gets a big stop. They get the ball back. Kalen Black has a 30-yard touchdown run. Okay, but Michigan State goes into halftime only down by 11 points. Well, they ended up losing by 25. They kicked a field goal with 34 seconds to cover the spread because I'm sure they were aware of the spread, which is funny. I know Indiana kicked a field goal too right before that to cover the spread. It was really interesting. It's fine. I didn't bet on the spread anyway, so it was okay. And Michigan State now has to go from starting 0-4 in the Big Ten. Jonathan Smith, I think, is on the hot seat. If I had to guess, again, I have no idea if he is or not. I know Michigan State fans, at least I'm seeing on Twitter, are not very happy about what Jonathan Smith has been doing. But you go from being 0-4 in the Big Ten after your non-con schedule. You only beat West Michigan by 17 points. You get into a shootout with Boston College and you win by 2, which at the time was great, but then look at what Boston College is now. You only beat Youngstown State by 17 points. There's really going to be 10 points if you didn't score a garbage time touchdown. And then you get blown out at SC. Actually, not get blown out at SC. You held your own, but you lost at SC. Lost to Nebraska on the road. Lost to UCLA. Lose to Indiana. You're 0-4 now. And you haven't won a game in East Lansing since the Youngstown State victory. And here comes Michigan. That's a problem. It's a big problem for them. I think Michigan State can cover. I actually think they can. Guys, Aiden Childs actually did not play that poorly. And now the Peacock commentators were putting over Aiden Childs big time, man. They were all over Aiden Childs in that game. Oh, look how incredible Aiden Childs is. Look at his, how he escapes out the pocket, the throws to Kelly, to Jack Velling, to Krishan McCray. Like, oh, look at the balls he's throwing. Yeah, he played all right. Nick Marsh. The receiver I was trying to name real quick. Yeah, it's great. Nothing happened in the second half. I mean, Indiana's defense, actually locked in the second half and completely shut them down. I am scared about Michigan State playing Michigan's defense, but the thing is, okay, like, they face the best defense they're going to see all season. Like, believe it or not, Indiana's got one of the best defenses in the country. And yes, I know Michigan, they're built on their defense. No, Indiana's the best defense Michigan State's going to see all year long. By far. That is the toughest defense they're going to see. To a sense now, where I think they can be kind of competitive this week. I think they can. I think they can cover 14.5 now. I don't know, man. Like, I know, again, Michigan beat Washington by 17 points. That game's at the Big House, man. Rivalry game, Michigan versus Michigan in East Lansing this time around. Maybe Michigan State's kind of competitive. I think they can be. And last year when they played at Michigan, a 7-point game. And I get it, Michigan was not good at all last year. They're much better this year. But Michigan State was worse last year too. So both teams have gotten better. I would say Michigan has gotten better than Michigan State has, sure. But I think Sparty can be competitive this week. I think they can. Bryce Underwood is playing all right. Had a good game against Washington. Obviously, again, the defense is great, and that's where I'm a little concerned because, Michigan held Washington to 7 points. But you know what? Indiana probably holds Washington to the same exact, number. So Michigan State's coming off of playing a good defense on the road, hostile environment. Again, that's what Bloomington is now a hostile environment. And I think they can go out there and be competitive against Michigan. Will they win? No, but 14.5 points? Yeah, I'm inclined to take that. Give me Michigan State at home plus 14.5. Let's go Aiden Childs. Yep. Let's go Sparty. Michigan State at home on NBC plus 14.5. Next up, we go to the Mountain West. Okay, confusing odds here, but this is what I made of it. I'm going to take Wyoming. I'm going to take Wyoming minus 5.5. Yeah, the odds on paper, you look at, oh, really? Wyoming's favorite here? I understand it. Colorado State did win 2 weeks ago against Fresno State, but then they immediately fell back down to earth playing Hawaii. And Mike Alejado and the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors, year after Braden Schrager obviously graduates, they've found themselves as bowl eligible already. So shout out to Hawaii. They're playing fairly well. I got to give a lot of credit to that school right now. Somehow. I don't know how they're doing it. It is what it is. I don't know how Colorado State, they are 1-2 in the Mountain West. They have been losers in 4 out of their last 5 games, but somehow they beat the best team, at least on paper, on their schedule. How did they beat Fresno? No, I mean, I know how they beat Fresno. We talked about it earlier, but it's just like, oh my goodness. Fresno just killed their chances, man. killed their chances to go to the Mountain West Championship game, to go to the playoffs. They went to Colorado State and got embarrassed on a Friday night. Because the game on Saturday between Colorado State and Hawaii, I mean, it's what you expect out of a Colorado State offense. Nothing happens. They don't really run the ball well. Jackson Brissau, obviously, new starting quarterback over Braden Fowler-Nicolosi. He's been the starting quarterback for like a month now, so I don't need to say new anymore. But Brissau is not that crazy of a talent. He's kind of just the same as Fowler-Nicolosi, in my opinion. They kind of do the same exact thing. But Colorado State scores 19 points against Hawaii, and Micah Alihado and Hawaii outscore them. They win the game 31-19. All right. They go on the road now to take on Wyoming, a Wyoming team that just went to Air Force, went to Colorado Springs, and gave Air Force their first win of the season. Air Force, well, at least in the Mountain West, they had won one over Bucknell earlier on in the year from the Patriot League. But Air Force was 0-4 in the Mountain West. They have, every single week shootout. And last week wasn't a shootout. Wyoming actually did a good job defensively against Air Force, something that a lot of teams have struggled on all year long. They were the first team really to shut down Liam Zarka, at least as much as they could. Zarka, again, you're shutting down Zarka, and he still had 141 rushing yards. But Air Force ends up winning the game 24-21. Some late game heroics by Air Force win them that one. It's a tie game early. They're down 8 in the third quarter. They end up scoring 18 consecutive points to win the game. Wyoming scored a garbage time touchdown. Well, I guess a touchdown to cover the spread, a backdoor cover. But Air Force got the victory. But again, Wyoming's defense, I need to talk about that. Yes, they lost the game. They were expected to go to Air Force and actually lose. I get it. Air Force was winless so far this season in the MAC, and Wyoming was coming off a huge victory at home against an offensive juggernaut in San Jose State. And at least in that game for Wyoming, they didn't really get going defensively until Walker Aguette got injured, and it was Xavier Ward, the senior quarterback, actually playing in game. And that's not until the Wyoming defense didn't get going until that happened. They were very prepared against Air Force, and they shut down everything out of that offense. And I get it. Air Force does not run, or Colorado State does not run what Air Force runs. Air Force does not run. No one in the Mountain West runs what Air Force runs. And, that style of ball is not going to be applied to any other game Wyoming's going to play for the rest of the season unless they see a team like, a military team in a bowl game, which I doubt they might not even make a bowl game. They should be able to shut Colorado State down, man. It's an inept offense. If you just don't make mistakes and don't give them the football, which again, Caden Anderson, don't throw bad interceptions, don't fumble the football, and just take care of the football and, keep on going on long sustained drives, they'll be fine. If you can just keep the ball in your possession against Colorado State and just score points, the Rams have nothing for you. I'm going to go Wyoming here at home. Again, games in Laramie, tough environment for Colorado State to go up into and play. Again, some Mountain West schools like UNR don't get crowds. Wyoming gets a crowd. San Jose State struggles to get a crowd sometimes. Fresno obviously gets a big crowd, but their teams like UNR, nobody goes. San Diego State has varying attendance depending on the week. There's a crowd up in Laramie, Wyoming. Also, what else are you going to do in Laramie? So, I don't know. Give me Wyoming. I'm going to take Wyoming to win the football game and cover 5.5 points. Next up, we go to the SEC. Tennessee goes on the road to Kroger Field to take on the Kentucky Wildcats. So, Tennessee, coming off their second loss of the season, they've gotten 2 big games this year, and they've lost both of them. Kind of sums up what Tennessee football has been over the last 10 seasons, right? Hype, they actually get some hype around them, and then they get a big football game, and they lose. That's what Tennessee has been over and over and over again. Shout 2022 with Hendon Hooker. Oh, my goodness, that was the team of destiny. They beat Alabama, they lost to Georgia, and they lost to South Carolina and ruined everything. Anyways, Tennessee, are they still an outside shot to make the playoffs? Maybe. I don't think they're going to get in just because I'm looking at all the other teams that are kind of, viable. And are they going to beat, they might beat Oklahoma at home. I don't know. We'll see. Again, we're just going to have to wait for the rest of the picture to play out. But there's a lot of good teams in the SEC. And I don't know if Tennessee really has that signature victory. Wait, they don't. They don't have a ranked win yet. They've just, again, they are ranked 17th based off of preseason rankings only. That's really what it comes down to with Tennessee, unfortunately for them. They're on the road here at Kroger Field in Kentucky. They should beat the Kentucky Wildcats. I know Texas struggled off of a game-winning overtime field goal. They won again with a game-winning field goal at Kroger Field, which is ridiculous. You're Texas. Tennessee should do to Kentucky what South Carolina did to Kentucky and what Georgia did to Kentucky. And I get it. Kentucky had to go on the road for both those games. But South Carolina beats Kentucky 35-13 over in South Carolina. And in Athens, Georgia beats them 35-14. Okay? I'm looking for something more like that for Tennessee this week rather than a 16-13 victory that Texas had against them. And I get it. When Ole Miss went to Kroger Field, they only won by seven points either. Kentucky's kind of, I feel like, figured out offensively right now. You know, it's not a Zach Calzada, led team anymore. It's Cutter Boley. We're throwing the ball a million times because we don't really have a great run game. So we're going to let Boley kind of launch it. 40 passing attempts last week against Texas, 31 of 39, They ran the ball with Boley and Seth McGowan, but neither of them really got substantial yardage. Everything sets up for Tennessee to dominate this football game. Going on the road, Jesus Aguilar is a very capable quarterback at his best. I get it. They lost at Alabama last week. It's a tough game, man. They've really shifted their running back, room from, or at least lead back from Star Thomas to Deshaun Bishop. They were splitting some early in the season, and actually Star Thomas started the year, the former Duke running back, as the lead back. Since then, they have shifted to Deshaun Bishop. I believe that's the right move. You've got a still loaded receiving core, obviously, with Chris Brazzell, with Braylon Staley. Mike Matthews is more than capable as well. Miles Kitselman, their tight end, again, capable guy. Tennessee's a good team. Are they a playoff team? No, and that's fine. Again, some teams are just not equipped to go to the playoffs. Tennessee is just a very good college football team in 2025. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with just being another really good team. And ultimately, that's what Tennessee is. Tennessee's going to beat Kentucky. I think they should blow them out. I think coming off that loss last week, I think they should be much better this time around. And I think they do Kentucky better than at least the Texas Longhorns did. At least I'd hope they would. So it could be Tennessee to be the first team to really put it on Kentucky at Kroger Field. I'm going to go Tennessee minus 9.5 in Kentucky against the Wildcats. On to our next game, and we go to the Big 12. How about those damn Sun Devils, man? They keep on doing it. They keep on doing it. Arizona State, they find a way to beat Texas Tech and welcome back to the rankings, right? So I don't feel bad about my picks last week, like in the Big 12. The two in specific I'm talking about is Utah, BYU in the Holy War, and Texas Tech, Arizona State. Like there's a reason I felt the way I did about those games. And I get it, Sam Leavitt didn't play in Salt Lake City against Utah, but Utah beat that team 42-10. I was like, all right, Utah, okay, they're everything I thought they were going to be, and they're going to play next. We'll talk about them. They're the final game of the week. They're the late night spot. But Utah's everything I think they are. I know Dampier's the truth. And obviously they lose in Provo. They play a competitive game, but they lose. Arizona State then, Leavitt's back at home. They beat up on Will Hammond and Texas Tech 26-22. I know, again, final score is 4 points, but Arizona State was in control of that football game for most of it until, oh no, at the end of the game, they almost choked it. Texas Tech scores twice in the span of 2 minutes at the end of the football game, but then Arizona State drives down the field, 10 plays, 75 yards. Raleek Brown, game-winning touchdown run from 1 yard out for Arizona State to win it. Again, a game that they were in control of until they, again, almost let it slip. ASU found a way to get it done. Big victory for them. And Sam Leavitt, again, played a very good football game. They get Houston now, and the Houston Cougars, I don't know. I wouldn't bet the game personally. I'll say this right now. I wouldn't bet minus 8.5 for Arizona State. I think this game, again, I think ASU should cover. Houston's good. Connor Wagman's played well this season. Connor Wagman's been playing really well. Back-to-back victories for Houston. They are a sneaky 6-1 team. I don't think, when you think of Houston, you're thinking, good team or when you think of great teams in the Big 12, you're not thinking the Houston Cougars right now. They are pretty good, and I get it. They've played a weak schedule so far. Colorado at home, OK State on the road, Arizona at home. They went to Oregon State. I know it's non-con, but they went to Oregon State and had to play them in overtime. They had to come back from behind and score 21 unanswered points to win in overtime. Connor Wagman, though, has been playing good football. Connor Wagman's been playing really good football. 300-plus passing yards, again, are pretty often, come pretty often for Connor Wagman. Big win over Arizona. Now they got to play the better team out in the state. I don't think they're going to beat ASU. I don't think they're going to. Again, I think Wagman could put up numbers. I think they can put up points. And they have not lost a road game all year long. The only loss came at home against Texas Tech in a game in which Wagman got hurt. So they had to go to backup quarterback in Zion Chris. I think Houston's going to be somewhat competitive until like the third-ish, fourth quarter. And that's where Arizona State takes over. Because again, where do ranked teams go to die? Tempe, Arizona. I know Houston's not a ranked team, but like where do teams go to die? It's Tempe, Arizona. It's just it's different when you go into Tempe to play the Sun Devils. I think Arizona State's going to get it done. I think Sam Levitt's got a big game coming up again. I think ASU covers 8.5. I think halftime this game's going to be kind of competitive. Maybe that's where you jump into the live odds. Potentially, ASU will pull away in the second half, trust me. Give me Arizona State at home against the Houston Cougars. On to our final game of the week. Yes, I've done this in one sitting this week. I just felt the need of saying that. Usually I take one break in between. I straight up 4 hours. So I don't know. It is what it is. I don't know. I'm patting myself on the back here for that. But anyways, final game of the week in Salt Lake City, Utah. The damn Utah Utes. Last week losing to BYU. I was so confident, man. I was out here saying crazy stuff. Oh, take Utah minus 13.5. They're gonna blow them out. Nope. I apologize. Wrong read. But again, they blew out Arizona State. And I get it, Levitt didn't play, but I was so confident about it, and they lost to BYU. BYU's got their number. They game-winning field goal last year. Brigham Young hit against them. Utah goes up late. I'm thinking, they had it after the 40-yard touchdown, and nope. Bear Bachmeier does it to us again. Colorado goes to Utah. I'm taking the Buffs here. I'm taking plus 14.5 for the Colorado Buffaloes. Caden Salter taking over again as a starting quarterback of Colorado. I mean, it's been a minute now since he's been back in the starting job. Obviously, Ryan Staub got benched. Salter comes back, and Salter wins his second game as the starter for, his first and second games as the Colorado starter after getting benched, obviously, for the Delaware game. Salter beats Wyoming back in late September in the last week. Huge victory for Colorado, man, and game that they desperately needed to win at home against the Iowa State Cyclones. And if I'm Colorado, I'm looking at the rest of the season of how do we get into a bowl game? Are they going to beat Utah on the road? Probably not. Okay, Utah coming off a loss. I think Devin Dampier's going to be much better this game. And Utah's still a good team, right? Regardless of what you think about them, like their losses are BYU and Texas Tech, to top 10 schools, okay? They have yet to lose to a bad team yet this year. I don't think Colorado is going to be that team that they lose to, nor do I think Colorado is bad. I just don't think that's going to be Utah's first L this year. Okay, I think it's going to be competitive. But if I'm Colorado, who am I looking at for the rest of the season that I can go out and beat? Well, okay, I know going on the road to beating West Virginia might be difficult. It's a road game in the Big 12. But you're expected to go to Morgantown and win at this point, especially with their weird quarterback situation with Marshall, of course, going on the medical redshirt for the rest of the year. Okay, that's a game that they can win. Arizona at home is a game I think I'm going to take Colorado in next week. So where do you get that sixth victory? That's going to take you to 4-5, or it's four and then 5 wins. Can you beat Arizona State at home? Probably not. Maybe K-State on the road is the one I think they're going to have to get. I think they're capable of going to Kansas State and winning, and they're doing all of that just to end up in the Holiday Bowl. They probably wouldn't even get in the Holiday Bowl. I don't know what crappy bowl game they'd get into. Doing this all to get in the Detroit Bowl and the Meineke Car Care Bowl. But I think that's big for building a program and for getting, hopefully, again, Prime getting into yet another bowl game in back-to-back seasons. Obviously, they got embarrassed last year by Brigham Young in the Alamo Bowl. Anyways, this game against Utah State, I think they're competitive. I think Colorado's building in the right direction. I think Caden Salter has finally started to figure it out for Colorado. Obviously, again, the future is Juju Lewis, and we can definitely assume Juju's going to get to start week 1 next year. I like what Colorado's doing off the field, too, like just at least with the inter-squad scrimmage and Coach Prime getting them filmed that they can send to their next team, or they can, for players who already know they're going to transfer, that they can put in the transfer portal and get eyes for. I mean, again, I like Coach Prime quite a bit. I like how he runs his program. I like how he runs his team. I like what he's doing, okay? And side note, I hate what Shedeur Sanders has been, what he's been sentenced to in the NFL, not with just not starting, but being on the Cleveland Browns. I think Colorado can be competitive this week. I think Caden Salter's figuring it out. I mean, I look back at the Colorado game against BYU. They're competitive against BYU. Again, they were, 9.5-point dogs in that game. We took Colorado on the spread, and they covered easily. They were almost going to win that game. Again, if Miller doesn't get called for a holding call on a Caden Salter 45-plus yard run, Colorado probably beats Brigham Young up in Folsom a couple weeks ago. And yeah, they went to Texas Christian, lost. It's okay. Again, TCU's going to score. Beating Iowa State, who is still in the rankings, and beating them by 7 points 2 weeks ago at Colorado, huge victory. You get the bye week, and now you go to Utah. I think they're going to be more competitive than people think. I think they're going to have a good game plan for Devin Dampier and this team, and obviously that very good rushing attack that Utah's got. And Utah coming off an L in the biggest game that they have all year long. And now Utah's looking at, okay, we thought we were going to be a playoff team, Big 12 contender to start the year. And now we're an Alamo Bowl, territory, which is fine. Not every team, again, like Tennessee, not every team needs to be an elite team, but that's kind of where Utah's at. They're a good team. Are they elite? Unfortunately not. And the next week, they got Cincinnati coming into town. Ooh, might be brutal. But for now, again, I'm going to go Colorado plus 14.5 on the road at Utah for our final pick of the video. I do expect, though, the Utah Utes to go out there and get the victory when it's all said and done. Folks, that does it for our Week 9 college football predictions here on the channel. Over 4 hours straight of college football predictions. Yes, again, I did this in one sitting. I know it doesn't affect you because you obviously don't see my breaks, but regardless, or my one break. But folks, thank y'all for watching. Again, week number 9 of the college football season. It was a actually shorter slate than last week. Last week's video was the longest on the channel at 4 hours and 18 minutes. This is going to be clocking in at about 10 minutes less than that video. But regardless, folks, we'll be back next week for week 10 of the college football season. We got some matchups, I guess. Oklahoma, Tennessee, Notre Dame goes on the road to Boston College. Indiana's playing Maryland. We got stuff next week. We'll be back for it, folks. Again, if you have not yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy the video. Make sure to comment if you do screw in the picks. We'll be back again later in the week on Friday for our college football best bets, and of course next week as well for our full college football week 10 predictions. Folks, thank y'all for watching. I appreciate you watching these videos every single week. I know they're long. They're 4 hours long, but again, I appreciate you guys watching here on the channel. So just, again, all I ask, hit that subscribe button down below and leave a like. Folks, thank y'all for watching. I'll see you next week for the full predictions and on Friday for our college football best bets. Folks, thank y'all for watching, and Mamba forever.